Part 2.
Chapter 25 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jacqueline. The cold in clime are cold in blood, and love as scarce deserves the name, but mine is like the lava flood that burns in Etna's breast of flame. Byron. There are some men that have the appearance of being devoid of family affection, who in reality cherish it in the deepest and most passionate degree. Such a man was Colonel Jaffa. You have doubtless heard from your cradle what the neighbours thought of this stately, old-fashioned gentleman. He was too handsome in his youth, too proudly reticent in his manhood, too self-contained and unrelenting in his age, not to be the talk of any town that numbered him among its inhabitants. But only from myself, a relative of the family and his housekeeper for years, can you learn with what undeviating faith and love he clung to the few upon whom he allowed his heart to fasten in affection. When he married Miss Carey, the world said, "He has chosen a beauty, because fine manners and a pretty face look well behind the Jaffa coffee urn." But we, that is, this same young wife and myself, knew that in marrying her he had taken unto himself his other half, the one sweet woman for whom his proud heart could beat, and before whom his stately head could bow. When she died, the world exclaimed, "He will soon fill her place." But I, who watched the last look that passed between them in the valley of the shadow of that death, knew that the years would come and the years would go without seeing Colonel Jaffa marry again. The little babe whom she left to his care took all the love which he had left. From the moment it began to speak, he centred in its tiny life all the hope and all the pride of his solitary heart, and the Jaffa pride was nearly as great as the Jaffa heart. She was a pretty child, not a beauty like her mother or like you, my dear, who however so nearly resemble her, but for all that pretty enough to satisfy the eyes of her secretly doting father and her openly doting nurse and cousin. I say secretly doting father. I do not mean by that he regarded her with an affection which he never displayed, but that it was his way to lavish his caresses at home and in the privacy of her little nursery. He never made a parade of anything but his pride. If he loved her, it was enough for her to know it. In the street and the houses of their friends, he was the strict, somewhat severe father, to whom her childish eyes lifted at first with awe, but afterwards with a quiet defiance that, when I first saw it, made my heart stand still with unreasoning alarm. She was so reserved a child, and yet so deeply passionate. From the beginning I felt that I did not understand her. I loved her. I have never loved any mortal as I did her, and do, but I could not follow her impulses or judge of her feelings by her looks. When she grew older, it was still worse. She never contradicted her father, or appeared in any open way to disobey his commands, or thwart him in his plans. Yet she always did what she pleased, and that so quietly, he frequently did not observe that matters had taken any other direction than that which he had himself ordained. "It is her mother's tact," he used to say. Alas, it was something more than that. It was her father's will united to the unscrupulousness of some forgotten ancestor. But with the glamour of her 18 years upon me, I did not recognize this then, any more than he. I saw her through the magic glasses of my own absorbing love, and tremble as I frequently would in the still scorn of her unfathomable passion, I never dreamed she could do anything that would seriously offend her father's affection or mortify his pride. The truth is that Jacqueline did not love us. Say what you will of the claims of kindred and the right of every father to his children's regard, Jacqueline Jaffa accepted the devotion that was lavished upon her, but she gave none in return. She could not, perhaps. Her father was too cold in public and too warm in his home bursts of affection. I was plain and a widow, no mate for her in age, condition, or estate. She could neither look up to me nor lean upon me. I had been her nurse in childhood, and though a relative, was still a dependent. What was there in all that to love? If her mother had lived, but we will not dwell on possibilities. Jacqueline had no mother and no friend that was dear enough to her to teach her unwilling soul the great lesson of self-control and sacrifice. You will say that is strange, that situated as she was, she ought to have found friends both dear and congenial. But that would be to declare that Jacqueline was like others of her age and class, whereas she was single and alone, a dark-browed girl who allured the gaze of both men and women, but who cared but little for anyone till— But wait, child, I shall have to speak of matters that will cause your cheeks to blush. Lay your head down on my knee, for I cannot bear the sight of blushes upon a cheek more innocent than hers. With a gentle movement, she urged Paula to sit upon a little stool at her feet, pressed the young girl's head down upon her lap, and burying the lovely brow beneath her aged hands, went hurriedly on. You are young, dear, and may not know what it is to love a man. Jacqueline was young also, but from the moment she returned home to us from a visit she had been making in Boston, I perceived that something had entered her life that was destined to make a great change in her, and when, a few weeks later, young Robert Holt from Boston came to pay his respects to her in her father's house, I knew, or thought I did, what that something was. We were sitting in this room, I remember, when the servant girl came in and announced that Mr. Holt was in the parlour. Jacqueline was lying on the sofa, and her father was in his usual chair by the table. At the name Holt, the girl rose as if it had suddenly thundered, or the lightning had flashed. I see her now. She was dressed in white. Though it was early fall, she still clung to her summer dresses. Her dark hair was piled high, and caught here and there with old-fashioned gold pins. A splendid red rose burned on her bosom, and another flashed crimson as blood from her folded hands. "Holt?" repeated the colonel, without turning his head. "I know no such man." "He said he wished to see Miss Jacqueline," simpered the servant. "Oh," returned the colonel indifferently. He never showed surprise before the servants, and went on with his book, still without turning his head. I thought if he had turned it, he would scarcely sit there reading so quietly, for Jacqueline, who had not stirred from her alert and upright position, was looking at him in a way no father, least of all a father who loved his child as he did her, could have beheld without agitation. It was the glance of a tigress waiting for the sight of an inconsiderate move in order to spring. It was wild, unconstrainable joy, eyeing a possible check and madly defying it. I shuddered as I looked at her eye, and sickened as I perceived a huge drop of blood ooze from her white fingers, where they unconsciously clutched a thorn, and drop dark and disfiguring upon her virgin garments. At the indifferent exclamation of her father, her features relaxed, and she turned haughtily towards the girl, with a veiling of her secret delight that already bespoke the woman of the world. "Tell Mr. Holt that I will see him presently," said she, and was about to follow the girl from the room when I caught her by the sleeve. "You will have to change your dress," said I, and I pointed to the ominous blot disfiguring its otherwise spotless white. She started and gave me a quick glance. "I have a skin like a spider's web," cried she. "I should never meddle with roses." But I noticed she did not toss the blossom away. "Who is this Mr. Holt?" now asked the Colonel, suddenly turning, the servant having left the room. "He is a gentleman I met in Boston," came from his daughter's lips, in her usual light and easy tones. "He is probably passing through our town on his way to Providence, where I was told he did business. His call is no more than a formality, I presume." And with an indifferent little smile and nod, she vanished from the room, that a moment before had been filled with the threat of her silent passion. The Colonel gave a short sigh, but returned undisturbed to his book. In the course of a few minutes, Jacqueline came back. She had changed her dress for one as summer-like as the other, but still finer and more elaborate. She looked elegant, imperious, but the joy had died out from her eyes, and in its place was another expression, incomprehensible to me, but fully as alarming as any that had gone before. "Mr. Holt finds himself obliged to remain in town overnight, and would like to pay his respects to you," said she to her father. The Colonel immediately rose, looking very grand as he turned and surveyed his daughter with his clear, penetrating eye. "You have a lover, have you not?" he asked, laying his hand on her bare and beautifully polished shoulder. An odd little smile crossed her lip. She looked at her hands, on which never a ring shone, and coquettishly tossed her head. "Let the gentleman speak for himself," said she. "I give no man his title until he has earned it." Her father laughed. A lover was not such a dreadful thing in his eyes, provided he were worthy, and Jacqueline would not choose unworthily, of course. A Jaffa and his daughter. "Well then," said he, "let us see if he can make good his title. Holt is not a bad name, and Boston is not a poor place to hail from." And without more ado, they hurried from the room. But the light had all died out from her face. What did it mean? At tea time I met the gentleman. He had evidently made his title good. I was not only favourably impressed with him, but actually struck. Of all the high-bred, clear-eyed, polished and kindly gentlemen who had sat about the board since I first came into the family in Mrs. Jaffa's lifetime, here was surely the finest, the handsomest, and the best, and surprised in more ways than one. I was giving full play to my relief and exhilaration when I caught sight of Jacqueline's eye, and felt again the cold shudders of secret doubt and apprehension. Smile upon him as she would, coquette with him as she did, the flame and the glory that drew her like an inspiration to her feet when his name was announced had fled, and left not a shadow behind. Had he failed in his expressions of devotion? Was he hard or cold or severe under all that pleasant and charming manner? Had the hot soul of our motherless child rushed upon ice, and in the shock of the dreadful chill fallen inert? No, his looks bespake no coldness. They dwelt upon Jacqueline's lovely but inscrutable face with honest fervour and boundless regard. He evidently loved her most passionately, but she, if it had not been for that first moment of unconscious betrayal, I should have decided that she cared for him no more than she did for the few others who had adored her in the short space of her incomprehensible life. The mystery was not cleared up when she came to me that night with a short, "How do you like my lover, Marjorie?" I was 40 years her senior, but she always called me Marjorie. "I think he is the finest, most agreeable man I ever met," said I. "Is he your lover, Jacqueline? Are you going to marry him?" She turned about from the vase which she was denuding of its flowers, and gave me one of her sphinx-like looks. "You must ask Papa," said she. "He holds the destinies of the Jaffas in his hand, does he not?" "Does he?" I involuntarily whispered to myself, following the steady poise of her head and the assured movements of her graceful form with a glance of doubt, but loving her all the same. Oh, loving her all and ever the same. "Your father is not the man to cross you when the object of your affections is as worthy as this gentleman. He loved your mother too fondly." "He did?" She had turned, quick as a flash, and was looking me straight in the eyes. "I never saw such union," I exclaimed, vaguely remembering that her mother's name had always seemed to have power to move her. There was no parade of it before the world, but here at their own fireside it was heart to heart and soul to soul. It was not love, it was assimilation. The young girl rose upon me like a flame. Her very eyes seemed to dart fire. Her lips looked like living coals. She was almost appalling in her terrible beauty and superhuman passion. "Not love!" she exclaimed, her every word falling like a burning spark. "Not love, but assimilation! Yet do you suppose if I told my father that my soul had found its mate, my heart its other half, that this nature," here she struck her breast as she would a stone, "had at last found its master, that the wayward spirit of which you have sometimes been afraid was become a part of another's life, another's soul, another's hope? Do you suppose he would listen?" "Hush!" she cried, seeing me about to speak. "You talk of love. What do you know of it? What does he know of it, who saw his young wife die, yet himself consented to live? Is love a sitting by the fire with hand locked in hand, while the winter winds rage and the droning kettle sings? Love is a going through the fire, a braving of the winter winds, a scattering of the soul in sparks that the night and the tempest lick up, without putting out the germ of the eternal flame. Love," she half laughed. "Oh, it takes a soul that has never squandered its treasure upon every passing beggar to know how to love. Do you see that star?" It was night, as I have said, and we were standing near an open window. "It has lost its moorings and is falling. When it descries the ocean, it will plunge into it. So with some natures, they soar high and keep their orbit well, till an invisible hand turns them from their course, and they fall, to be swallowed up, aye, swallowed up, lost and buried in the great sea that has awaited them so long." "And you love like this?" I murmured, quailing before the power of her passion. "Would it not be strange if I did not?" she asked in an altered voice. "You say he is everything noble, handsome, and attractive." "Yes, yes," I murmured, "but—" She did not wait to hear what lay behind that "but." Picking up her flowers, she hastily crossed the room. Did my young mother shriek from joy when my father's horses ran away with them along that deadly precipice at the side of the Southmore Road? To lie for a few maddening moments on the breast of the man you love, earth reeling beneath you, heaven swimming above you, and then with a cry of bliss to fall heart to heart down the hideous gap of some awful gulf, and be dashed into eternity with the cry still on your lips. That is what I call love, and that is what I—" She paused, turned upon me the whole splendour of her face, seemed to realise to what an extent her impetuosity had lifted the veil with which she usually shrouded her bitterly suppressed nature, and calming herself with a sudden quick movement, gave me a short, mocking courtesy and left the room. Do you wonder that for half the night I sat up, brooding and alive to the faintest sounds? Next day Mr. Holt called again, and a couple of weeks after, long enough to enable Colonel Jaffa to make whatever inquiries he chose as to his claims as a gentleman of means and position, sent a formal entreaty for Jacqueline's hand. I had never seen Colonel Jaffa more moved. His admiration for the young man was hearty and sincere, from a worldly point of view, as well as from all higher standpoints. The match was one of which he could be proud, and yet to speak the word that would separate from him the only creature that he loved was hard as the cutting off an arm or the plucking out of an eye. "Do you think she loves him?" asked he of me, with a rare condescension of which he was not often guilty. "You are a woman, and ought to understand her better than I. Do you think she loves him?" After the words I had heard her speak, what could I reply but, "Yes, sir, she is of a reserved nature, and controls her feelings in his presence, but she loves him for all that, with the intensest fervour and passion." He repeated again, "You are a woman, and you ought to know," and then called his daughter to him. I cannot tell what passed between them, but the upshot of it was that the Colonel dispatched an answer to the effect that the father's consent would not be lacking, provided the daughter's could be obtained. I learned this from Jacqueline herself, who brought me the letter to post. "You see, then, that your father understands," said I. Her rich red lip curled mockingly, but she did not reply. Naturally, Mr. Holt answered to this communication in person. Jacqueline received him with a fitful coquetry that evidently puzzled him, for all the distinguishing charm which it added to a beauty apt to be too reserved and statue-like. She, however, took his ring, which blazed on her finger like a drop of ice on congealed snow. "I am engaged," she murmured as she passed by my door, "and to a Holt." The words rang long in my ears. Why? She desired no congratulations. She permitted nothing to be said about her engagement among the neighbours. She had even taken off her ring, which I found lying loose in one of her bureau drawers, and no one dared to remonstrate, not even her father, punctilious as he was in all matters of social etiquette. The fact is, Jacqueline was not the same girl she had been before she gave her promise to Mr. Holt. From the moment he bade her good-bye, with the remark that he was going away to get a golden cage for his bride, she began to reveal a change. The cold reserve gave way to feverish expectancy. She trod these rooms as if there were burning steels in the floors. She looked from the windows as if they were prison bars. Night and day she gazed from them, yet she never went out. The letters she received from him were barely read and tossed aside. It was his coming for which she hungered. Her father noticed her restless and eager gaze, and frequently sighed. I felt her strange removed manner, and secretly wept. If he does not amply return this passion, thought I, my darling will find her life a hell. But he did return it. Of that I felt sure. It was my only comfort. Suddenly, one day, the restlessness vanished. Her beauty burst like a flame from smoke. She trod like a spirit that hears invisible airs. I watched her with amazement till she said, "Mr. Holt comes tonight." Then I thought all was explained, and went smiling about my work. She came down in the afternoon, clad as I had never seen her before. She wore one of her Boston dresses, and she looked superb in it. From the crown of her head to the sole of her foot, she dazzled like a moving picture. But she lacked one adornment. There was no ring on her finger. "Jacqueline," cried I, "you have forgotten something." And I pointed towards her hand. She glanced at it, blushed a trifle, as I thought, and pulled it out of her pocket. "I have it," said she, "but it is too large," and she thrust it carelessly back. At 3 o'clock the train came in. Then I saw her eye flash and her lip burn. In a few minutes later, 2 gentlemen appeared at the gate. "Mr. Holt and his brother," were the words I heard whispered through the house, but I did not need that announcement to understand Jacqueline at last. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A man's justice and a woman's mercy. Fair is foul, and foul is fair. Macbeth. Have you ever seen a man whose instantaneous effect upon you was electrical, in whose expression, carriage, or manner there was concealed a charm that attracted and interested you, apart from his actual worth and beauty? Such a one was Mr. Roger Holt, the gentleman I now discerned entering the gate with Jacqueline's lover. It was not that he was handsome. He could not for one moment bear any comparison with his brother in substantial attraction, and yet, when they were both in the room, you looked at him in preference to the other, and was vexed with yourself for doing so. He seemed to be the younger, as he was certainly the smaller, yet he took the lead, even in coming up the walk. Why had he not taken it in the deeper and more important matter? Was it because he did not love her? I was not present when Jacqueline greeted her guests and presented Mr. Roger Holt to her father, but later in the day I spent a half-hour with them, and saw enough to be able to satisfy myself as to the falsity of my last supposition. Never had I seen on a human countenance the evidences of a wilder passion than that which informed his features as he sat in the further window of the parlour, presumably engaged in admiring the autumn landscape, but really occupied in casting short, sidelong glances at Jacqueline, who sat listening with a superb nonchalance, but with a restless gleam in her wandering eye, to the genial talk between her acknowledged lover and the Colonel. I half feared he would rise from his seat, and flinging himself before her, demand then and there an explanation of her engagement. But beyond the impatience of those short, burning glances, he controlled himself well, and it was Jacqueline who moved at last. I saw the purpose growing in her eyes long before she stirred. The face, which had been a mystery to me from her cradle, was, in the presence of this man, like an open page which all might read. Its letters were flame, but that did not make them any less clear. I felt her swaying towards him before an eyelash trembled or a quiver shook her tall form. He may have understood her purpose also, for his eye wandered towards the open piano. She rose like a queen. "Mr. Roger Holt is a singer," said she, in passing her father. "I am going to ask him to give us one of the old ballads you profess to like so much." The conversation at once ceased. The Colonel, who made no secret of his fondness for music, turned at once towards the stranger, with an expression of great courtesy. Instantly that gentleman rose, and meeting the request of his hostess with a profound bow, proceeded at once to the piano. He will not leave it till he has spoken to her, thought I, nor did he, for that very moment, as they stood turning her music over, I perceived his lips move in a hurried question, to which she as briefly responded, whereupon he caught up a sheet of music from the pile, and flinging back his head with a victorious smile, began to sing. Had I known what lay behind his words, I would have braved everything, rather than have allowed him to utter a note in that room which had once rung with the carols of Jacqueline's mother. But what could I guess of the possible evil underlying the natural ebullition of unrestrained passion that from some cause of pride or pique had met with a strange inexplicable check? So I sat still, shuddering perhaps, but quiet in my corner, while the haunting tones of his strange and thrilling voice rose and fell in the most uncanny of Scottish love songs. Nor did I do more than wonder with all my agitated soul when at the conclusion Jacqueline came back, and pausing beside the man to whom she had given her troth, looked down in his beaming face and smiled with that overflow of delight which she dared not bestow upon his brother. Another little incident of that hour remains engraven upon my memory. She had been showing to the gentleman a rare plant that stood in the front parlour window, and was dilating upon its marvels, when Mr. Robert Holt, her accepted lover, took in his clasp the small white hand wandering so invitingly among the leaves of the huge palm, and glancing at the finger which should have worn his ring, looked inquiringly into her face. "Oh," said she, interrupting her little speech to draw away her hand, "you miss your diamond. I have it, sir. It lies very safe in my pocket. It is a beautiful gem, but your ring does not fit me." The way she said those words, and the air with which she tossed back her head, must have made one heart in that room beat joyously, but it did not reassure me or subdue my secret apprehension. "Not fit?" her lover responded, and begged her to allow him to try it on and see, but she shook her head with wilful coquetry, and turning to the piano, commenced singing a gay little song that was like silver bells shaken by a sudden and mighty tempest. Even the Colonel felt the change in his daughter, though he never guessed the cause, and came and went during the evening that followed, with certain odd sighs that made my heart ache with strange forebodings. Only her lover was unconscious, or if he felt the new and wayward force and fire in her manner, attributed it to his own presence and unspeakable devotion. Mr. Roger Holt, on the contrary, thoroughly understood it. Though he was strangely calm now as he had previously been alert and fiery, he never lost a gleam of her eye in his direction, or a turn of her form towards the chair where he sat. But the smile with which he contemplated her was not pleasant to me. It was informed with self-consciousness and a certain hard triumph that made it almost sinister. "She has given her hand to the true man," I mused, "wherever her heart may be. But had she given it? I began to doubt as I began to muse. With that uncontrollable will of hers, she was capable of anything. Did she intend to break with Robert, now that she had seen Roger? I detected no signs of it, beyond the evident delight they took in each other's presence. They were guilty of no further conversation of a secret or intimate character, and when, with the striking of the clock at 10, Mr. Robert Holt rose to leave, his brother followed without any demur, even preceding him in his departure, and limiting his farewell to a short brotherly pressure of Jacqueline's fair hand. But much may be conveyed in a pressure, or so I began to think as I heard the low laugh that rippled from Jacqueline's lips as she turned to go up to her room, and if I had been her mother— But that is not what you want to hear. Enough that I did not follow her, that I did not even acquaint Colonel Jaffa with my fears, that indeed I did nothing but lie awake, praying and asking what I ought to do. There had been so little said, there had been so little done, a word, a sentence between them, the interchange of a couple of songs, and what else that I could communicate to another? A week, 2 weeks passed, and her look of wilful happiness did not fly. She was flooded with notes from her accepted lover, whose handwriting I had learned by this time to distinguish, but not one, so far as I could learn, from any other source. Yet her feet tripped lightly through the house, and her form had a rich grace in its every movement that bespoke a mind settled in some deep joy or quiet determination. I felt the impenetrability of a secretly cherished hope whenever I looked at her. If I had not known to the contrary, I should have said that her prospective marriage had become to her a dream of unfathomable delight. Whence then came this rapture? Through what communication was born this secret hope? I could not guess. I could only watch and wait. Meanwhile, some random guesses at the truth had been made by the neighbours. Jacqueline had a lover. That lover was a gentleman. But the Colonel was critical. He had refused his consent, and the young people had parted. Such was the talk, begotten perhaps by the persistency with which Jacqueline remained in the house, and the almost severe look with which Colonel Jaffa trod the streets of his native village, which he soon felt would lose all their charm in the departure of his only child. I scarcely ventured out more than Jacqueline, for I have but little control over my feelings, and did not know what I would do if anyone should closely press me with questions. The unexpected discovery that our pretty young servant girl was in the habit of stealing into Jacqueline's room late at night was the first thing that startled me into asking whether or not my supposition was true, that Jacqueline received no messages from Mr. Robert Holt. And scarcely had I become certain that a clandestine correspondence was being carried on between them through the medium of this girl, than the climax came, and knowledge on my part, and secrecy on hers, availed no longer. It was a day in October. The stoves had been put up in the house, and seeing Jacqueline roaming about the halls, in a renewed fit of that strange restlessness which had affected her the day before Mr. Roger Holt's visit, I went into her room to light a fire, and make everything look cheerful before dusk. I found the atmosphere warm, and going to the stove, discovered that a fire had been already kindled there, but had gone out for want of fuel. I at once commenced to rake away the ashes, in order to make preparations for a new one, when I came upon several scraps of half-burned paper. Jacqueline had been burning letters. Do you blame me for picking out those scraps, and hastening with them to another room, when I tell you they were written in a marked and characteristic hand that bore little or no resemblance to that of her accepted lover, and that the words which flashed first upon my eye were those ominous ones of "my wife"? They were 3 in number, and while more or less discoloured and irregular, were still legible. Think, child, with what a thrill of horror and sharp motherly anguish I read such words as "love you. I would press you in my arms if you were plague-stricken. The least turn of your head makes my blood cringe as if a flame had touched me. I would follow you on my knees if you led me round the world. Let me see Robert take your hand again, and I will—" "Forget you? Do we forget the dagger that has struck us? I am another man since—" "I will have you if Robert goes mad and your father kills me. That I am burdened with a wife is nothing. What is a wife that I do not—" "You shall be my true wife, my—" "Tonight, then, be ready. I will wait for you at the gate. A little resolution on your part, and then—" I could read no further. The living, burning truth had forced itself upon me, that Jacqueline, our darling, our pride, the soul of our life, stood tottering upon the brink of a gulf horrible as the mouth of hell. For I never doubted for an instant what her answer would be to this entreaty. In all her past life, God pity us, there had been no tokens of that immovable hold on virtue that would save her in such an extremity as this. Nevertheless, to make all sure, I flew back to her room, and tearing open bureau drawers and closet doors, discovered that her prettiest things had been sent away. She was going then, and on that very night, and her father did not even know she was untrue to her betrothed lover. The horror of the situation was too much for me. I faltered as I left her room, her dainty, maidenly room, and actually crouched against the wall like a guilty thing, as I heard the sound of her voice singing some maddening strain in the parlours below. What should I do? Appeal to her, or warn her father of the frightful peril in which his honour and happiness stood? Alas, any appeal to her would be useless. In the glare of this awful revelation, I had come to a full comprehension of her nature. But her father was a man. He could command as well as entreat, could even force obedience if all other methods failed. To him then must I go, but I had rather have gone to the rack. He was so proud a man, had owned to such undeviating trust in his daughter's honour, as a Jaffa and his child. The blow would kill him, or daze him so he might better have been killed. My knees shook under me as I traversed the hall to his little study over the parlour, and when I came to the door, I rather fell against it than knocked, so great was my own anguish, and so deep my terror of his. He was a ready man, and he came to the door at once, but upon seeing me drew back as if his eye had fallen upon a phantom. "Hush," said I, scarcely knowing what I uttered, and going in, I closed the door and latched it firmly behind me. "I have come," said I, in a voice that made him start, "to ask you to save your daughter. She is in deadly peril. A strain of her song came in at that moment from the staircase. She was ascending to her room. He looked at me in a doubt of my sanity. "Not physical peril," I stammered, "but moral. She loves madly, unreasonably, and with a headlong passion that laughs at every obstacle, a man whom neither you nor heaven can look upon with aught but execration. Mrs. Hamlin." How well I remember his cool, calm voice, so deliberate in his impressive moments, so deliberate now, when perhaps she was donning hat and shawl for her elopement. "You are labouring under a great mistake. Instead of execrating Mr. Holt, I admire him most profoundly. Since the time has come for me to give up my daughter, I know of no one to whom I would rather surrender her." "But Mr. Holt is not the man," I cried, half wild in my fear and desperation. "Do you remember the gentleman who came with him on his last visit? He called him his brother, and he is, I believe, but—" The way he turned his grand white forehead towards me at that made every fibre in my being quiver. "Jacqueline does not love him," exclaimed he. How sharp his voice, how changed his eye! I shrank back, trembling as I bowed my head, thinking of the word yet to be said. "But he won't compare," he went on with a severe intonation. "Besides, her honour is engaged. You are dealing in fancies, Mrs. Hamlin." I tore out of my breast the scraps of paper which had enlightened me so horribly, and held them towards him, then bethought myself and drew back. "I have proof," said I. "But first I must tell you that Jacqueline is not as good a girl as you have thought her. She is not her mother's child in the qualities of love and honour. She is destined to bring a great woe upon your head. In her passion for this man, she has forgotten your trust in her, the incorruptibility of your name, the honour of your house. Be strong, sir, for God is about to smite you in your tenderest spot." Ah, with what pride he towered upon me, this white-haired, stately gentleman, before whom I had hitherto held my breath in admiring awe, towered upon me, though his face was ghostly pale, and his hand trembled like an aspen as he held it out. "Give me the papers you hold there," cried he. "Either you are gone mad, or else—" "Who wrote these lines?" he demanded, glancing down upon the hard, firm scrawl that blackened the bits of paper I had given him. "Mr. Roger Holt," I returned unhesitatingly. "I found those bits in Jacqueline's stove. Her clothes have been sent away, sir," I continued, as I saw his face grow fixed above the scraps he consulted. "Twilight is coming on, and Mr. Roger Holt is a married man." "What?" I never saw such a look flash from a human face as that which darted from his at that terrible moment. I thought he would have fallen, but he only dropped the papers out of his hand. "Heaven forgive us," murmured I, calmed by a sight of his misery into some semblance of self-control. "But we have never understood Jacqueline. She is not to be led, sir, by principles or duty. She loves this man, and love with her is a stormy wind, capable of sweeping her into any abyss of contumely or suffering. If you would save her, kill her love. The death of her lover would only transform her into a demon." He looked at me as if I had told him the world had come to an end. "My Jacqueline," he murmured in a low, incredulous voice of the tenderest yearning. "My Jacqueline." "Oh!" I shrieked, torn by my anguish for him, and the terror of her escaping while we were yet talking. God knows I had rather have died than contaminate her by such words as I have uttered. She is dear to me as my soul, dearer to me than my life. I have a mother's feeling for her, sir. If to fling myself headlong from that window would delay her feet from going down the stairs to meet her guilty lover, I would gladly do it. It is her danger makes me speak. Oh, sir, realize that danger, and hasten before she has taken the irrevocable step." He started like a man pricked by a sudden dart. "She is going— You believe she is going to meet him?" "I do," said I. He gave me a terrible look and started for the door. I hurriedly picked up the scraps that had fallen to the floor and rushed around by an inner passageway to my own little room, hiding my head and waiting as for the crash of a falling avalanche. Suddenly a cry rose in the hall. There are some sounds that lift you unconsciously to your feet. Dashing out of my room, I detected the face of the servant girl whom I have before mentioned, looking out of her door some distance down the corridor. Hastening towards her, I uttered some words about her being a busybody, and thrusting her inside her room, locked the door upon her. Then I hastened with what speed I might to the front of the house, and coming out upon the grand staircase, met a sight that shook me to the very soul. You have been up the stairs. You know how they branch off to left and right from the platform near the top. The left branch led in those days to Colonel Jaffr's room, the right to the apartments occupied by Jacqueline and myself. Coming upon them then, as I did from my side of the house, I found myself in full view of the opposite approach, and there on the topmost step I beheld Colonel Jaffr, standing in an attitude of awful denunciation. while halfway down the staircase I beheld the figure of Jacqueline, hindered in her gliding course towards the front door by the terrible "Stop!" whose echo had reached me in my room and caused me to rush, quaking and horrified, to this spot. I leaned back, sick and horror-stricken, against the wall. There was no mercy in his voice. He had awakened to a full realization of the situation, and the pride of the Jaffers had made him steel. "You are my child," he was saying. "I have loved you and do still. But proceed one step farther towards the man that awaits you at the gate, and the door that opens upon you shuts, never to open again." "Colonel!" I exclaimed, starting forward. But he heard me no more than he would a fly buzzing or a bird singing. "I desire it to shut. I have no wish to come back," issued from the set white lips of the girl beneath us. "There is no such charm for me in this humdrum house that I should wish to exchange life with the man I adore for its droning, spiritless existence." And she lifted her foot to proceed. "Jacqueline!" I shrieked, leaning forward in my turn, and holding her by my anguish, as I never believed she could be held by anything. "Think, child, think what you do. It is not life you are going to, but death. A man who can take a young girl from her father's house, from her lover's arms, from her mother's grave, from the shrine of all that is pure and holy, to dash her into a pit of all that is corrupt, loathsome, and deadly, is not one with whom you can live. You say you adore him. Can one adore falsehood, selfishness, and depravity? Does hypocrisy win love? Can the embraces of a serpent bring peace? Jacqueline, Jacqueline, you are yet pure. Come back to our love and our hearts before we die here in our shame at the head of the stairs where your mother was carried out to her grave." She trembled. I saw the hand that clutched the banister loosen its grip. She cast one quick look behind her, and her eyes flashed upon her father's face. It was set like a flint. "If you come back," cried he, leaning towards her, but not advancing a step from where he stood, "you must come back of your own free will. I will hold no creature prisoner in my house. I must trust you implicitly or not at all. Speak then, which shall it be?" And he raised his hand above his head with a supreme and awful gesture. "A father's blessing or a father's curse?" "A father's curse, then, since you command me to choose," rang out from her lips in a burst of uncontrollable passion. "I want no blessing that separates me from him." And she pointed towards the door with a look that, defiant as it was, spoke of a terrible love before which all our warnings and entreaties were but as empty air. "Curses then upon your head, slayer of a family's honour, a father's love, and a mother's memory. Curses upon you at home and abroad, in the joy of your first passion and in the agony of your last despair. May you live to look upon that door as the gateway to heaven and find it shut. May your children, if you are cursed with them, turn in your face as you are turning now in mine. May the lightning of heaven be your candle, and the blackness of death your daily food and your nightly drink." And with a look in which all the terrors he invoked seemed to crash downward from his reeling brain upon her shrinking, terror-crouched head, he gave one mighty gasp and fell back stricken to the floor. "God!" burst from her lips. and she rushed downwards to the door like a creature hunted to its quarry. I saw her white face gleam marble-like in the fading light that came in from the chinks about the door. I saw her trembling hand fumbling with the knob, and rousing from my stupor, called down to her with all the force of a breaking heart, "Jacqueline, beware!" She turned once more. There was something in my voice she could not withstand. "I do not hope to keep you," cried I, "but before you go, hear this. In the days to come, when the face that now beams upon you with such longing shall have learned to turn from you in weariness, if not distaste, when hunger, cold, contumely, and disease shall have blasted that fair brow and seared those soft cheeks, know that although a father can curse, a woman who loves like a mother can forgive. The father cries, 'Once go out of that door and it shuts upon you never to open.' Once come to that door, say I, pointing in the direction of the house's other entrance, and if I live and if I move, it shall open to you, were you as defiled and wretched and forsaken as Magdalene. Remember, each day at this hour will I watch for you, kneeling upon its threshold, in sickness or in health, in joy or in sorrow, in cold or in heat. The hour of 6 is sacred. Some one of them shall see you falling weeping on my breast." She gave me a quick stare out of her wide black eyes. Then a mocking smile curled her lips, and murmuring a short, "You rave," opened the door and rushed out into the falling dusk. With a resounding clang, like the noise of a stone rolled upon an open grave, the great door swung to, and I was left alone in that desolated house with my stricken master. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lone Watcher. Hark to the hurried question of despair, "Where is my child?" And echo answers, "Where?" Byron. Colonel Jaffa recovered from his shock, but was never the same man again. All that was genial, affectionate, and confiding in his nature had been turned as by a lightning stroke to all that was hard, bitter, and suspicious. He would not allow the name of Jacqueline to be spoken in his presence. He would listen to no allusion made to those days when she was the care and perplexity, but also the light and pleasure of the house. Men are not like women, my child. When they turn, it is at an angle. The whole direction of their nature changes. Perhaps the news that presently came to us from Boston may have had something to do with this. It was surely dreadful enough. Jacqueline's perfidy had slain her lover. Mr. Robert Holt, the cultured, noble, high-souled gentleman, had been found lying dead on the floor of his room a few days after the events I have just related, with a lady's diamond ring in his hand, and the remnants of a hastily burned letter in the grate before him. He had burst a blood vessel, and had expired instantly. This sudden and tragic ending of a man of energy and will was also the reason, perhaps, why Grotewell never arrived at the truth of Jacqueline's history. Boston was a long way from here in those days, and the story of her lover's death was not generally known, while the fact of her elopement was. Consequently, she was supposed to have fled with the man who had been seen to visit her most frequently, a report which neither the Colonel nor myself had the courage to deny. My child, you have a brow like snow, and a cheek like roses. You know little of life's sorrows, and little of life's sins. To you the skies are blue, the woods vernal, the air balmy. The sad looks upon men's and women's faces tell but shallow tales of the ceaseless grinding of grief in their pent-up souls. But you are gentle, and you have an imagination that goes beyond your experience. Perhaps if you pause and think, you can understand what a tale could be told of the weeks and months and years that now followed, without hint or whisper of the fate of her who had gone out from amongst us with the brand of her father's curse upon her brow. At first we hoped, yes, he hoped, I could see it in his eyes when there came a sudden ring at the bell, that some sign of her penitence, or some proof of her existence, would come to relieve the torture of our fears, if not the shame of our memories. But the door that closed upon her on that fatal eve had shut without an echo. While we vainly waited, time had ample leisure to carve the furrows of age as well as of suffering on the Colonel's once smooth brow, and to change my daily vigil into a custom of despair rather than of hope. Time had also leisure to rob us of much of our worldly goods, and to make our continued living in this grand old house an act that involved constant care and the closest economy. That we were enabled to preserve appearances to the day that beheld the Colonel laid low by the final stroke of his dread disease was only due to the secret charity of a certain gentleman, who, declaring he was indebted to us, secretly supplied me with means of support. But of all this you care little. You had rather hear about the evening watch with its hopeful assurance, yet another day and she will be here, to be followed so soon by the despairing acknowledgment, yet another day and she has not come, or of those dark hours when the Colonel lay blank and white upon his pillow, with his eyes fixed on the door which would never open to the beating of a daughter's heart, while the grey shadow of an awful resolution deepened upon his immovable face. What that resolution was I could not know, but I feared it when I saw what a sternness it gave to his eye, what a fixedness to his set and implacable lip. And when in the waning light of a certain December afternoon, the circle of neighbours about his bed gave way to the stiff and forbidding form of Mr. Phelps, I felt a thrill of mortal apprehension, and only waited to hear the short "It shall be done" of the lawyer to some slowly whispered command of the Colonel, to rise from my far-off corner and stand ready to accost Mr. Phelps as he came from the bedside of the dying man. "What is it?" I asked, rushing up to him as he issued forth into the hall, and seizing him by the arm with a woman's unreasoning impetuosity. "I have nursed his daughter on my knee. Tell me then what it is he has ordered you to do in this final moment." Mr. Phelps, for all his ungainly bearing, is not a hard-hearted man, as you know, and he doubtless saw the depth of the misery that made me forget myself. Giving me a look that was not without its touch of sarcasm, he replied, "The Colonel has made me promise to see that a plank is nailed across the front door of this house after his body has been carried out to burial." A board across the front door! His anger then was implacable. The withering curse that had rung in my ears for 10 years was to outlive his death. With a horrified groan, I pressed my hands over my eyes and rushed back. My first glimpse of the Colonel's face showed me that the end was at hand, but that fact only made more imperative my consuming desire to see that curse removed, even though it were done with his final breath. Drawing near his bedside, I leaned down, and waiting till his eye wandered to my face, asked him if there was nothing he wished amended before his strength failed. He understood me. We had not sat for so long, face to face across the chasm of a hideous memory, without knowing something of the workings of each other's mind. Glancing up at his wife's portrait, which ever faced him as he lay upon his pillow, his mouth grew severe, and he essayed to shake his head. I at once pointed to the portrait. "What will you say to her when she meets you on the borders of heaven?" I demanded with the courage of despair. "She will ask, 'Where is my child?' And what will you reply?" The fingers that lay upon the coverlid moved spasmodically. He eyed me with a steady, deepening stare, awful to meet, fearful to remember. I went on steadily. "She has gone out of this house with your curse. Tell me that if she comes back, she may be greeted with your forgiveness." Still that awful stare, which changed not. "I have watched and waited for her every day since her departure," I whispered, "and shall watch and wait for her every day until I die. Shall a stranger's love be greater than a father's?" This time his lips twitched, and the grey shadow shifted, but it did not rise. "I had sworn to do it," I went on, "when you lay there at the top of the stairs, smitten down by your first shock. I told her, come sickness, come health, I should keep a daily vigil at that door of the house which your severity had not closed upon her, and I have kept my word till now, and shall keep it to the end. What will you do for this miserable child, of whose being you are the author?" With indescribable anxiety, I paused and watched him, for his lips were moving. "Do for her," he repeated. How awful is the voice of the dying! I shivered as I listened, but drew near and nearer, that I might lose no word that came from his stony lips. "She will not come," gasped he, with an effort that raised him up in bed and deepened that horrible stare. But who shall say what he might have uttered if death's hand had delayed a single instant? But the inexorable shadow fell, and he never finished the sentence. "My child, these are frightful things for you to hear. God knows I would not assail your pure ears with a tale like this, if it were not for the help and sympathy I hope to gain from you. Sin is a hideous thing. The gulf it opens is wide and deep. Well may it be said to swallow those who trust themselves above its flower-hung brink. But we who are human owe something to humanity. Love stops not because of the gulf. Love follows the sinner with wilder and more heart-breaking longing, the deeper and deeper he sinks into the illimitable darkness. 10 years have passed since we laid the Colonel away in the burying place of all the Jaffers, and, dutiful to his last request, nailed up the front door of his speedily to be forsaken mansion. In all that time, my watch has remained unbroken in this house, which by will he had left to me, but which I secretly hold in trust for her. The hour of 6 has found me at my post, sometimes elate with hope, sometimes depressed with repeated disappointments, but whether hopeful or sad, always trustful that the great God, who himself so loved all sinners that he gave the life of his Son to rescue them, would ultimately grant me the desire of my heart. But The decrepitude of age is coming upon me, and each morning I leave my bed with growing fear lest my infirmities will increase until they finally overcome my resolution. Child, if this should happen, if, lying in my bed, I should some day hear that she had come back, and failing to find the lamp burning and the welcome ready, had gone away again. But the thought is madness. I cannot bear it. A sinner, lost, degraded, suffering, starving perhaps, is wandering this way. She is hardened and old in guilt. She has drunk the cup of life's passions and found them corrupting poison. All that was lovely and pure and good has withdrawn from her. She stands alone, shut off by her sin, like a wild thing in a circle of flame. What shall touch this soul? The preacher's voice has no charm for her. Good men's advice is but empty air. God's love must be mirrored in human love to strike an eye so unused to looking up. Where shall she find such love? It is all that can rescue her. Love as great as her sin, as boundless as her degradation, as persistent as her suffering. Child, I know what you are going to say, suddenly exclaimed Paula, rising up and confronting Mrs. Hamlin with a steady, high look of determination. In the day of your weakness or illness, you want someone to unlock the door and light the lamp. You have found her. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sunshine on the hills. If I speak to thee in friendship's name, thou think'st I speak too coldly. If I mention love's devoted flame, thou sayest I speak too boldly. Moore. The story told by Mrs. Hamlin had a great effect upon Paula, not only on account of its own interest and the promise it had elicited from her, but because of the remembrances it revived of Mr. Sylvester and her life in New York. Any vision of evil or suffering, any experience that roused the affections or awakened the sensibilities, could not fail to recall to her mind the forcible figure of Mr. Sylvester, as he stood that day by his own hearthstone, talking of the temptations that assail humanity. And any reminiscence of him must necessarily bring with it much that charmed and aroused. For a week, then, she felt the effect of a great unsettlement. Her village home appeared a prison. She longed to run, soar, anything to escape. The horizon was full of beckoning hands. A brooding melancholy settled upon her reveries. The prospect of a life spent in the narrow circle to which she had endeavoured to reaccustom herself became unendurable. Thus it is with us. We slide in a groove and seem happy, when suddenly a book we read, a story we hear, an experience we encounter, shakes us out of our content and makes continuance in the old course a violation of the most demanding instincts of our nature. In the full tide of this unrest, Paula went out for a solitary walk on the hills. Nature can soothe if she cannot satisfy. Then the day itself was one to make the soul glad and the heart rejoice. As the young girl trod the meadows, she wondered that she could be sad. Earth and air were so full of splendour. Nature seemed to be in league with the angels of light. September stood upon the earth like a goddess of might and glory. Every tint of green that variegated the mountainside wooed the eye with suggestions of unfathomable beauty. A bough of scarlet flame lit here and there amid the verdure served to illuminate the woods as for the passage of a king, and not Solomon in all his glory ever wore an aspect more sumptuous than the flowers that flecked the meadow and fringed the hardy roadside with imperial purple. A wind was blowing, a keen but kindly breeze, laden with sweetness, and alert to awaken Aeolian airs from the boughs of whistling beech and alder. Even the low field grasses seemed to partake in the general cheer, and nodded to each other with a witching and irresistible abandon. Had a poet been at her side, or anyone capable of divining the hidden things of nature, what a commentary to all their united thoughts she would have found in the delicious tremble of the laughing leaves, in the restless music of the runaway brooks, in the lowly crickets with their single song, in the cloud-haunting birds with their trailing melodies, and in all the roll and rumble of earth's commingled noises. Alluring as was the book of nature, she could not read it alone. She felt the lack of a loving hand to turn the page. "Is it that I am lonely?" she murmured. The thought deepened her trouble. Coming down from the hillside, she entered a skirting of woods that ran along by the river. Here she had always found peace and some of her richest treasures of thought. Through this opaline archway she had walked with her fancies, like St. Catherine with her lily. It was sacred to all that was sweet and deep and pure within her. "Lonely," she whispered. "I will not be lonely. To some, God gives years of happy companionship, to others but a day. Shall one complain because it has fallen to his portion to have the lesser share? I will remember my one day and be glad." My one day! She caught herself at the utterance, and literally started at the suggestion it offered. There was but one person whom she had seen but for a day. Could she have been thinking of him? With a flush deep as the autumn leaves she carried, she was hurrying on, when suddenly in the opening before her a shadow fell, and a mellow voice exclaimed in her ear, "Do I meet Miss Fairchild in her native woods?" It was Clarence Ensign. The surprise was very great, and it took her a moment to steady herself. She had felt so assured that she should never see him or any other of her New York friends again. Had not Cicely written that he had gone west, soon after her own departure from New York? With a deepening of his voice, Mr. Ensign repeated the question. At once the day seemed to acquire all it had hitherto lacked. Looking up, she met his eye fixed admiringly upon her, and all that was merry, lightsome, and gay within her leaped at once to the surface. Ignoring his question, with smiling abandon, she exclaimed, "What shall be done to the man who delights in surprises and startles timid maidens without a cause?" "He shall be held in captivity by the hand of his denouncer until he has sued for pardon and obtained her generous forgiveness," returned he, holding out his palm. She barely touched it with her own. "I see that your repentance is sincere, so your pardon shall be speedy," laughed she. "Your discrimination is at fault. I never felt more impenitent in my life. I am a hardened wretch, Miss Fairchild, a hardened wretch. But you do not ask me from what corner of the earth I have come. You take me too much for granted, like the chirrup of a squirrel, let me say, or the whistle of a bullfinch. But perhaps you think I inhabit these woods." "No, but a day like this is so full of miracles, why should we be astonished at one more? I suppose you came on the train, but should not be surprised to hear you started like Pluto from the earth. Anything seems possible in such a sunshine." "You are right, and I have sprung from the earth. I have been buried 5 mortal months in a lawsuit out west, or else I should have been here before. I hope my delay has made me none the less welcome." He was holding back a branch as he spoke, and his eyes were on a level with hers. She felt caught as in a net, and struggled vainly to keep down her colour. "No," said she, "welcome is a guest's due, whether he come early or late. I should be sorry to be lacking in the duties of a hostess, though my drawing-room is somewhat more spacious than cosy," she continued, looking around on the fields into which they had emerged, "and my facilities for bespeaking you welcome greater than my power to make you comfortable. Comfort is a satisfaction of the mind rather than of the body. I am not uncomfortable, Miss Fairchild." Then, as he stooped to relieve her of half her burden of trailing leaves and flowers, he exclaimed in a matter-of-fact tone, "Your aunt is a notable woman, Miss Fairchild. I admire her greatly." "What?" said she. "You have been to the cottage? You have seen Aunt Belinda?" "Of course," laughed he, "or how should I be here? You have been sent for, Miss Fairchild, and I am the humble bearer of your aunt's commands. But I forget, the practical has nothing to do with such a day. I am supposed to have sprung from the ground, and to know by instinct just in what nook you were hiding from the sunlight. Very well, I acknowledge that instinct is sometimes capable of going a great way." But this time her ready answer was lacking. She was wondering what her aunt would think of this sudden appearance of a stranger whose name she had never so much as mentioned. "It is a pleasant rest to stand and look at a view like that, after a summer of musty labour," said he, gazing up the river with a truly appreciative eye. "I do not wonder you carry the charm of the wild woods in your laugh and glance, if you have been brought up in the sight of such a view as that." "It has been my meat and drink from childhood," said she, and wondered why she wanted to say no more upon her favourite theme. "Yet you tell me you love the city." "Too much to ever again be happy here." It was a slip for which her cheek burned and her lids fell the moment after. She had been thinking of Mr. Sylvester, and unconsciously spake as she might have done if he had been at her side, instead of this genial-hearted young man. With a woman's instinctive desire to retrieve herself, she hurriedly continued, "Life is so full and large and deep in a great town, if you are only happy enough to meet those who are its blood and brain and sinew. One misses the rush of the great wheel of time in a spot like this. The world moves, but we do not feel it. It is like the quiet sweep of the stars over our heads. But in the city, days, weeks, and months make themselves felt. The universe jars under the feet of hurrying masses. The story of the world is being written on pavement, corridor, and dome, so that he who runs may read. One realizes he is alive. The unit is part of the multiple. To those who are tired, God gives the rest of the everlasting hills, but to those who are eager, he holds out the city, with its innumerable opportunities and incentives. And I am eager," she said. "The flower blooms on the mountain, and its perfume is sweet, but the chariot sings as it rushes, and the noise of its wheels is music in my ears." She paused, turned her face to the breeze, and seemed to forget she was not alone. Clarence Ensign eyed her with astonishment. He had never heard her speak like this. The earnest side of her great nature had never been turned towards him before, and he felt himself shrink into insignificance in its presence. What was he, that he should pluck a star from the heavens to buckle on his breast? Wealth and position were a match for beauty great as hers, and a kind heart current coin all the world over, for a gentle disposition and a loving nature. But for this, he turned away, and in his abstraction switched his foot with his cane. "Then it was in New York that I met Cicely," exclaimed Paula. He shook off his broodings, turned with a manful gesture, and met her sweet, unfathomable eye, so brilliant with enthusiasm a moment ago, but at this instant so softly deep and tender. "And the friendship of Miss Stuyvesant is a precious thing to you," said he. "Few things are more so," was her reply. He bit his lip, and his brow grew lighter. After all, great souls frequently cling to those of lesser calibre, provided they are true and unflawed. He would not be discouraged. But his tone, when he spoke, had acquired a reverence that did not lessen its music. "You are, then, one of the few women who believe in friendship?" "As I believe in heaven." Looking at her, he took off his hat. Her eye stole to his serious countenance. "Miss Stuyvesant is to be envied," said he. "Are friends so rare?" "Such friends are," said he. She gave him a bright little look. "Had you been with Miss Stuyvesant, and she had expressed herself as I have done, you would have said, 'Miss Fairchild is to be envied,' and you would have been nearer the truth than now. Cicely's friendship is to mine what an unbroken mirror is to a little racing brook. It reflects but one image, while mine—" She could not go on. How could she explain to this stranger that Cicely's heart was undivided in its regard, while hers owned allegiance to more than her bosom friend? "If I were with Miss Stuyvesant now," he declared, too absorbed in his own ideas to notice the break in hers, "I should still say, in face of this friendship, 'Miss Stuyvesant is to be envied.' I have no mind for more than one thought to-day," exclaimed he, with a look that made her tremble. There are some men who never know in what field to stay the current of their impetuosity. Clarence Ensign did. He said no more than this of all that was seething in his mind and heart. He felt that he must prove himself a man before he exercised a man's privilege. Besides, his temperament was mercurial, and never remained long under the bondage of a severe thought or an impressive tone of mind. He worshipped the lofty, but it was with tabor and cymbal and high-sounding lute. A climb over the stile at the foot of the hill was enough to restore him to himself. It was therefore with merry eyes and laughing lips that they approached the house and entered Miss Belinda's presence. There are some persons whose prerogative it is to carry sunshine with them wherever they go. Clarence Ensign was one of these. Without an effort, without any display of incongruous hilarity, he always succeeded by the mere joyousness of his own nature in calling forth all that was bright and enjoyable in others. When, therefore, they stepped into the quaint old-fashioned parlour, all prepared to receive them, Paula was not surprised to perceive it brighten, and her aunt's faces grow cheerful and smiling. Who could meet Clarence Ensign's laughing eye and not smile? What did astonish her, however, was the sight of an elegant basket of hothouse flowers perched on a table in the centre of the room. It made her pause and cast looks of inquiry at the demure countenance of Miss Abby, and the quietly satisfied expression of her more thoughtful aunt. "A remembrance from the city," said Mr. Ensign gracefully. I thought it might help to recall some happy hours to you." With a swelling of the heart which she could not understand, she leaned over the ample cluster of roses and heliotrope. She felt as though she could embrace them. They were more than flowers. They were the visible emblem of all she had missed, and for which she had longed these many months. "I seem to receive the whole in the part," said she. He may or may not have understood her, but he saw she was gratified, and that was sufficient. The afternoon flew by on wings of light. Miss Belinda, who was not accustomed to holidays, but who thoroughly appreciated them when they came, entered into the conversation with zest, while Miss Abby's unconscious expressions of pleasure were too naive not to add to, rather than detract from, the general enjoyment. The twilight, with its goodbye, came all too soon. "I have a request to make before I go," said Mr. Ensign. He was standing alone with Paula in the embrasure of the window, a few moments before his departure. "When we see a flower nodding on a ledge above our heads, we long for it. I have heard you talk of friendship, and a great desire has seized me. Miss Fairchild, will you be my friend?" She gave him a startled glance, that, however, soon settled into a mellow, radiant look of sympathy and pleasure. "That is asking for something which, if I hesitate to accord, it is because the word friend carries with it so much," said she, with a sweet seriousness that disarmed her words of any latent sting they might otherwise have contained. "I know it," he replied, "and I am very bold to ask it upon so slight an acquaintance. But life is short, and real treasure is so scarce. You will not deny me, Miss Fairchild?" Then, seeing her look down, hastily continued, "I have acquaintances by the score, friends who style themselves thus by the dozen, but no friend. I want one. I want you for that one. Will you be it? I shall be jealous, though, I warn you," he went on, with a cropping out of his mirthful nature. "I shall not be pleased to observe the circle widened indefinitely. I shall want my own place, and no one else in my place." "No one else can fill the place once given to a friend. Each one has his own niche." "And I am to have mine?" His look was firm, his eye steadfast. "Yes," she breathed. With a proud stooping of his head, he took her hand and kissed it. The action became him. He was tall and well made, and gallantry induced by feeling sat well upon him. In spite of herself, she thought of old-time stories of the Norse chivalry. He stood so radiant and bent so low. "I shall prize my friend at her queenly value," said he, and without more ado uttered his farewell and took his departure. "Paula?" The young girl started from a reverie which had held her for a long time enchained at that fast darkening window, and hastily looking up, perceived her Aunt Belinda standing before her, with her eye fixed upon her face, with a kind but searching glance. "Yes, Aunt. You have not told me who this Mr. Ensign is. In all the letters you wrote me, you did not mention his name, I think." "No, Aunt. The fact is, I did not meet him until a few days before I left, and then only for an evening, you might say." "Indeed, that one evening seems to have made its impression. Tell me something about him, Paula. His own countenance speaks for him better than I can, Aunt. He is good and he is kind, an honest young man who need fear the eye of no one. He is wealthy, I am informed, and the son of highly respected parents. He was first presented to me by Miss Stuyvesant, whose friend he is, afterwards by Mr. Sylvester. His coming here was a surprise to me." Miss Belinda's firm mouth, which had expanded at this dutiful response, twitched with a certain amused expression over this last announcement. Eyeing her niece with unrelenting inquiry, she pursued, "You have not been happy for the last few weeks, Paula. Our life seems narrow to you. You long to fly away to larger fields and more expansive skies." With a guilty droop of her head, Paula stole her hand into that of her aunt's. "I do not wonder," continued Miss Belinda, still watching the flushing cheek and slightly troubled mouth of the lovely girl before her. "I once breathed other air myself, and know well what charms lie beyond these mountains. In giving you up for a while, I gave you up forever, I fear." "No, no," whispered the young girl. "I am always yours wherever I go. Not that I am going away," she hastily murmured. Her aunt smiled and gently stroked her niece's hand. "When the time comes, I shall bid you Godspeed, Paula. I am no ogress to tie my dove's wings to her nest. Love and the home it provides are the natural lot of women. None feel it more than those who have missed both." "Aunt!" Paula was shocked and perplexed. A breaking wave, full of doubts and possibilities, seemed to dash over her at this suggestion. Young men of judgment and principle do not come so many miles to see a youthful maiden without a purpose, continued her aunt inexorably. "You know that, do you not, Paula?" "Yes, but the purpose may differ in different cases," returned the young girl hurriedly. "I would not like to believe that Mr. Ensign came here with the one you give him credit for. Not yet. You trouble me, aunt," pursued she, glancing tremulously about. "It is like opening a great door flooded with sunshine upon eyes scarcely strong enough to bear the glimmer sifting through its cracks. I feel humiliated and—" She did not finish. Perhaps her thought itself was incomplete. "If a light comes sifting through the cracks, I am satisfied," said her aunt, in a lighter tone than common, and she kissed her niece, and went smiling out of the room, murmuring to herself, "I have been over-fearful. Everything is coming right." There are moments when life's great mystery overpowers us, when the riddle of the soul flaunts itself before us unexplained, and we can do no more than stand and take the rush of the tide that comes sweeping down upon us. Paula was not the girl she was before she went to New York. Love was no longer a dreamy possibility, a hazy blending of the unknown and the fancied. Its tale had been too often breathed in her ear, its reality made too often apparent to her eye. But love to which she could listen was as new and fresh and strange as a world into which her foot had never ventured. That her aunt should point to a certain masculine form, no matter how attractive or interesting, and say, "Love and home are the lot of women," made her blood rush back on her heart like a stream from which a dam has been ruthlessly wrenched away. It was too wild, too sudden. A friend's name was so much easier to speak or to contemplate. She did not know what to do with her own heart, made to speak thus before its time. Its beatings choked her. Everything choked her. This was a worse imprisonment than the other. Looking round, her eye fell upon the flowers. Ah, was not their language expressive enough without this new suggestion? They seemed to lose something in this very gain. She liked them less, she thought, and yet her feet drew near and nearer, to where they stood, exhaling their very souls out in delicious perfume. "I am too young," came from Paula's lips. "I will not think of it," quickly followed. Yet the smile with which she bent over the fragrant blossoms had an ethereal beauty in it, which was not all unmixed with the light that never was on land or sea, the consecration and the poet's dream. "He has asked to be my friend," murmured she, as she slowly turned away. "It is enough. It must be enough." But the blossom she had stolen from the midst of the fragrant collection seemed to whisper a merry nay as it nodded against her hand, and afterwards gushed out its sweet life on her pure young breast. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mist in the Valley. The true beginning of our end. Midsummer Night's Dream. Mr. Ensign was not slow in developing his ideas of friendship. Though he did not venture upon repeating his visit too soon, scarcely a week passed without bringing to Paula a letter or some other testimonial of his increasing devotion. The blindest eye could not fail to remark whither he was tending. Even Paula was forced to acknowledge to herself that she was on the verge of a flowery incline that sooner or later would bring her up breathless against the dread alternative of a decided yes or no. Friendship is a wide portal, and sometimes admits love. Had it served her traitorously in this? Her aunt, who watched her with secret but lynx-eyed scrutiny, saw no reason to alter the first judgment of that mysterious "it is all coming right," with which she viewed the first symptoms of Paula's girlish appreciation of her lover. If eyes and lips could speak, Paula was happy. The mournful shadows, which of late had flitted with more or less persistency over her face, had vanished in a living smile, which, if not deep, was cloudlessly radiant, and her voice, when not used in speech, was rippling away in song, as glad as a finch's on the mountainside. Miss Belinda was therefore very much astonished when one day Paula burst into her presence, and flinging herself down on her knees, threw her arms about her waist, crying, "Take me away, dear aunt, I cannot, dare not stay here another day." "Paula, what do you mean?" exclaimed Miss Belinda, holding her back and endeavouring to look into her face. But the young girl gently resisted. "I have just had a letter from Cicely," she returned in a low and muffled voice. "She has seen Mr. Sylvester, and says he looks both wan and ill. He told her, too, that he was lonely, and I know what that means. He wants his child. The time has come for me to go back. He said it would, and that I would know when it came. Take me, aunt, take me to Mr. Sylvester." Miss Belinda, to whom self-control was one of the cardinal virtues, leaned back in her chair and contemplated the eager, tear-stained face that was now raised to hers with silent scrutiny. "Paula," said she at last, "is that your only reason for desiring to return to New York?" A flush, delicate as it was fleeting, swept over the dew of Paula's cheek. She rose to her feet and met her aunt's eye with a look of gentle dignity. "No," said she, "I wish to test myself. Birds that are prisoned will caress any hand that offers them freedom. I wish to see if the lure holds good when my wings are in mid-heaven." There was a dreamy cadence to her voice as she uttered that last phrase that startled her aunt. "Paula," exclaimed she, "Paula, don't you know your own heart?" "Who does?" returned Paula. Then, in a sudden rush of emotion, threw herself once more at her aunt's side, saying, "It is in order to know it that I ask you to take me away." And Miss Belinda, as she smoothed back her darling's locks, was obliged to acknowledge to herself that time has a way of opening, in the stream of life, unforeseen channels to whose current we perforce must yield, or else hopelessly strand upon the shoals. End of chapter 29. Book 4 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. From A to Z. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Miss Belinda presents Mr. Sylvester with a Christmas gift. For oh, the hobby horse is forgot. Hamlet. It was a clear winter evening. Mr. Sylvester sat in his library, musing before a bright coal fire, whose superabundant heat and blaze seemed to make the loneliness of the great empty room more apparent. He had just said to himself that it was Christmas Eve, and that he, of all men in the world, had the least reason to realize it, when the doorbell rang. He was expecting Bertram, whose advancement to the position of cashier, in place of Mr. Wheelock, now thoroughly broken down in health, had that day been fully determined upon in a late meeting of the board of directors. He therefore did not disturb himself. It was consequently a startling surprise when a deep, pleasant voice uttered from the threshold of the door, "I have brought you a Christmas present." And looking up, he saw Miss Belinda standing before him, with Paula at her side. "My child!" was his involuntary exclamation, and before the young girl knew it, she was folded against his breast with a passionate fervour that, more than words, convinced her of the depth of the sacrifice which had held them separate for so long. "My darling, my little Paula!" She felt her heart stand still. Gently disengaging herself, she looked in his face. She found it thin and wan, but lit by such a pleasure she could not keep back her smile. "You are glad, then, of your little Christmas present?" said she. He smiled and shook his head. He had no words with which to express a joy like this. Miss Belinda, meanwhile, stood with a set expression on her face that, to one who did not know her, would immediately have proclaimed her to be an ogress of the very worst type. Not a glance did she give to the unusual splendour about her. Not a wavering of her eye betokened that she was in any way conscious that she had just stepped from the threshold of a very humble cottage into a home little short of a palace in size and the splendour of its appointments. All her attention was concentrated on the two faces before her. "The ride on the cars has made Paula feverish," cried she, in sharp, clear tones that rang with unexpected brusqueness through the curtained alcoves of that lordly apartment. They both started at this sudden introduction of the prosaic into the hush of their happy meeting, but, remembering themselves, drew Miss Belinda forward to the fire and made her welcome in this house of many memories. It was a strange moment to Paula when she first turned to go up those stairs, down which she had come in such grief 8 months or more ago. She found herself lingering on its well-remembered steps, and the first sight of the rich bronze image at the top struck her with a sense of the old-time pleasure that was not unlinked with the old-time dread. But the aspect of her little room calmed her. It was just as she had left it. Not an article had been changed. "It is as if I had gone out one door and come in another," she whispered. All the months that had intervened seemed to float away. She felt this even more when, upon again descending, she found Bertram in the library. His frank and interesting face had always been pleasant to her, but in the joy of her return it shone upon her with almost the attraction of a brother's. "I am at home again," she kept whispering to herself. "I am at home." Miss Belinda was engrossed in conversation with Bertram, so that Paula was left free to take her old place by Mr. Sylvester's side, where she sat with such an aspect of contentment that her beauty was half forgotten in her happiness. "You remembered me, then, sometimes in the little cottage in Grotewell?" asked he, after a silent contemplation of her countenance. "I was not forgotten when you left the city streets." She answered with a bright little shake of her head, but she was inwardly wondering as she looked at his strong and picturesque face, with its nobly carved features and melancholy smile, if he had been absent from her thoughts for so much as a moment in all these dreary months of separation. "I did not believe you would forget," he gently pursued, "but I scarcely dared hope you would lighten my fireside with your face again. It is such a dismal one, and youth is so linked to brightness." The flush that crossed her cheek startled him into sudden silence. She recovered herself and slowly shook her head. "It is not a dismal one to me. I always feel brighter and better when I sit beside it. I have missed your counsel," she said. "Brightness is nothing without depth." His eyes, which had been fixed on her face, turned slowly away. He seemed to hold an instant's communion with himself. Suddenly he said, "And depth is worse than nothing without it mirrors the skies. It is not from shadowed pools such bright young lips should drink, but from the waves of an inexhaustible sea, smote upon by all the winds and sunshine of heaven." In another moment, however, he was all cheerfulness. "You have brought me a Christmas present," cried he, "and we must make it a Christmas holiday indeed. Here is the beginning," and with one of his old grave smiles, he handed Bertram a little note which had been awaiting him on the library table. "But Paula and Miss Belinda must have their pleasure too. Paula, are you too tired for a ride downtown? I will show you New York on a Christmas Eve," continued he to Miss Walton, seeing that Paula's attention was absorbed by the expression of sudden and moving surprise which had visited Bertram's face upon the perusal of his note. "It is a stirring sight. Nothing more cheering can be found the wide world over for those who have a home and children to make happy." "I certainly should enjoy a glimpse of holiday cheer," assented Miss Belinda, and Paula, recalled to herself by the sound of her aunt's voice, gaily re-echoed her assertion. So Samuel was dispatched for a carriage, and in a few minutes they were all riding down Fifth Avenue, en route for Tiffany's, Macy's, and any other store that might offer special attractions. It was a happy company. As they rolled along, Paula felt her heart grow lighter and lighter. Mr. Sylvester was almost gay, while even Aunt Belinda condescended to be merry. Bertram alone was silent, but as Paula caught short glimpses of his face while speeding past some illuminated corner, she felt that it was that silence which is the perfectest herald of joy. "I shall make you get out and mix with the crowd," said Mr. Sylvester. "I want you to feel the throb of the great heart of the city on such a night as this. It is as if all men were brothers, or fathers, I should say. People that ordinarily pass each other without a sign, nod and smile with pleasing recognition of the evening's cheer. Grave and reverend seniors are not ashamed to be seen carrying packages by the dozen. Indeed, he who is most laden is considered the best fellow, and he who is so unfortunate as to show nothing but empty arms feels shy, if not ashamed, a condition of mind into which I shall soon fall myself, if we do not presently reach our destination." Paula never forgot that night. As from the midst of our commonplace memories, some 1 hour stands out distinct and strange, like a sweet foreigner in a crowd of village faces, so to Paula this ride through the lighted streets, with the ensuing rush from store to store, piloted by Bertram and Miss Belinda, and protected by Mr. Sylvester, was her one weird glimpse into the Arabian Nights country. Why, she could not have told. Why, she did not stop to think. She had been to all these places before, but never with such a heart as this, never, never with such an overflowing heart as this. "I have washed away my reproach," cried Mr. Sylvester, coming out to the carriage with his arms full of bundles. "Aunt Belinda is to blame for this. She set the example, you see." And with a merry laugh, he tossed one thing after another into Paula's lap, reserving only one small package for himself. "I scarcely know what I have bought," said he. "I shall be as much surprised as anyone when you come to undo the bundles." "A pretty thing," was all I waited to hear from the shop girls. "There is a small printing press for one thing," cried Paula merrily. "I saw the man at Holton's eye you with a certain sort of shrewd humour, and hastily do it up. You paid for it, probably thinking it one of the pretty things. We shall have to make it over to Bertram, as being the only one amongst us who by any stretch of imagination can be said to be near enough the age of boyhood to enjoy it." "I do not know about that," cried Bertram, with a ringing, infectious laugh. "My imagination has been luring me into believing that I am not the only boy in this crowd." And so they went on, toying with their new-found joy as with a plaything, and hard would it have been to tell in which of those voices rang the deeper contentment. The opening of the packages on the library table afforded another season of merriment. Such treasures as came to light! A roll of black silk, which could only have been meant for Miss Belinda. A casket of fretted silver, just large enough to hold Paula's gloves. A scarf ring, to which no one but Bertram could lay claim. A bundle of confections, a pair of diamond-studded bracelets, a scarf of delicate lace, articles for the desk, and knick-knacks for the toilet table, and last, but not least, in weight at least, the honest little printing press. "Oh, I never dreamed of this," said Paula, "when we chose Christmas Eve for our journey." "Nor would you have done right to stay away if you had," returned Mr. Sylvester gaily. But when the sport was all over, and Paula stood alone with Mr. Sylvester in the library, awaiting his last good night, the deeper influences of this holy time made themselves felt, and it was with an air of gentle seriousness he told her that it had been a happy Christmas Eve to him. "And to me," returned Paula. Bertram, too, seemed very happy. Would it be too inquisitive in me to ask what good news the little note contained to work such wonders? A smile, such as was seldom seen on Mr. Sylvester's face of late, flashed brightly over it. "It was only a card of invitation to dinner," said he, "but it came from Mr. Stuyvesant, and that to Bertram means a great deal." The surprise in Paula's eyes made him smile again. "Will it be a great shock to you if I tell you that the name of the woman for whom Bertram made the sacrifice of his art was Cicely Stuyvesant?" "Cicely? My Cicely?" Her astonishment was great, but it was also happy. "Oh, I never dreamed. Ah, now I see," she went on naively. "That is the reason she refrained from coming to this house. She was afraid of meeting him. But to think I should never have guessed it, and she my dearest friend. Oh, I am very happy. I admire Bertram so much, and it is such a beautiful secret. And Mr. Stuyvesant has invited him to his house. I do not wonder you felt like making the evening a gala one. Mr. Stuyvesant would not do that if he were not learning to appreciate Bertram. No, there is method in all that Mr. Stuyvesant does. More than that, if I am not mistaken, he has known this beautiful secret, as you call it, from the first, and would be the last to receive Bertram as a guest to his table, if he did not mean him the best and truest encouragement. I believe you are right, said Paula. I remember now that one day when I was spending the afternoon with Cicely, he came into the room where I was, and finding me for the moment alone, sat down, and in his quaint old-fashioned manner asked me in the most abrupt way what I thought of Bertram Sylvester. I was surprised, but told him I considered him one of the noblest young men I knew, adding that if a fine mind, a kind heart, and a pure life were open to regard, Bertram had the right to claim the esteem of all his friends and associates. The old gentleman looked at me somewhat curiously, but nodded his head as if pleased, and merely remarking, "It is not necessary to mention we had this conversation, my dear," got up and proceeded slowly from the room. I thought it was simply a not unnatural curiosity concerning a young man with whom he had more or less business connection. But now I perceive it had a deeper significance. He could scarcely have found a more zealous little advocate for Bertram if he had hunted the city over. Bertram may be more obliged to you than he knows. He has been very patient, but the day of his happiness is approaching. And Cicely's! I feel as if I could scarcely wait to see her with this new hope in her eyes. She has kept me without the door of her suspense, but she must let me across the threshold of her happiness. The look with which Mr. Sylvester eyed the fair girl's radiant face deepened. "Paula," said he, "can you leave these new thoughts for a moment to hear a request I have to make?" She at once turned to him with her most self-forgetful smile. "I have been making myself a little present," pursued he, slowly taking out of his pocket the single package he had reserved from the rest. "Open it, dear." With fingers that unconsciously trembled, she hastily undid the package. A little box rolled out. Taking off its cover, she took out a plain gold locket of the style usually worn by gentlemen on their watch chains. "Fasten it on for me," said he. Wondering at his tone, which was almost solemn, she quietly did his bidding. But when she essayed to lift her head upon the completion of her task, he gently laid his hand upon her brow, and so stood for a moment without a word. "What is it?" she asked, with a sudden indrawing of her breath. "What moves you so, Mr. Sylvester?" "I have just taken a vow," said he. She started back, agitated and trembling. "I had reason to," he murmured, "pray at nights when you go to bed, that I may be able to keep it." "What?" sprang to her lips, but she restrained herself and only allowed her glance to speak. "Will you do it, Paula?" "Yes, oh yes!" Her whole heart seemed to rush out in the phrase. She drew back as at the opening of a door in an unexpected spot. Her eye had something of fear in it, and something of secret desperation too. He watched her with a gaze that strangely faltered. "A woman's prayers are a man's best safeguard," murmured he. "He must be a wretch who does not feel himself surrounded by a sacred halo, while he knows that pure lips are breathing his name in love and trust before the throne of the Most High." "I will pray for you as for myself," she whispered, and endeavoured to meet his eyes, but her head drooped, and she did not speak as she would have done a few months before. And when, a few instants later, they parted in their old fashion at the foot of the stairs, she did not turn to give him the accustomed smile and nod with which she used to mount the stairs, spiral by spiral, and disappear in her little room above. Yet he did not grieve at the change, but stood looking up the way she had gone, like a man before whom some vision of unexpected promise had opened. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A question. Think on thy sins. Othello. The next morning, when Mr. Sylvester came down to breakfast, he found on the library table an exquisite casket, similar to the one he had given Paula the night before, but larger, and filled with flowers of the most delicious odour. "For Miss Fairchild," explained Samuel, who was at that moment passing through the room. With a pang of jealous surprise, that, however, failed to betray itself in his steadily composed countenance, Mr. Sylvester advanced to the side of the table, and lifted up the card that hung attached to the beautiful present. The name he read there seemed to startle him. He moved away, and took up his paper with a dark flush on his brow that had not disappeared when Miss Belinda entered the room. "Hm!" was her immediate exclamation, as her eye rested upon the conspicuous offering in the centre of the apartment, but instantly remembering herself, advanced with a cheerful good morning, which, however, did not prevent her eyes from wandering with no small satisfaction towards this fresh evidence of Mr. Ensign's assiduous regard. "Paula is remembered by others than ourselves," remarked Mr. Sylvester, probably observing her glance. "Yes, she has a very attentive suitor in Mr. Ensign," returned Miss Belinda shortly. "A pleasant-appearing young man," she ejaculated next moment. "Worthy in many respects of success, I should say." "Has he? Do you mean to say that he has visited you in Grotewell?" asked Mr. Sylvester, his eye upon the paper in his hand. "Certainly. A few more interviews will settle it." The paper rustled in Mr. Sylvester's grasp, but his voice was composed, if not formal, as he observed, "She regards his attentions, then, with favour? She wears his flowers in her bosom, and brightens like a flower herself when he is seen to approach. If allowed to go her way unhindered, I have but little doubt as to how it will end. Mr. Ensign is not handsome, but I am told that he has every other qualification likely to make a gentle creature like Paula happy." "He is a good fellow," exclaimed Mr. Sylvester under his breath. "And goodness is the first essential in the character of the man who is to marry Paula," inexorably observed Miss Belinda. "An open, cheerful disposition, a clear conscience, and a past with no dark pages in its history, must mark him who is to link unto his fate our pure and sensitive Paula. Is it not so, Mr. Sylvester?" The advertisements in that morning's Tribune must have been unusually interesting, judging from the difficulty which Mr. Sylvester experienced in withdrawing his eyes from them. "The man whom Paula marries," said he at last, "can neither be too good, too kind, or too pure, nor shall any other than a good, kind, and pure man possess her," he added in a tone that, while low, effectually hushed even the slow-to-be-intimidated Miss Belinda. In another moment Paula entered. Oh, the morning freshness of some faces! Like the singing of birds in a prison is the sound and sight of a lovely maiden coming into the grim grey atmosphere of a winter breakfast-room. Paula was exceptionally gifted with this auroral cheer which starts the day so brightly. At sight of her face, Mr. Sylvester dropped his paper, and even Miss Belinda straightened herself more energetically. "Merry Christmas!" cried her sweet young voice, and immediately the whole day seemed to grow glad with promise, and gaysome with ringing sleigh bells. "It's snowing. Did you know it? A world of life is in the air. The flakes dance as they come down, like dervishes in a frenzy. It was all we lacked to make the day complete. Now we have everything." "Yes," said Miss Belinda, with a significant glance at the table. "Everything." Paula followed her glance, saw the silver box with its wealth of blossoms, and faltered back with a quick look at Mr. Sylvester's grave and watchful countenance. "Mr. Ensign seems to be possessed of clairvoyance," observed Miss Belinda easily. "How he could know that you were to be in town today, I cannot imagine." "I wrote him in my last letter that in all probability I should spend the holidays with Mr. Sylvester," explained Paula simply, but with a slow and deepening flush that left the roses she contemplated nothing of which to boast. "I did so because he proposed to visit Grotewell on Christmas." There was a short silence in the room. Then Mr. Sylvester rose, and remarking with polite composure, "It is a very pretty remembrance," led the way into the dining-room. Paula, with a slow drooping of her head, quickly followed, while Miss Belinda brought up the rear, with the look of a successful diplomat. A meal in the Sylvester mansion was always a formal affair, but this was more than formal. A vague oppression seemed to fill the air, an oppression which Miss Belinda's stirring conversation found it impossible to dissipate. In compliance to Mr. Sylvester's request, she sat at the head of the table, and was the only one who seemed able to eat anything. For one thing, she had never seen Ona in that post of honour, but Paula and Mr. Sylvester could not forget the graceful form that once occupied that seat. The first meal above a grave, no matter how long it has been dug, must ever seem weighted with more or less unreality. Besides, with Paula there was a vague, unsettled feeling, as if some delicate inner balance had been too rudely shaken. She longed to fly away and think, and she was obliged to sit still and talk. The end of the meal was a relief to all parties. Miss Belinda went upstairs, thoughtfully shaking her firm head. Mr. Sylvester sat down again to his paper, and Paula advanced towards the dainty gift that awaited her inspection on the library table. But halfway to it she paused. A strange shyness had seized her. With Mr. Sylvester sitting there, she dared not approach this delicate testimonial of another's affection. She did not know as she wished to. Her eyes stole in hesitation to the floor. Suddenly Mr. Sylvester spoke. "Why do you not look at your pretty present, Paula?" She started, gave him a quick glance, and advanced hurriedly towards the table. But scarcely had she reached it when she paused, turned, and hastened over to his side. He was still reading, or appearing to read, but she saw his hand tremble where it grasped the sheet, though his face, with its clear-cut profile, shone calm and cold against the dark background of the wall beyond. "I do not care to look at it now," said she, with a hurried interlacing of her restless fingers. He turned towards her, and a quick thrill passed over his countenance. "Sit down, Paula," said he. "I want to talk to you." She obeyed, as might an automaton. Was it the tone of his voice that chilled her, or the studied aspect of his fixed and solemn countenance? He did not speak at once, but when he did, there was no faltering in his voice that was lower than common, but deep, like still waters that have run into dark channels far from the light of day. "Paula, I want to ask you a question. What would you think of a man that, with deliberate selfishness, went into the king's garden, and plucking up by the roots the most beautiful flower he could find there, carried it into a dungeon to pant out its exquisite life amid chill and darkness? I should think, replied she, after the first startled moment of silence, that the man did well, if by its one breath of sweetness the flower could comfort the heart of him who sat in the dungeon. The glance with which Mr. Sylvester regarded her suddenly faltered. He turned with quickness towards the fire. A moment's joy is, then, excuse for a murder, exclaimed he. God and the angels would not agree with you, Paula. There was a quivering in his tone, made all the more apparent by its studied self-possession of a moment before. She trembled where she sat, and opened her lips to speak, but closed them again, awed by his steady and abstracted gaze, now fixed before him in gloomy reverie. A moment passed. The clock, ticking away on the mantelpiece, seemed to echo the inevitable "forever, never" of Longfellow's old song. Neither of them moved. At length, in a low and trembling voice, Paula spoke. "Is it murder, when the flower loves the dark of the dungeon more than it does the light of day?" With a subdued but passionate cry, he rose hastily to his feet. "Yes," said he, and drew back as if he could not bear the sight of her face or the glance of her eye. Sunshine is the breath of flowers, sweet wooing gales their natural atmosphere. He who meddles with a treasure so choice does it at his peril. Then, as she hurriedly rose in turn, softened his whole tone, and assuming his usual air of kindly fatherhood, asked her in the most natural way in the world what he could do to make her happy that day. "Nothing," replied she, with a droop of her head. "I think I will go and see Cicely." A short sigh escaped him. "The carriage shall be ready for you," said he. "I hope your friend's happiness will overflow into your own gentle bosom, and make the day a very pleasant one. God bless your young, sweet heart, my Paula." Her breast heaved, her large, dark, mellow eyes flashed with one quick glance towards his face. Then she drew back, and in another moment left his side, and quietly glided from the room. His very life seemed to go with her, yet he did not stir, but he sighed deeply when, upon turning towards the library table, he found that she had carried away with her the silent testimonial of another and more fortunate man's love and devotion. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Full tide. A skirmish of wit between them. Much ado about nothing. Man thinks he is strong, and lays his foundations, raises his walls, and dreams of his completed turrets, without reckoning the force of the gales, or the insidious inundating of the waters that may bring low the mounting structure before its time. When, with a firm hand, Mr. Sylvester thrust back from his heart the one delight which of all the world could afford seemed to him at that moment the dearest and the best, he thought the struggle was over, and the victory won. It had not even commenced. He was made startlingly alive to this fact at the very next interview he had with Paula. She had just come from Miss Stuyvesant, and the reflection of her friend's scarcely comprehended joy was on her countenance, together with a look he could not comprehend, but which stirred and haunted him, until he felt forced to ask if she had seen any other of her old friends in the short visit she had paid. "Yes," said she, with a distressed blush, "Mr. Ensign was unexpectedly there." It is comparatively easy to restrain your own hand from snatching at a treasure you greatly covet, but it is much more difficult to behold another and a lesser one grasp and carry it away before your eyes. He succeeded in hiding the shadow that oppressed him, but he was constrained to recognize the sharpness of the conflict that was about to be waged in the recesses of his own breast. A conflict because he knew that a lift of his finger or a glance of his eye would decide the matter then, while in a week perhaps the glamour of a young sunshiny love would have worked its inevitable result, and the happiness that had so unexpectedly startled upon him in his monotonous and sombre path would have wandered forever out of his reach. How did he meet its unexpected rush? Sternly at first, but with greater and greater wavering as the days went by, each one revealing fresh beauties of character and deeper springs of feeling in the enchanting girl thus brought in all her varied charm before his eyes. Why should he not be happy? If there were dark pages in his life, had they not long ago been closed and sealed? And was not the future bright with promise? A man of his years was not through with life. He felt at times, as he gazed upon her face with its indescribable power of awakening far-reaching thoughts and feelings in callous breasts long unused to the holy influence of either, that he had just begun to live, that the golden country with its enticing vistas lay all before him, and that the youth which he had missed had somehow returned to his prime, fresh with more than its usual enthusiasm, and bright with more than its wonted hopes and projects. With this glorious woman at his side, life would be new indeed, and if new, why not pure and sweet and noble? What was there to hinder him from making the existence of this sweet soul a walking amongst gentle duties, satisfied dreams, and holy aspirations? A past remorse? Why, the gates could be closed on that. A strain of innate weakness for the world's good opinion and applause? Ah, with love in his life, such a weakness must disappear. Besides, had he not taken a vow on her dear head that ought to hedge him about as with angels' wings in the hour of temptation? Men with his experience do not invoke the protection of innocence to guard a degraded soul. Why then all this hesitation? A great boon was being offered to him after years of loneliness and immeasurable longing. Was it not the will of heaven that he should meet and enjoy this unexpected grace? He dared to stop and ask, and once daring to ask, the insidious waters found their way beneath the foundations of his resolution, and the lofty structure he had reared in such self-confidence began to tremble where it stood, though as yet it betrayed no visible sign of weakness. Meanwhile, society, with its innumerable demands, had drawn the beautiful young girl within its controlling grasp. She must go here, she must go there, she must lend her talents to this, her beauty to that. Before she had decided whether she ought to remain in the city a week, 2 had flown by, and in all this time Mr. Ensign had been ever at her side, brightening in her own despite hours which might else have been sad, and surrounding her difficult path with proofs of his silent and wary devotion. A golden net seemed to be closing around her, and though as yet she had given no token of a special recognition of her position, Miss Belinda betrayed by the uniform complacence of her demeanour that she, for one, regarded the matter as effectually settled. The success which Bertram had met in his first visit at Mr. Stuyvesant's was not the least agitating factor in this fortnight's secret history. He was too much a part of the home life at Mr. Sylvester's not to make the lightest thrill of his frank and sensitive nature felt by all who invaded its precincts. And he was in a state of repressed expectancy at this time that unconsciously created an atmosphere about him of vague but restless excitement. The hearts of all who encountered his look of concentrated delight must unconsciously beat with his. A strain sweeter than his old-time music was in his voice. When he played upon the piano, which was but seldom, it was as if he breathed out his soul before the holy images. When he walked, he seemed to tread on air. His every glance was a question as to whether this great joy, for which he had so long and patiently waited, was to be his. Love, living and apotheosized, appeared to blaze before them, and no one can look on love without feeling somewhere in his soul the stir of those deep waters, whose pulsing throb, even in the darkness of midnight, proves that we are the children of God. Cicely was uncommunicative, but her face, when Paula beheld it, was like the glowing countenance of some sculptured saint, from which the veil is slowly being withdrawn. Suddenly there came an evening when the force of the spell that held all these various hearts enchained gave way. It was the night of a private entertainment of great elegance, to be held at the house of a friend of Miss Stuyvesant. Bertram had received formal permission from the father of Cicely to act as his daughter's escort, and the fact had transformed him from a hopeful dreamer into a man determined to speak and know his fate at once. Paula was engaged to take part in the entertainment, and the sight of her daintily decked figure leaving the house with Mr. Ensign was the last drop in the slowly gathering tide that was secretly swelling in Mr. Sylvester's breast, and it was with a sudden outrush of his whole determined nature that he stepped upstairs, dressed himself in evening attire, and deliberately followed them to the place where they were going. "The wealth of the Indies is slipping from my grasp," was his passionate exclamation as he rode through the lighted streets. "I cannot see it go. If she can care more for me than for this sleek, merry-hearted young fellow, she shall. I know that my love is to his what the mighty ocean is to a placid lake, and with such love one ought to be panoplied as with resisting steel." A stream of light and music met him as he went up the stoop of the house that held his treasure. It seemed to intoxicate him. Glow, melody, and perfume were so many expressions of Paula. His friends, of whom there were many present, received him with tokens of respect, not unmingled with surprise. It was the first time he had been seen in public since his wife's death, and they could not but remark upon the cheerfulness of his bearing, and the almost exalted expression of his proud and restless eye. Had Paula accompanied him, they might have understood his emotion, but with the beautiful girl under the care of one of the most eligible gentlemen in town, what could have happened to Mr. Sylvester to make his once melancholy countenance blazon like a star amid this joyous and merrily laughing throng? He did not enlighten them, but moved from group to group, searching for Paula. Suddenly the thought flashed upon him, "Is it only an hour or so since I smiled upon her in my own hall, and shook my head when she asked me with a quick pleading look to come with them to this very spot?" It seemed days since that time. The rush of these new thoughts, the final making up of this slowly maturing purpose, the sudden allowing of his heart to regard her as a woman to be won, had carried the past away as by the sweep of a mountain torrent. He could not believe he had ever known a moment of hesitancy, ever looked at her as a father, ever bid her go on her way and leave the prisoner to his fate. He must always have felt like this. Such momentum could not have been gathered in an hour. She must know that he loved her wildly, deeply, sacredly, wholly, with the fibre of his mind, his body, and his soul, that to call her his in life and in death was the one demanding passion of his existence, making the past a dream and the future, he dared not question that. He must behold her face before he could even speculate upon the realities lying behind fate's down-drawn curtain. Meanwhile, fair faces and lovely forms flitted before him, carrying his glance along in their train, but only because youth was a symbol of Paula. If these fresh young girls could smile and look back upon him with that lingering glance which his presence ever invoked, why not she, who was not only sweet, tender, and lovely, but gifted with a nature that responded to the deep things of life and the stern passions of potent humanity? Could a merry laugh lure her while he stood by? Was the sunshine the natural atmosphere of this flower that had bloomed under his eye so sweetly and shed out its innocent fragrance at the approach of his solemn pacing foot? He began to mirror before his mind's eye the startled look of happy wonder with which she would greet his impassioned glance when released from whatever duties might be now pressing upon her. She wandered into these rooms to find him awaiting her, when suddenly there was a stir in the throng, a pleased and excited rush, and the large curtain which he had vaguely noticed hanging at one end of the room uplifted, and was it Paula, this coy, brilliant, saucy-eyed Florentine maiden, stepping out from a bower of greenery with finger on her lip and a backward glance of saucy defiance that seemed to people the verdant walks behind her with gallant cavaliers eager to follow upon her footsteps? Yes, he could not be mistaken. There was but one face like that in the world. It was Paula, but Paula with youth's merriest glamour upon her, a glamour that had caught its radiant light from other thoughts than those in which he had been engaged. He bowed his head, and a shudder went through him, like that which precedes the falling knife of the executioner. Even the applause that greeted the revelation of so much loveliness and alluring charm passed over him like a dream. He was battling with his first recognition of the possibility of his being too late. Suddenly her voice was heard. She was speaking aloud to herself, this Florentine maiden who had outstripped her lover in the garden, but the tone was the same he had heard beside his own hearthstone, and the archness that accompanied it had frequently met and encouraged some cheerful expression of his own. These are the words she uttered. Listen with him to the naive, half-tender, half-pettish voice, and mark with his eyes the alternate lights and shadows that flit across her cheek as she broodingly murmurs, "He is certainly a most notable gallant. His 'Good day, lady,' and his 'Good even to you,' are flavoured with the cream of perfectest courtesy. But gallantry, while it sits well upon a man, does not make him one, any more than a feather makes the cap it adorns. For a Tuscan he hath also a certain comeliness, but then I have ever sworn, in good faith too, that I would not marry a Tuscan were he the best made man in Italy. Then there is his glance, which proclaims to all men's understandings that he loves me, which same seems over-bold. But then his smile. Well, for a smile, it certainly does credit to his wit, but one cannot live upon smiles. though if one could, one might consent to make a trial of his, and starve belike for her pains. She drops her cheek into her hand, and stands musing. Mr. Sylvester drew a deep breath, and let his eyes fall, when suddenly a hum ran through the audience about him, and looking quickly up, he beheld Mr. Ensign, dressed in full cavalier costume, standing behind the musing maiden, with a half-merry, half-tender gleam upon his face, that made the thickly beating heart of his rival shrink as if clutched in an iron vice. What followed, he heard as we do the words of a sentence, read to us from the judge's seat. The cavalier spoke first, and 1,000 dancing colours seemed to flash in the merry banter that followed. Martino. She muses, and on no other than myself, as I am ready to swear by that coy and tremulous glance. I will move her to avow it. Advances. Fair lady, greeting, a kiss for your sweet thoughts. Nita, with a start. A kiss, Signor Martino? You must acknowledge that were but a sorry exchange for thoughts like mine. So if it please you, I will keep my thoughts, and you your kiss, and lest it should seem ungracious in me to give nothing upon your asking, I will bestow upon you my most choice good day, and so leave you to your meditations. Curtsies, and is about to depart. Martino. You have the true generosity, lady. You give away what it costs you the dearest to part from. Nay, rumple not your lip. It is the truth, for all your pretty poutings. Convince me it is not. Nita. You'll pardon, but that would take words, and words would take time, and time given to one of your persuasion would refute all my arguments on the face of them. Still retreating. Martino. Well, lady, since it is your pleasure to be consistent rather than happy, adieu. Had you stayed but as long as the bee pauses on an oleander blossom, you would have heard Nita. Buzzing, signor? Martino. Yes, if by that word you would denominate vows of constancy and devotion, for I do greatly love you, and would tell you so. Nita. And for that you expect me to linger, as though vows were new to my ears, and words of love as strange to my understanding as tropical birds to the eyes of a Norseman. Martino. If you do love me, you will linger. Nita. Yet, if I do, slowly advancing, be assured it is from some other motive than love. Martino. So it be not from hate, I am contented. Nita. To be contented with little proves you a man of much virtue. Martino. When I have you, I am contented with much. Nita. That when is a wise insertion, signor. It saves you from shame and me from anger. Hark, someone calls. Martino. None other but the wind. It is a kindly breeze, and grieves to hear how harsh a pretty maiden can be to the lover who adores her. Nita. Please, your worship, I do not own a lover. Martino. Then mend your poverty and accept one. Nita. I am no beggar to accept of alms. Martino. In this case, he who offers is the beggar. Nita. I am too young to wear a jewel of so much pretension. Martino. Time is a cure for youth, and marriage a happy speeder of time. Nita. But youth needs no cure, and if marriage speedeth time, I'll live a maid and die one. The days run swift enough without goading, Signor Martino. Martino. But, lady. Nita. Nay, your tongue will outstrip time, if you put not a curb upon it. In faith, signor, I would not seem rude, but if in your courtesy you would consent to woo some other maiden to-day, why I would strive and bear it. Martino. When I stoop to woo any other lady than thee, the moon shall hide its face from the earth, and shine upon it no more. Nita. Your thoughts are daring in their flight today. Martino. They are in search of your love. Nita. Alack, your wings will fail. Martino. Aye, when they reach their goal. Nita. Dost think to reach it? Martino. Shall I not, lady? Nita. 'Tis hard to believe it possible, yet who can tell? You are not so handsome, signor, that one would die for you. Martino. No, lady, but what goes to make other men's faces fair goes to make my heart great. The virtue of my manhood rests in the fact that I love you. Nita. Faith, so in some others. 'Tis the common fault of the gallants, I find. If that is all. Martino. But I will always love you, even unto death. Nita. I doubt it not, so death comes soon enough. Martino taps his poniard with his hand. Would you have it come now, and so prove me true to my word? Nita demurely. I am no judge to utter the doom that your presumption merits. Martino. Your looks speak doom, and your sweet lips hide a sword keener than that of justice. Nita. Have you tried them, signor, that you speak so knowingly concerning them? Retreating. Your words, methinks, are somewhat like your kisses, all breath and no substance. Martino. Lady, sweet one, follows her. Nita. Nay, I am gone. Exit. Martino. I were of the fool's fold, did I fail to follow at a beck so gentle. Exit. That was not all, but it was all that Mr. Sylvester heard. Hastily retreating, he went out into the corridor, and ere long found himself in the conservatory. He felt shaken, felt that he could not face all this unmoved. He knew he had been gazing at a play, that because this Florentine maiden looked at her lover with coyness, gentleness, tenderness perhaps, it did not follow that she, his Paula, loved the real man behind this dashing cavalier. But the possibility was there, and in his present frame of mind could not be encountered without pain. He dared not stay where men's eyes could follow him, or women's delicate glances note the heaving of his chest. He had in the last 3 hours given himself over so completely to hope. He realized it now, though he would not have believed it before. With man's usual egotism, he had felt that it was only necessary for him to come to a decision, to behold all else fall out according to his mind. He had forgotten for the nonce the power of a youthful lover, eager to serve, ready to wait, careful to press his way at every advantage. He could have cursed himself for the folly of his delay as he strode up and down among the flowering shrubs in the solitude which the attractions of the play created. Fool, fool, he muttered between his teeth, to halt on the threshold of paradise till the door closed in my face, when a step would have carried me where... He grew dizzy as he contemplated. The goal looks never so fair as when just within reach of a rival's hand. A vigorous clapping, followed by a low gush of music, woke him at last to the realization that the little drama had terminated. With a hasty movement he was about to return to the parlours, when he heard the low murmur of voices, and on looking up saw a youthful couple advancing into the conservatory, whom at first glance he recognized for Bertram and Miss Stuyvesant. They were absorbed in each other, and believing themselves alone, came on without fear, presenting such a picture of love and deep unspeakable joy that Mr. Sylvester paused and gazed upon them as upon the sudden embodiment of a cherished vision of his own imaginings. Bertram was speaking ordinary words, no doubt, words suited to the occasion and the time, but his voice was attuned to the beatings of his long-repressed heart, while the bend of his proud young head and the glance of his yearning eye were more eloquent than speech, of the leaning of his whole nature in love and protection towards the dainty, flushing creature at his side. It was a sight to make old hearts young, and a less happy lover sick with envy. In spite of his gratification at his nephew's success, Mr. Sylvester's brow contracted, and it was with difficulty he could subdue himself into the appearance of calm benevolence necessary to pass them with propriety. Had it been Paula and Mr. Ensign? He did not know how it was that he managed to find her at last, but just as he was beginning to realize that wisdom demanded his departure from this scene, he suddenly came upon her, sitting with her face turned toward the crowd, and waiting for whom? He had never seen her look so beautiful, possibly because he had never before allowed himself to gaze upon her with a lover's eyes. She had exchanged her piquant Roman costume for the pearl-grey satin in which Ona had delighted to array her, and its rich substance and delicate neutral tint harmonized well with the amber brocade of the curtain against which she sat. Power, passion, and purity breathed in her look, and lent enchantment to her form. She was poetry's unique jewel, and at this moment thought rather than merriment sat upon her lips, and haunted her somewhat tremulous smiles. He approached her as a priest to his shrine, but once at her side, once in view of her first startled blush, stooped passionately, and forgetting everything but the suspense at his heart, asked with a look and tone such as he had never before bestowed upon her, if the play which he had seen that evening had been real, or only the baseless fabric of a dream. She understood him, and drew back with a look almost of awe, shaking her head, and replying in a startled way, "I do not know, I dare not say, I scarcely have taken time to think." "Then take it," he murmured, in a voice that shook her body and soul, "for I must know, if he does not." And without venturing another word, or supplying by look or gesture any explanation of his unexpected appearance, or as equally unexpected departure, he bowed before her as if she had been a queen instead of the child he had been wont in other days to regard her, and speedily left her side. But he had not taken 2 steps before he paused. Mr. Ensign was approaching. "Mr. Sylvester, you are worse than the old woman of the tale, who, declaring she would not, that nothing could ever induce her to, did." "You utter a deeper truth than you realize," returned that gentleman, with a grave emphasis meant rather for her ears than his. "It is the curse of mortals to overrate their strength in the face of great temptations. I am no exception to the rule." And with a second bow that included this apparently triumphant lover within its dignified sweep, he calmly proceeded upon his way, and in a few moments had left the house. Mr. Ensign, who for all his careless disposition was quick to recognize depths in others, stared after his commanding figure until he had disappeared, then turned and looked at Paula. Why did his heart sink, and the lights and joy and promise of the evening seem to turn dark and shrivel to nothing before his eyes? End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 letters. I have no other but a woman's reason. I think him so, because I think him so. 2 Gentlemen of Verona. A woman who has submitted to the undivided attentions of a gentleman for any length of time feels herself more or less bound to him, whether any special words of devotion have passed between them or not, particularly if, from sensitiveness of nature, she has manifested any pleasure in his society. Paula therefore felt as if her wings had been caught in a snare, when Mr. Ensign, upon leaving her that evening, put a small note in her hand, saying that he would do himself the pleasure of calling for his reply the next day. She did not need to open it. She knew intuitively the manly, honest words with which he would be likely to offer his heart and life for her acceptance. Yet she did open it almost as soon as she reached her room, sitting down in her outside wraps for the purpose. She was not disappointed. Every line was earnest, ardent, and respectful. A true love and a happy, cheerful home awaited her if, the stupendous meaning latent in an if. With folded hands lying across the white page, with glance fixed on the fire always kept burning brightly in the grate, she sat querying her own soul and the awful future. He was such a charming companion. Life had flashed and glimmered with 1,000 lights and colours since she knew him. His very laugh made her want to sing. With him she would move in sunshiny paths, open to the regard of all the world, giving and receiving good. Life would need no veils and love no check. A placid stream would bear her on through fields of smiling verdure. Dread hopes, strange fears, uneasy doubts, and vague unrests would not disturb the heart that rested its faith upon his frank and manly bosom. A breeze blew through his life that would sweep all such evils from the path of her who walked in trust and love by his side. In trust and love. Ah, that was it. She trusted him, but did she love him? At one time she had been convinced that she did, else these past few weeks would have owned a different history. He came upon her so brightly amid her gloom, filled her days with such genial thoughts, and drew the surface of her soul so unconsciously after him. It was like a zephyr sweeping over the sea. Every billow that leaps to follow seems to own the power of that passing wind. But could she think so now, since she had found that the mere voice and look of another man had power to awaken depths such as she could not name, and scarcely as yet had been able to recognize? That though the billows might flow under the genial smile of her young lover, the tide rose only at the call of a deeper voice and a more imposing presence. She was a thinking spirit, and recoiled from yielding too readily to any passing impulse. Love was a sacrament in her eyes, something entirely too precious to be accepted in counterfeit. She must know the secret of her inclinations, must weigh the influence that swayed her, for once given over to earth's sublimest passion, she felt that it would have power to sweep her on to an eternity of bliss or suffering. She therefore forced herself to probe deep into the past, and pitilessly asked her conscience what her emotions had been in reference to Mr. Sylvester, before she positively knew that love for her as a woman had taken the place of his former fatherly regard. Her blushing cheek seemed to answer for her. Right or wrong, her life had never been complete away from his presence. She was lonesome and unsatisfied. When Mr. Ensign came, she thought her previous unrest was explained, but the letter from Cicely, describing Mr. Sylvester as sick and sorrowful, had withdrawn the veil from the delusion, and though it had settled again with Mr. Sylvester's studied refusal to accept her devotion, was by this evening's betrayal utterly wrenched away and trampled into oblivion. By every wild throb of her heart at the sound of his voice in her ear, by every outreaching of her soul to enter into his every mood, by the deep sensation of rest she felt in his presence, and the uneasy longing that absorbed her in his absence, she knew that she loved Mr. Sylvester as she never could his younger, blither, and perhaps nobler rival. Each word spoken by him lay treasured in her heart of hearts. When she thought of manly beauty, his face and figure started upon her from the surrounding shadows, making all romance possible and poetry the truest expression of the human soul. While she lived, he must ever seem the man of men to charm the eye, affect the heart, and move the soul. Yet she hesitated. Why? There is nothing so hard to acknowledge to ourselves as the presence of a blemish in the character of those we love and long to revere. It was like giving herself to the rack to drag from its hiding place and confront in all its hideous deformity the doubt which, unconfessed perhaps, had of late mingled with her great reverence and admiring affection for this not easily to be comprehended man. But in this momentous hour she had power to do it. Conscience and self-respect demanded that the image before which she was ready to bow with such abandon should be worthy her worship. She was not one who could carry offerings to a clouded shrine. She must see the glory shining from between the cherubim. I must worship with my spirit as well as with my body, and how can I do that if there is a spot on his manhood or a false note in his heart? If I did but know the secret of his past, why the prisoner sits in the dungeon. He is gentle, he is kindly, he loves goodness, and strives to lead me in the paths of purity and wisdom. And yet something that is not good or pure clings to him, which he has never been able to shake loose. I perceive it in his melancholy glance. I catch its accents in his uneven tones. It rises upon me from his most thoughtful words, and makes his taking of a vow fearfully and warningly significant. Yet how much he is honoured by his fellow men, and with what reliance they look up to him for guidance and support. If I only knew the secrets of his heart, thought she. It was a trembling scale that hung balancing in that young girl's hand that night. On one side, frankness, cheerfulness, manly worth, honest devotion, and a home with every adjunct of peace and prosperity. On the other, love, gratitude, longing, admiration, and a dark shadow enveloping all called doubt. The scale would not adjust itself. It tore her heart to turn from Mr. Sylvester. It troubled her conscience to dismiss the thought of Mr. Ensign. The question was yet undecided when she rose and began putting away her ornaments for the night. What was there on her dressing table that made her pause with such a start and cast that look of half-beseeching inquiry at her own image in the glass? Only another envelope with her name written upon it. But the way in which she took it in her hand, and the half-guilty air with which she stole back with it to the fire, would have satisfied any looker-on, I imagine, that conscience or no conscience, debate or no debate, the writer of these lines had gained a hold upon her heart which no other could dispute. It was a compactly written note, and ran thus: "A man is not always responsible for what he does in moments of great suspense or agitation. But if, upon reflection, he finds that he has spoken harshly or acted unwisely, it is his duty to remedy his fault, and therefore it is that I write you this little note. Paula, I love you, not as I once did, with a fatherly longing and a protective delight, but passionately, yearningly, and entirely, with the whole force of my somewhat disappointed life, as a man loves for whom the world has dissolved, leaving but one creature in it, and that a woman. I showed you this too plainly tonight. I have no right to startle or intimidate your sweet soul into any relation that might hereafter curb or dissatisfy you. If you can love me freely, with no back-lookings to any younger lover left behind, know that naught you could bestow can ever equal the world of love and feeling which I long to lavish upon you from my heart of hearts. But if another has already won upon your affections too much for you to give an undivided response to my appeal, then by all the purity and innocence of your nature, forget I have ever marred the past or disturbed the present by any word warmer than that of a father. I shall not meet you at breakfast, and possibly not at dinner tomorrow, but when evening comes, I shall look for my soul's dearer and better half, or my childless manhood's nearest and most cherished friend, as God pleaseth, and your own heart and conscience shall decree. Edward Sylvester. Miss Belinda was very much surprised to be awakened early the next morning by a pair of loving arms clasped yearningly about her neck. Looking up, she descried Paula kneeling beside her bed in the faint morning light, her cheeks burning and her eyelids drooping, and guessing perhaps how it was, started up from her recumbent position with an energy strongly suggestive of the charger that smells the battle afar off. "What has happened?" she asked. "You look as if you had not slept a wink." For reply, Paula pulled aside the curtain at the head of her bed, and slipped into her hand Mr. Ensign's letter. Miss Belinda read it conscientiously through, with many grunts of approval, and having finished it, laid it down with a significant nod, after which she turned and surveyed Paula with keen but cautious scrutiny. "And you don't know what answer to give?" she asked. "I should," said Paula, "if... Oh, Aunt, you know what stands in my way. I have seen it in your eyes for some time. There is someone else." "But he has not spoken," vigorously ejaculated her aunt. Without answering, Paula put into her hand, with a slow reluctance she had not manifested before, a second little note, and then hid her head amid the bedclothes, waiting with quickly beating heart for what her aunt might say. She did not seem in haste to speak, but when she did, her words came with a quick sigh that echoed very drearily in the young girl's anxious ears. "You have been placed by this in a somewhat painful position. I sympathize with you, my child. It is very hard to give denial to a benefactor." Paula's head drew nearer to her aunt's breast. Her arms crept round her neck. "But must I?" she breathed. Miss Belinda knitted her brows with great force, and stared severely at the wall opposite. "I am sorry there is any question about it," she replied. Paula started up and looked at her with sudden determination. "Aunt," said she, "what is your objection to Mr. Sylvester?" Miss Belinda shook her head, and pushing the girl gently away, hurriedly arose and began dressing with great rapidity. Not until she was entirely prepared for breakfast did she draw Paula to her and prepare to answer her question. "My objection to him is that I do not thoroughly understand him. I am afraid of the skeleton in the closet, Paula. I never feel at ease when I am with him, much as I admire his conversation and appreciate the undoubtedly noble instincts of his heart. His brow is not open enough to satisfy an eye which has accustomed itself to the study of human nature." "He has had many sorrows," Paula faintly exclaimed, stricken by this echo of her own doubts. "Yes," returned her aunt, "and sorrow bows the head and darkens the eye, but it does not make the glance wavering or its expression mysterious." "Some sorrows might," urged Paula tremulously, arguing as much with her own doubts as with those of her aunt. "His have been of no ordinary nature. I have never told you, aunt, but there were circumstances attending Cousin Ona's death that made it especially harrowing. He had a stormy interview with her the very morning she was killed. Words passed between them, and he left her with a look that was almost desperate. When he next saw her, she lay lifeless and inert before him. I sometimes think that the shadow that fell upon him at that hour will never pass away." "Do you know what was the subject of their disagreement?" asked Miss Belinda anxiously. "No, but I have reason to believe it had something to do with business affairs, as nothing else could ever arouse Cousin Ona into being at all disagreeable. I don't like that phrase, business affairs. Like charity, it covers entirely too much. Have you never had any doubts yourself about Mr. Sylvester?" "Ah, you touch me to the quick, aunt. I may have had my doubts, but when I look back on the past, I cannot see as they have any very substantial foundation. Supposing, aunt, that he has been merely unfortunate, and I should live to find that I had discarded one whose heart was darkened by nothing but sorrow, I should never forgive myself, nor could life yield me any recompense that would make amends for a sacrifice so unnecessary." "You love him, then, very dearly, Paula?" A sudden light fell on the young girl's face. "Hearts cannot tell their love," said she, "but since I received this letter from him, it has seemed as if my life hung balancing on the question as to whether he is worthy of a woman's homage. If he is not, I would give my life to have him so. The world is only dear to me now as it holds him." Miss Belinda picked up Mr. Ensign's letter with trembling fingers. "I thought you were safe when the younger man came to woo," said she. "Girls, as a rule, prefer what is bright to what is sombre, and Mr. Ensign is truly a very agreeable as well as worthy young man." "Yes, aunt, and he came very near stealing my heart, as he undoubtedly did my fancy, but a stronger hand snatched it away, and now I do not know what to do or how to act, so as to awaken in the future no remorse or vain regrets." Miss Belinda opened the letters again, and consulted their contents in a matter-of-fact way. "Mr. Ensign proposes to come this afternoon for his answer, while Mr. Sylvester defers seeing you till evening. What if I seek Mr. Sylvester this morning, and have a little conversation with him, which shall determine, for once and all, the question which so troubles us? Would you not find it easier to meet Mr. Ensign when he comes?" "You talk to Mr. Sylvester, and upon such a topic! Oh, I could not bear that. Pardon me, aunt, but I think I am more jealous of his feelings than of my own. If his secret can be learned in a half-hour's talk, it must be listened to by no one but myself. And I believe it can," she murmured reverently. "He is so tender of me, he would never let me go blindfold into any path concerning which I had once expressed anxiety. If I ask him whether there is any good reason before God or man why I should not give him my entire faith and homage, he will answer honestly, though it be the destruction of his hopes to do so. Have you such trust as that in his uprightness as a lover and the guardian of your happiness? Have not you, aunt?" And Miss Belinda, remembering his words on the occasion of his first proposal to adopt Paula, was forced to acknowledge that she had. So, without further preliminaries, it was agreed upon that Paula should refrain from making a final decision until she had eased her heart by an interview with Mr. Sylvester. "Meantime, you can request Mr. Ensign to wait another day for his answer," said Miss Belinda. But Paula, with a look of astonishment, shook her head. "Is it you who would counsel me to such a piece of coquetry as that?" said she. "No, dear aunt. My heart is not with Mr. Ensign, as you know, and it is impossible for me to encourage him. If Mr. Sylvester should prove unworthy of my affection, I must bear, as best I may, the loss which must accrue. But till he does, let me not dishonour my womanhood by allowing hope to enter, even for a passing moment, the breast of his rival." Miss Belinda blushed, and drew her niece fondly towards her. "You are right," said she, "and my great desire for your happiness has led me into error. Honesty is the noblest adjunct of all true love, and must never be sacrificed to considerations of selfish expediency. The refusal which you contemplate bestowing upon Mr. Ensign must be forwarded to him at once." And with a final embrace, in which Miss Belinda allowed herself to let fall some few natural tears of disappointment, she dismissed the young girl to her task. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paula makes her choice. Good fortune, then, to make me blessed or cursed among men. Merchant of Venice. It was evening in the Sylvester mansion. Mr. Sylvester, who, according to his understanding with Paula, had been absent from his home all day, had just come in, and now stood in his library, waiting for the coming footfall that should decide whether the future held for him any promise of joy. He had never looked more worthy of a woman's regard than he did that night. A matter that had been troubling him for some time had just been satisfactorily disposed of, and not a shadow, so far as he knew, lay upon his business outlook. This naturally brightened his cheek, and lent a light to his eye. Then hope is no mean beautifier, and this he possessed, notwithstanding the disparity of years between himself and Paula. It was not, however, of sufficiently assured a nature to prevent him from starting at every sound from above, and flushing with quite a disagreeable sense of betrayal when the door opened and Bertram entered the room, instead of the gentle and exquisite being he had expected. "Uncle, I am so full of happiness, I had to stop and bestow a portion of it upon you. Do you think anyone could mistake the nature of Miss Stuyvesant's feelings, who saw her last night?" "Hardly," was the smiling reply. "At all events, I have not felt like wasting much but pleasant sympathy upon you. Your pathway to happiness looks secure, my boy." His nephew gave him a wistful glance, but hid his thought, whatever it was. "I am going to see her tonight," remarked he. "I am afraid my love is something like a torrent that has once burst its barrier. It cannot rest until it has worked its channel and won its rightful repose." "That is something the way with all love," returned his uncle. "It may be dallied with while asleep, but once aroused, better meet a lion in his fury or a tempest in its rush. Are you going to test your hope tonight?" The young man flushed. "I cannot say," but in another moment gaily added, "I only know that I am prepared for any emergency." "Well, my boy, I wish you Godspeed. If ever a man has won a right to happiness, you are that man, and you shall enjoy it too, if any word or action of mine can serve to advance it." "Thank you," replied Bertram, and with a bright look around the apartment, prepared to take his leave. "When I come back," he remarked, with a touch of that manly naivety to which I have before alluded, "I hope I shall not find you alone." Ignoring this wish, which was re-echoed somewhat too deeply within his own breast for light expression, Mr. Sylvester accompanied his nephew to the front door. "Let us see what kind of a night it is," observed he, stepping out upon the stoop. "It is going to rain." "So it is," returned Bertram, with a quick glance overhead. "But I shall not let such a little fuss as that deter me from fulfilling my engagement." And bestowing a hasty nod upon his uncle, he bounded down the step. Instantly, a man who was loitering along the walk in front of the house stopped, as if struck by these simple words, turned, gave Bertram a quick look, and then with a sly glance back at the open door, where Mr. Sylvester still stood gazing at the lowering heavens, set himself cautiously to follow him. Mr. Sylvester, who was too much preoccupied to observe this suspicious action, remained for a moment contemplating the sky. Then, with an aimless glance down the avenue, during which his eye undoubtedly fell upon Bertram and the creeping shadow of a man behind him, closed the door and returned to the library. The sight of another's joy has the tendency to either unduly depress the spirits or greatly to elate them. When Paula came into the room a few minutes later, it was to find Mr. Sylvester awaiting her with an expression that was almost radiant. It made her duty seem doubly hard, and she came forward with the slow step of one who goes to meet or carry doom. He saw, and instantly the light died out of his face, leaving it one blank of despair. But controlling himself, he took her cold hand in his, and looking down upon her with a tender but veiled regard, asked in those low and tremulous tones that exerted such an influence upon her, "Do I see before me my affectionate and much to be cherished child, or that still dearer object of love and worship, which it shall be the delight of my life to render truly and deeply happy?" "You see," returned she, after a moment of silent emotion, "a girl without father or brother to advise her, who loves, or believes she does, a great and noble man, but who is smitten with fear also, she cannot tell why, and trembles to take a step to which no loving and devoted friend has set the seal of his approval. The clasp with which Mr. Sylvester held her hand in his tightened for an instant with irrepressible emotion, then slowly unloosed. Drawing back, he surveyed her with eyes that slowly filled with a bitter comprehension of her meaning. "You are the only man," continued she, with a glance of humble entreaty, "that has ever stood to me for a moment in the light of a relation. You have been a father to me in days gone by, and to you it therefore seems most natural for me to appeal when a question comes up that either puzzles or distresses me. Mr. Sylvester, you have offered me your love and the refuge of your home. If you say that in your judgment the counsel of all true friends would be for me to accept this love, then my hand is yours, and with it my heart, a heart that only hesitates because it would fain be sure it has the smile of heaven upon its every prompting." "Paula!" The voice was so strange, she looked up to see if it really was Mr. Sylvester who spoke. He had sunk back into a chair, and had covered his face with his hands. With a cry she moved towards him, but he motioned her back. "Condemned to be my own executioner," he muttered, "placed on the rack, and bid to turn the wheel that shall wrench my own sinews. My God, 'tis hard." She did not hear the words, but she saw the action. Slowly the blood left her cheek, and her hand fell upon her swelling breast with a despairing gesture that would have smitten Miss Belinda to the heart could she have seen it. "I have asked too much," she whispered. With a start, Mr. Sylvester rose. "Paula," said he, in a stern and different tone, "is this fear of which you speak the offspring of your own instincts, or has it been engendered in your breast by the words of another?" "My Aunt Belinda is in my confidence, if it is she to whom you allude," rejoined she, meeting his glance fully and bravely. "But from no lips but yours could any words proceed capable of affecting my estimate of you as the one best qualified to make me happy." "Then it is my words alone that have awakened this doubt, this apprehension?" "I have not spoken of doubt," said she, but her eyelids fell. "No, thank God!" he passionately exclaimed. "And yet you feel it," he went on more composedly. "I have studied your face too long and closely not to understand it." She put out her hands in appeal, but for once it passed unheeded. "Paula," said he, "you must tell me just what that doubt is. I must know what is passing in your mind. You say you love me." He paused, and a tremble shook him from head to foot, but he went inexorably on. "It is more than I had a right to expect, and God knows I am grateful for the precious and inestimable boon, far as it is above my deserts. But while loving me, you hesitate to give me your hand. Why? What is the name of the doubt that disturbs that pure breast and affects your choice? Tell me, I must know." "You ask me to dissect my own heart," she cried, quivering under the torture of his glance. "How can I? What do I know of its secret springs, or the terrors that disturb its even beatings? I cannot name my fear. It has no name, or if it has— Oh, sir," she cried in a burst of passionate longing, "your life has been one of sorrow and disappointment. Grief has touched you close, and you might well be the melancholy and sombre man that all behold. I do not shrink from grief. Say that the only shadow that lies across your dungeon door is that cast by the great and heart-rending sorrows of your life, and without question and without fear I enter that dungeon with you." The hand he raised stopped her. "Paula," cried he, "do you believe in repentance?" The words struck her like a blow. Falling slowly back, she looked at him for an instant, then her head sank on her breast. "I know what your hatred of sin is," continued he. "I have seen your whole form tremble at the thought of evil. Is your belief in the redeeming power of God as great as your recoil from the wrong that makes that redemption necessary?" Quickly her head raised, a light fell on her brow, and her lips moved in a vain effort to utter what her eyes unconsciously expressed. "Paula, I would be unworthy the name of a man if, with the consciousness of possessing a dark and evil nature, I strove by use of any hypocrisy or specious pretence at goodness to lure to my side one so exceptionally pure, beautiful, and high-minded. The ravening wolf and the innocent lamb would be nothing to it. Neither would I for an instant be esteemed worthy of your regard if in this hour of my wooing there remained in my life the shadow of any latent wrong that might hereafter rise up and overwhelm you. Whatever of wrong has ever been committed by me, and it is my punishment that I must acknowledge before your pure eyes that my soul is not spotless, was done in the past, and is known only to my own heart, and the God who I reverently trust has long ago pardoned me. The shadow is that of remorse, not of fear, and the evil one against my own soul, rather than against the life or fortunes of other men. Paula, such sins can be forgiven if one has a mind to comprehend the temptations that beset men in their early struggles. I have never forgiven myself, but—" He paused, looked at her for an instant, his hand clenched over his heart, his whole noble form shaken by struggle, then said, "Forgiveness implies no promise, Paula. You shall never link yourself to a man who has been obliged to bow his head in shame before you. But by the mercy that informs that dear glance and trembling lip, do you think you can ever grow to forgive me?" "Oh!" she cried, with a burst of sobs, violent as her grief and shame. "God be merciful to me, as I am merciful to those who repent of their sins, and do good and not evil all the remaining days of their life." "I thought you would forgive me," murmured he, looking down upon her, as the miser eyes the gold that has slipped from his paralyzed hand. "Him whom the hard-hearted sinner and the hypocrite despise, God's dearest lambs regard with mercy. I learned to revere God before I knew you, Paula, but I learned to love him in the light of your gentleness and your trust. Rise up now, and let me wipe away your tears, my daughter." She sprang up as if stung. "No, no," she cried, "not that. I cannot bear that yet. I must think, I must know what all this means." And she laid her hand upon her heart. "God surely does not give so much love for one's undoing. If I were not destined to comfort a life so saddened, he would have bequeathed me more pity and less—" The lifted head fell. The words she would have uttered stirred her bosom, but not her lips. It was a trial to his strength, but his firm man's heart did not waver. "You do comfort me," said he. "From early morning to late night, your presence is my healing and my help, and will always be so, whatever may befall. A daughter can do much, my Paula." She took a step back towards the door, her eyes dark with unfathomable impulses, flashing on him through the tears that hung thickly on her lashes. "Is it for your own sake or for mine that you make use of that word?" said she. He summoned up his courage, met that searching glance with all its wild, bewildering beauty, and responded, "Can you ask, Paula?" With a lift of her head that gave an almost queenly stateliness to her form, she advanced a step, and drawing a crumpled paper from her pocket, said, "When I went to my room last night, it was to read 2 letters, one from yourself and one from Mr. Ensign. This is his, and a manly and noble letter it is too. But hearts have right to hearts, and I was obliged to refuse his petition." And with a reverent but inexorable hand, she dropped the letter on the burning coals of the grate at their side, and softly turned to leave the room. "Paula!" With a bound, the stern and hitherto forcibly repressed man leaped to her side. "My darling, my life!" And with a wild, uncontrollable impulse, he caught her for one breathless moment to his heart, then as suddenly released her, and laying his hand in reverence on her brow, said softly, "Now go and pray, little one, and when you are quite calm, an hour hence or a week hence, whichever it may be, come and tell me my fate as God and the angels reveal it to you." And he smiled, and she saw his smile, and went out of the room softly, as one who treadeth upon holy ground. Mr. Sylvester was considered by his friends and admirers as a proud man. If a vote had been cast among those who knew him best, as from what especial passion common to humanity he would soonest recoil, it would have been unanimously pronounced shame, and his own hand would have emphasized the judgment of his fellows. But shame which is open to the gaze of the whole world differs from that which is sacred to the eyes of one human being, and that the one who lies nearest the heart. As Paula's retreating footsteps died away on the stairs, and he awoke to the full consciousness that his secret was shared by her whose love was his life, and whose good opinion had been his incentive and his pride, his first sensation was one of unmitigated anguish. But his next, strange to say, that of a restful relief. He had cast aside the cloak he had hugged so closely to his breast these many years, and displayed to her shrinking gaze the fox that was gnawing at his vitals. And, Spartan though he was, the dew that had filled her loving eyes was balm to him. And not only that, he had won claim to the title of true man. Her regard, if regard it remained, was no longer an airy fabric built upon a plausible seeming, but a firm structure with knowledge for its foundation. I shall not live to whisper, if she knew my whole life, would she love me so well? His first marriage had been so wholly uncongenial and devoid of sympathy, that his greatest longing in connection with a fresh contract was to enjoy the full happiness of perfect union and mutual trust. And though he could never have summoned up courage to take her into his confidence, unsolicited, now that it had been done, he would not have it undone. No, not if by the doing he had lost her confidence and affection. But something told him he had not lost it, that out of the darkness and the shock of this very discovery, a new and deeper love would spring, which, having its birth in human frailty and human repentance, would gain in the actual what it lost in the ideal, bringing to his weary, suffering and yearning man's nature the honest help of a strong and loving sympathy, growing trust, and sweetest, because wisest, encouragement. It was therefore with a growing sense of deep, unfathomable comfort and a reverent thankfulness for the mercies of God that he sat by the fire, idly watching the rise and fall of the golden flames above the fluttering ashes of his rival's letter, and dreaming with a hallowing sense of his unworthiness upon the possible bliss of coming days. Happiness in its truest and most serene sense was so new to him, it affected him like the presence of something strangely commanding. He was awestruck before it, and unconsciously bowed his head at its contemplation. Only his eyes betrayed the peace that comes with all great joy. His eyes, and perhaps the faint, almost unearthly smile that flitted across his mouth, disturbing its firm line, and making his face, for all its inevitable expression of melancholy, one that his mother would have loved to look upon. "Paula," came now and then in a reverent, yearning accent from between his lips, and once a low "Thank God," which showed that he was praying. Suddenly he rose. A more human mood had set in, and he felt the necessity of assuring himself that it was really he upon whom the dreary past had closed, and a future of such possible brightness opened. He walked about the room, surveying the rich articles within it as the possible belongings of the beautiful woman he adored. He stood and pictured her as coming into the door as his wife, and before he realized what he was doing, had planned certain changes he would make in his home to adapt it to the wants of her young and growing mind, when with a strange suddenness the door upon which he was gazing flew back, and Bertram Sylvester entered just as he had come from the street. He looked so haggard, so wild, so little the picture of himself as he ventured forth a couple of hours before, that Mr. Sylvester started, and forgetting his happiness in his alarm, asked in a tone of dismay, "What has happened? Has Miss Stuyvesant—" Bertram's hand went up as if his uncle had touched him upon a festering wound. "Don't!" gasped he, and advancing to the table, sat down and buried his face for a moment in his arms, then rose, and summoning up a certain manly dignity that became him well, met Mr. Sylvester's eye with forced calmness, and inquired, "Did you know there was a thief in our bank, Uncle Edward?" End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Falling of the Sword. Foul deeds will rise, though all the world o'erwhelm them, to men's eyes. Hamlet. Mr. Sylvester towered on his nephew, with an expression such as few men had ever seen, even on his powerful and commanding face. "What do you mean?" asked he, and his voice rang like a clarion through the room. Bertram trembled, and for a moment stood aghast, the ready flush bathing his brow with burning crimson. "I mean," stammered he, with difficulty recovering himself, "that when Mr. Stuyvesant came to open his private box in the bank today, that he not only found its lock had been tampered with, but that money and valuables to the amount of some $1,200 were missing from among its contents." "What?" The expression which had made Mr. Sylvester's brow so terrible had vanished, but his wonder remained. "It is impossible," he declared. "Our vaults are too well watched for any such thing to occur. He has made some mistake. A robbery of that nature could not take place without detection." It would seem not, and yet the fact remains. Mr. Stuyvesant himself informed me of it tonight. He is not a careless man, nor reckless in his statements. Someone has robbed the bank, and it remains with us to find out who." Mr. Sylvester, who had been standing all this while, sat down like a man dazed, the wild, lost look on Bertram's face daunting him with a fearful premonition. "There are but 4 men who have access to the vault where the boxes are kept," said he. Then, quickly, "Why did Mr. Stuyvesant wait till tonight to speak to you? Why did he not notify us at once of a loss so important for us to know?" The flush on Bertram's brow slowly subsided, giving way to a steady pallor. "He waited to be sure," said he. "He had a memorandum at home which he desired to consult. He was not ready to make any rash statement. He is a thinking man, and more considerate than many of his friends are apt to imagine. If the lock had not been found open, he would have thought with you that he had made some mistake. If he had not missed from the box some of its contents, he would have considered the condition of the lock the result of some oversight on his own part, or of some mistake on the part of another. But the 2 facts together were damning, and could force upon him but one conclusion. "Uncle," said he, with a straightforward look into Mr. Sylvester's countenance, "Mr. Stuyvesant knows as well as we do who are the men who have access to the vaults. As you say, the opening of a box during business hours, and the abstracting from it of papers or valuables by anyone who has not such access, would be impossible. Only Hopgood, you and myself, and possibly Folger, could find either time or opportunity for such a piece of work, while after business hours, the same 4, minus Folger, who contents himself with knowing the combination of the inner safe, could open the vaults even in case of an emergency. Now, of the 4 named, 2 are above suspicion. I might almost say 3, for Hopgood is not a man it is easy to mistrust. One alone, then, of all the men whom Mr. Stuyvesant is in the habit of meeting at the bank, is open to a doubt. A young man, uncle, whose rising has been rapid, whose hopes have been lofty, whose life may or may not be known to himself as pure, but which in the eyes of a matured man of the world might easily be questioned, just because its hopes are so lofty, and its means for attaining them so limited. "Bertram!" sprang from Mr. Sylvester's white lips, but the young man raised his hand with almost a commanding gesture. "Hush!" said he. "No sympathy or surprise. Facts like these have to be met with silent endurance as we walk up to the mouth of the cannon we cannot evade, or bare our breast to the thrust of the bayonet gleaming before our eyes. I would not have you think," he somewhat hurriedly pursued, "that Mr. Stuyvesant insinuated anything of the kind, but his daughter was not present in the parlour, and—" A sigh, almost a gasp, finished the sentence. "Bertram!" again exclaimed his uncle, this time with some authority in his voice. "The shock of this discovery has unnerved you. You act like a man capable of being suspected. That is simply preposterous. 1 half-hour's conversation with Mr. Stuyvesant on my part will convince him, if he needs convincing, which I do not believe, that whoever is unworthy of trust in our bank, you are not the man." Bertram raised his head with a gleam of hope, but instantly dropped it again with a despairing gesture that made his uncle frown. "I did not know that you were inclined to be so pusillanimous," cried Mr. Sylvester, "and in presence of a foe so unsubstantial as this you have conjured up almost out of nothing. If the bank has been robbed, it cannot be difficult to find the thief. I will order in detectives tomorrow. We will hold a board of inquiry, and the culprit shall be unmasked. That is, if he is one of the employees of the bank, which it is very hard to believe." "Very, and which, if true, would make it unadvisable in us to give the alarm that any public measures taken could not fail to do. The inquiry shall be private, and the detectives men who can be trusted to keep their business secret." "How can any inquiry be private? Uncle, we are treading on delicate ground, and have a task before us requiring great tact and discretion. If the safe had only been assaulted, or there were any evidences of burglary to be seen, but we surely should have heard of it from some one of the men if anything unusual had been observed. Hopgood would have spoken at least." Yes, Hopgood would have spoken. The tone in which this was uttered made Bertram look up. "You agree with me, then, that Hopgood is absolutely to be relied upon?" "Absolutely." A faint flush on Mr. Sylvester's face lent force to this statement. "He could not be beguiled or forced by another man to reveal the combination, or to relax his watch over the vaults entrusted to his keeping?" "No." "He is alone with the vaults where the boxes are kept for an hour or two in the early morning?" "Yes, and has been for 3 years. Hopgood is honesty itself." "And so are Folger and Jessup and Watson," exclaimed Bertram emphatically. "Yes," his uncle admitted with equal emphasis. "It is a mystery," Bertram declared, "and one I fear that will undo me." "Nonsense!" broke forth somewhat impatiently from Mr. Sylvester's lips. "There is no reason at this time for any such conclusion. If there is a thief in the bank, he can be found. If the robbery was committed by an outsider, he may still be discovered. If he is not, if the mystery rests forever unexplained, you have your character, Bertram, a character as spotless as that of any of your fellows, whom we regard as above suspicion. A man is not going to be condemned by such a judge of human nature as Mr. Stuyvesant, just because a mysterious crime has been committed, to which the circumstances of his position alone render it possible for him to be party. You might as well say that Jessup and Folger and Watson, yes, or myself, would in that case lose his confidence. They are in the bank, and are constantly in the habit of going to the vaults." "None of those gentlemen want to marry his daughter," murmured Bertram. "It is not the director I fear, but the father. I have so little to bring her, only my character and my devotion. Well, well, pluck up courage, my boy. I have hopes yet that the whole matter can be referred to some mistake easily explainable when once it is discovered. Mistakes, even amongst the honest and the judicious, are not so uncommon as one is apt to imagine. I myself have known of one, which, if Providence had not interfered, might have led to doubts seemingly as inconsistent as yours. Tomorrow we will consider the question at length. Tonight— Well, Bertram, what is it?" The young man started and dropped his eyes, which, during the last words of his uncle, had been fixed upon his face with strange and penetrating inquiry. "Nothing," said he, "that is, nothing more," and rose as if to leave. But Mr. Sylvester put out his hand and stopped him. "There is something," said he. "I have seen it in your face ever since you entered this room. What is it?" The young man drew a deep breath, and leaned back in his chair. Mr. Sylvester watched him with growing pallor. "You are right," murmured his nephew at last. "There is something more, and it is only justice that you should hear it. I have had 2 adventures tonight, one quite apart from my conversation with Mr. Stuyvesant. Heaven that watches above us has seen fit to accumulate difficulties in my path, and this last, perhaps, is the least explainable and the hardest to encounter." "What do you allude to?" cried his uncle imperatively. "I have had an evening of too much agitation to endure suspense with equanimity. Explain yourself." "It will not take long," said the other. "A few words will reveal to you the position in which I stand. Let me relate it in the form of a narrative. You know what a dark portion of the block that is in which Mr. Stuyvesant's house is situated. A man might hide in any of the areas along there without being observed by you, unless he made some sound to attract your attention. I was therefore more alarmed than surprised when, shortly after leaving Mr. Stuyvesant's dwelling, I felt a hand laid on my shoulder, and turning, beheld a dark figure at my side, of an appearance calculated to arouse any man's apprehension. He was tall, unkempt, with profuse beard, and eyes that glared even in the darkness of his surroundings with a feverish intensity. "You are Mr. Sylvester," said he, with a look of a wild animal ready to pounce upon his prey. "Yes," said I, involuntarily stepping back. "I am Mr. Sylvester." "I want to speak to you," exclaimed he, with a rush of words, as though a stream had broken loose. "Now, at once, on business that concerns you. Will you listen?" I thought of the only business that seemed to concern me then, and starting still further back, surveyed him with surprise. "I don't know you," said I. "What business can you have with me?" "Will you step into some place where it is warm and find out?" he asked, shivering in his thin cloak, but not abating a jot of his eagerness. "Go on before me," said I, "and we will see." He complied at once, and in this way we reached Beale's coffee room, where we went in. "Now," said I, "out with what you have to say, and be quick about it. I have no time to listen to nonsense, and no heart to attend to it." His eye brightened. He did not cast a glance at the smoking victuals about him, though I knew he was hungry as a dog. "It is no nonsense," said he, "that I have to communicate to you," and then I saw he had once been a gentleman. "For 2 years and a half have I been searching for you," he went on, "in order that I might recall to your mind a little incident. You remember the afternoon of February the 25th, 2 years ago?" "No," said I, in great surprise, for his whole countenance was flushed with expectancy. "What was there about that day that I should remember it?" He smiled and bent his face nearer to mine. "Don't you recollect a little conversation you had in a small eating-house in Day Street, with a gentleman of a high-sounding voice, to whom you were obliged continually to say 'hush'?" I stared at the man, as you may believe, with some notion of his being a wandering lunatic. "I have never taken a meal in any eating-house in Day Street," I declared, motioning to a waiter to approach us. The man, observing it, turned swiftly upon me. "Do you think I care for any such petty fuss as that?" asked he, indicating the rather slightly built man I had called to my rescue, while he covertly studied my face to observe the effect of his words. I started. I could not help it. This use of an expression almost peculiar to myself assured me that the man knew me better than I supposed. Involuntarily, I waved the waiter back, and turned upon the man with an inquiring look. "I thought you might consider it worth your while to listen," said he, smiling with the air of one who has, or thinks he has, a grip upon you. Then, suddenly, "You are a rich man, are you not? A proud man, and an honoured one. You hold a position of trust, and are considered worthy of it. How would you like men to know that you once committed a mean and dirty trick, that those white hands that have the handling of such large funds at present have in days gone by been known to dip into such funds a little too deeply? That, in short, you, Bertram Sylvester, cashier of the Madison Bank, and looking forward to no one knows what future honours and emoluments, have been in a position better suited to a felon's cell than the trusted agent of a great and wealthy corporation." I did not collar him. I was too dumb-stricken for any such display of indignation. I simply stared, feeling somewhat alarmed as I remembered my late interview with Mr. Stuyvesant, and considered the possibility of a plot being formed against me. He smiled again at the effect he had produced, and drew me into a corner of the room where we sat down. "I am going to tell you a story," said he, "just to show you what a good memory I have. One day, a year and more ago, I sauntered into an eating-house on Day Street. I have not always been what you see me now, though, to tell you the truth, I was but little better off at the time of which I speak, except that I did have a dime or so in my pocket, and could buy a meal of victuals, if I wished." And his eyes roamed for the first time to the tables stretching out before him down the room. The proprietor was an acquaintance of mine, and finding I was sleepy as well as hungry, let me go into a certain dark pantry, where I curled up amid all sorts of old rubbish, and went to sleep. I was awakened by the sound of voices talking very earnestly. The closet in which I was hidden was a temporary affair, built up of loose boards, and the talk of a couple of men seated against it was easy enough to be heard. Do you want to know what that conversation was? My curiosity was roused by this time, and I said yes. If this was a plot to extort money from me, it was undeniably better for me to know upon just what foundations it rested. I thought the man looked surprised, but with an aplomb difficult to believe assumed, he went on to say, "The voices gave me my only means of judging of the age, character, or position of the men conversing, but I have a quick ear, and my memory is never at fault. From the slow, broken, nervously anxious tone of one of the men, I made up my mind that he was elderly, hard up, and not over-scrupulous. The other voice was that of a gentleman, musical and yet pronounced, and not easily forgotten, as you see, sir. The first words I heard aroused me, and convinced me it was worth while to listen. They were uttered by the gentleman. 'You come to me with such a dirty piece of business. What right have you to suppose I would hearken to you for an instant?' 'The right,' returned the other, 'of knowing you have not been above doing dirty work in your lifetime.' The partition creaked at that, as though one of the two had started forward, but I didn't hear any reply made to this strange accusation. 'Do you think,' the same voice went on, 'that I do not know where the $5,000 came from, which you gave me for that first speculation? I knew it when I took it, and if I hadn't been sure the operation would turn out fortunately, you would never have been the man you are today. It came out of funds entrusted to you, and was not the gift of a relative, as you would have made me believe.' 'Good heaven!' exclaimed the other, after a silence that was very expressive just then and there. 'And you let me—' 'Oh, we won't go into that,' interrupted the less cultivated voice. 'All you wanted was a start, to make you the successful man you have since become. I never worried much about morals, and I don't worry about them now. Only when you say you won't do a thing likely to make my fortune, just because it is not entirely free from reproach, I say, remember what I know about you, and don't talk virtue to me.' 'I am rightly punished,' came from the other, in a tone that proved him to be a man more ready to do a wrong thing than to face the accusation of it. 'If I ever did what you suppose, the repentance that has embittered all my success, and the position in which you have this day placed me, is surely an ample atonement.' 'Will you do what I request?' inquired the other, giving little heed to this expression of misery, of which I, on the contrary, took special heed. 'No,' was the energetic reply. 'Because I am not spotless, it is no sign that I will wade into filth. I will give you money, as I have done scores of times before, but I will lend my hand to no scheme which is likely to throw discredit on me or mine. Were you not connected to me in the way in which you are—' 'You would pursue the scheme,' interrupted the other. 'It is because you know that I cannot talk that you dare repudiate it. Well, "I will go to one, you shall not," came in short, quick tones. Just such tones as you used to me, sir, when we first entered this room. "You shall leave the country before you do anything more, or say anything more, to compromise me or yourself. I may have done wrong in my day, but that is no reason why I should suffer for it at your hands, tempter of youth, and deceiver of your own flesh and blood. You shall never bring back those days to me again. They are buried, and have been stamped out of sight by many an honest dealing since, and many, as I trust before God, good and sterling action. I have long since begun a new life, a life of honour, and pure, if successful, dealing. Not only my own happiness, but that of one who should be considered by you, depends upon my maintaining that life to the end, unshadowed by unholy remembrances, and unharassed by any such proffers as you have presumed to make to me here today. If you want a few $1,000 to leave the country, say so, but never again presume to offend my ears, or those of anyone else we may know, with any such words as you have made use of today." And the spiritless creature subsided, sir, and said no more to that rich, honoured, and successful man, who was so sensitive to even the imputation of guilt. But I am not spiritless, and just where he dropped the affair, I took it up. Here is a chance for me to turn an honest penny, thought I, and with a deliberation little to be expected of me, perhaps, set myself to spot that man, and make the most out of the matter I could. Unfortunately, I lost the opportunity of seeing his face. I was too anxious to catch every word they uttered, to quit my place of concealment till their conversation was concluded, and then I was too late to be sure which of the many men leaving the building before me was the one I was after. The waiters were too busy to talk, and the proprietor himself had taken no notice. Happily, as I have before said, I never forget voices. Moreover, one of the two speakers had made use of a phrase peculiar enough to serve as a clue to his identity. It was in answer to some parting threat of the older man, and will remind you of an expression uttered by yourself an hour or so ago. "Do you suppose I will let such a little fuss as that deter me?" It was the cue to his speech, by which I intended to hunt out my man from amongst the rich, the trusted, and the influential persons of this city, and when found, to hold him. "And you think you have done this?" said I, too conscious of the possible net about my feet to be simply angry. "I know it," said he. "Every word you have uttered since we have been here has made me more and more certain of the fact. I could swear to your voice, and as to your use of that tell-tale word, it was not till I thought to inquire of a certain wide-awake fellow downtown, who amongst our business men were in the habit of using that expression, and was told Mr. Sylvester of the Madison Bank, that I was enabled to track you. I know I have got my hand on my man at last, and—" He looked down at his threadbare coat and around at the tables with their smoking dishes, and left me to draw my own conclusion. "Uncle, there are crises in life which no former experience teaches you how to meet. I had arrived at such a one. Perhaps you can understand me when I say I was well nigh appalled. Denial of what was imputed to me might be wisdom and might not. I felt the coil of a deadly serpent about me, and knew not whether it was best to struggle or to simply submit. The man noted the effect he had made, and complacently folded his arms. He was of a nervous organization, and possessed an eye like a hungry wolf, but he could wait. "This is a pretty story," said I at last, "and I reject it altogether. I am an honest man, and have always been so. You will have to give up your hopes of making anything out of me." "Then you are willing," said he, that I should repeat this story to one of the directors of your bank, whom I know?" I looked at him. He returned my gaze with a cold nonchalance, more suggestive of a deep-laid purpose than even his previous glance of feverish determination. I immediately let my eye run over his scanty clothing and loose flowing hair and beard. "Yes," said I, with as much sarcasm as I knew how to assume, "if you dare risk the consequences, I think I may." He at once drew himself up. "You think," said he, "that you have a commonplace adventurer to deal with, that my appearance is going to testify in your favour, that you have but to deny any accusation which such a hungry-looking, tattered wretch as I may make, and that I shall be ignominiously kicked out of the presence into which I have forced myself. That, in short, I have been building my castle in the air. Mr. Sylvester, I am a poor devil, but I am no fool. When I left Day Street, on the 25th of February 2 years ago, it was with a sealed paper in my pocket, in which was inscribed all that I had heard on that day. This I took to a lawyer's office, and not being, as I have before said, quite as impecunious in those days as at present, succeeded in getting the lawyer, whom I took care should be a most respectable man, to draw up a paper to the effect that I had entrusted him with this statement, of whose contents he, however, knew nothing, on such a day and hour, to which paper a gentleman then present consented, at my respectful solicitation, to affix his name as witness, which gentleman, strange to say, has since proved to be a director of the bank of which you are the present cashier, and consequently the very man of all others best adapted to open the paper, whose seal you profess to be so willing to see broken." "His name!" It was all that I could say. "Stuyvesant!" cried the man, fixing me with his eye, in which I in vain sought for some signs of secret doubt or unconscious wavering. I rose. The position in which I found myself was too overwhelming for instant decision. I needed time for reflection, possibly advice, from you. A resolution to brave the devil must be founded on something more solid than impulse, to hold its own unmoved. I only stopped to utter one final word and ask one leading question. "You are a smart man," said I, "and you are also a villain. Your smartness would give you food and drink, if you exercised it in a manner worthy of a man, but your villainy, if persisted in, will eventually rob you of both, and bring you to the prison cell, or the hangman's gallows. As for myself, I persist in saying that I am now and always have been an honest man, whatever you may have overheard, or find yourself capable of swearing to. Yet a lie is an inconvenient thing to have uttered against you at any time, and I may want to see you again. If I do, where shall I find you?" He thrust his hand into his pocket and drew out a small slip of folded paper, which he passed to me with a bow that Chesterfield would have admired. "You will find it written within," said he. "I shall look for you any time tomorrow up to 7 o'clock. At that hour, the lawyer of whom I have spoken sends the statement which he has in his possession to Mr. Stuyvesant." I nodded my assent, and he moved slowly towards the door. As he did so, his eyes fell upon a roll of bread lying on a counter. I at once stepped forward and bought it. Vile as he was, and deadly as was the snare he contemplated drawing about me, I could not see that wolfish look of hunger and not offer him something to ease it. He took the loaf from my hands and bit greedily into it, but suddenly paused and shook his head with a look like self-reproach, and thrusting the loaf under his arm, turned towards the door with the quick action of one escaping. Instantly, and before he was out of sight or hearing, I drew the attention of the proprietor to him. "Do you see that man?" I asked. "He has been attempting a system of blackmail upon me," and satisfied with thus having provided a witness able of identifying the man in case of an emergency, I left the building. "And now you know it all," concluded he, and the silence that followed the utterance of those simple words was a silence that could be felt. "Bertram?" The young man started from his fixed position, and his eyes slowly traversed toward his uncle. "Have you that slip of paper which the man gave you before departing?" "Yes," said he. "Let me have it, if you please." The young man, with an agitated look, plunged his hand into his pocket, drew out the small note, and laid it on the table between them. Mr. Sylvester let it lie, and again there was a silence. "If this had happened at any other time," Bertram pursued, "one could afford to let the man have his say. But now, just as this other mystery has come up—" "I don't believe in submitting to blackmail," came from his uncle in short, quick tones. Bertram gave a start. "You then advise me to leave him alone?" asked he, with unmistakable emotion. His uncle dropped the hand, which till now he had held before his face, and hastily confronted his nephew. "You will have enough to do to attend to the other matter, without bestowing any time or attention upon this. The man that robbed Mr. Stuyvesant's box can be found, and must. It is the one indispensable business, to which I now delegate you. No amount of money and no amount of diligence is to be spared. I rely on you to carry the affair to a successful termination. Will you undertake the task?" "Can you ask?" murmured the young man, with a shocked look at his uncle's changed expression. "As to this other matter, we will let it rest for tonight. Tomorrow's revelations may be more favourable than we expect. At all events, let us try and get a little rest now. I am sure we are both in a condition to need it." Bertram rose. "I am at your command," said he, and moved to go. Suddenly he turned, and the two men stood face to face. "I have no wish," pursued he, "to be relieved of my burden at the expense of anyone else. If it is to be borne by anyone, let it be carried by him who is young and stalwart enough to sustain it." And his hand went out involuntarily towards his uncle. Mr. Sylvester took that hand, and eyed his nephew long and earnestly. Bertram thought he was going to speak, and nerved himself to meet with fortitude whatever might be said. But the lips which Mr. Sylvester had opened closed firmly, and contenting himself with a mere wring of his nephew's hand, he allowed him to go. The slip of paper remained upon the table, unopened. That night, as Paula lay slumbering on her pillow, a sound passed through the house. It was like a quick, irrepressible cry of desolation, and the poor child, hearing it, started, thinking her name had been called. But when she listened, all was still, and believing she had dreamed, she turned her face upon her pillow, and softly murmuring the name that was dearest to her in all the world, fell again into a peaceful sleep. But he whose voice had uttered that cry in the dreary emptiness of the great parlours below slept not. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Morning. Two maidens by one fountain's joyous brink, and one was sad, and one had cause for sadness. Cicely Stuyvesant, waiting for her father at the foot of the stairs, on the morning after these occurrences, was a pretty and a touching spectacle. She had not slept very well the night before, and her brow showed signs of trouble, and so did her trembling lips. She held in her hand a letter, which she twirled about with very unsteady fingers. The morning was bright, but she did not seem to observe it. The air was fresh, but it did not seem to invigorate her. A rose-leaf of care lay on the tremulous waters of her soul, and her sensitive nature thrilled under it. "Why does he not come?" she whispered, looking again at the letter's inscription. It was in Mr. Sylvester's handwriting, and ought not to have occasioned her any uneasiness, but her father had intimated a wish the night before that she should not come down into the parlour if Bertram called, and her thoughts paused there, but she was anxious about the letter, and wished her father would hasten. Let us look at the little lady. She had been so bright and lovesome yesterday at this time. Never a maiden in all this great city of ours had shown a sweeter or more ethereal smile. At once radiant and reserved, she flashed on the eye and trembled from the grasp, like some dainty tropical creature as yet unused to our stranger clime. Her father had surveyed her with satisfaction, and her lover, oh, that we were all young again, to experience that leap of the heart with which youth meets and recognizes the sweet perfections of the woman it adores. But a mist had obscured the radiance of her aspect, and she looks very sad as she stands in her father's hall this morning, leaning her cheek against the banister, and thinking of the night when, 3 years ago, she lingered in that very spot, and watched the form of the young musician go by her and disappear in the darkness of the night, as she then thought, forever. Joy had come to her by such slow steps, and after such long waiting. Hope had burst upon her so brilliantly, and with such a speedy promise of culmination. She thrilled as she thought how short a time ago it was since she leaned upon Bertram's arm and dropped her eyes before his gaze. The appearance of her father at length aroused her. Flushing slightly, she held the letter towards him. "A letter for you, Papa. I thought you might like to read it before you went out." Mr. Stuyvesant, who for an hour or more had been frowning over his morning paper with a steady pertinacity that left more than the usual amount of wrinkles upon his brow, started at the wistful tone of this announcement from his daughter's lips, and taking the letter from her hand, stepped into the parlour to peruse it. It was, as the handwriting declared, from Mr. Sylvester, and ran thus: "Dear Mr. Stuyvesant, I have heard of your loss, and am astounded. Though the bank is not liable for any accident to trusts of this nature, both Bertram and myself are determined to make every effort possible to detect and punish the man who, either through our negligence or by means of the opportunities afforded him under our present system of management, has been able to commit this robbery upon your effects. We therefore request that you will meet us at the bank this morning, at as early an hour as practicable, there to assist us in making such inquiries and instituting such measures as may be considered necessary to the immediate attainment of the object desired. Respectfully yours, Edward Sylvester." "Is it anything serious?" asked his daughter, coming into the parlour and looking up into his face with a strange wistfulness he could not fail to remark. Mr. Stuyvesant gave her a quick glance, shook his head with some nervousness, and hastily pocketed the epistle. "Business," mumbled he, "business," and ignoring the sigh that escaped her lips, began to make his preparations for going at once downtown. He was always an awkward man at such matters, and it was her habit to afford him what assistance she could. This she now did, lending her hand to help him on with his overcoat, rising on tiptoe to tie his muffler, and bending her bright head to see that his galoshes were properly fastened. her charming face with its far-away look shining strangely sweet in the dim hall, in contrast with his severe and antiquated countenance. He watched her carefully, but with seeming indifference, till all was done and he stood ready to depart. Then, in an awkward enough way, he was not accustomed to bestow endearments, drew her to him and kissed her on the forehead, after which he turned about and departed without a word to season or explain this unwonted manifestation of tenderness. A kiss was an unusual occurrence in that confiding but undemonstrative household, and the little maiden trembled. "Something is wrong," she murmured, half to herself, half to the dim vista of the lonely parlour, where but a night or so ago had stood the beloved form of him who, bury the thought as she would, had become, if indeed he had not always been, the beginning and the ending of all her maidenly dreams. What? And her young heart swelled painfully as she realized, like many a woman before her, that whatever might be her doubts, fears, anguish, or suspense, nothing remained for her but silence and a tedious waiting for others to recognize her misery and speak. Meanwhile, how was it with her dearest friend and confidant, Paula? The morning, as I have already declared, was bright and exceptionally beautiful. Sunshine filled the air, and freshness invigorated the breeze. Cicely was blind to it all, but as Paula looked from her window, preparatory to going below, a close observer might have perceived that the serenity of the cloudless sky was reflected in her beaming eyes, that peace brooded above her soul and ruled her tender spirit. She had held a long conversation with Miss Belinda. She had prayed, she had slept, and she had risen with a confirmed love in her heart for the man who was at once the admiration of her eyes and the wellspring of her deepest thoughts and wildest longings. "I will show him so plainly what the angels have told me," whispered she, "that he will have no need to ask." And she wound her long locks into the coil that she knew he best liked, and fixed a rose at her throat, and so, with a smile on her lip, went softly downstairs. Oh, the timid, eager step of maidenhood when drawing toward the shrine of all it adores! Could those halls and lofty corridors have whispered their secret, what a story they would have told of beating heart and tremulous glance, eager longings and maidenly shrinkings, as the lovely form, swaying with 1,000 hopes and fears, glided from landing to landing, carrying with it love and joy and peace. And trust. As she neared the bronze image that had always awakened such vague feelings of repugnance on her part, and found its terrors gone and its smile assuring, she realized that her breast held nothing but faith in him, who may have sinned in his youth, but who had repented in his manhood, and now stood clear and noble in her eyes. The assurance was too sweet, the flood of feeling too overwhelming. With a quick glance around her, she stopped and flung her arms about the hitherto repellent bronze, pressing her young breast against the cold metal with a fervour that ought to have hallowed its sensuous mould for ever. Then she hurried down. Her first glance into the dining-room brought her a disappointment. Mr. Sylvester had already breakfasted and gone. Only Aunt Belinda sat at the table. With a slightly troubled brow, Paula advanced to her own place at the board. "Mr. Sylvester has urgent business on hand today," quoth her aunt. "I met him going out just as I came down." Her look lingered on Paula as she said this, and if it had not been for the servants, she would doubtless have given utterance to some further expression on the matter, for she had been greatly struck by Mr. Sylvester's appearance, and the sad, firm, almost lofty expression of his eye as it met hers in their hurried conversation. "He is a very busy man," returned Paula simply, and was silent, struck by some secret dread she could not have explained. Suddenly she rose. She had found an envelope beneath her plate, addressed to herself. It was bulky, and evidently contained a key. Hastening behind the curtains of the window, she opened it. The key was to that secret study of his at the top of the house, which no one but himself had ever been seen to enter, and the words that enwrapped it were these: "If I send you no word to the contrary, and if I do not come back by 7 o'clock this evening, go to the room of which this is the key, open my desk, and read what I have prepared for your eyes. E.S." End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The opinion of a certain noted detective. But still there clung one hope, like a keen sword on starting threads uphung. Revolt of Islam. Facts are stubborn things. Eliot. Meanwhile, Mr. Stuyvesant hasted on his way downtown, and ere long made his appearance at the bank. He found Mr. Sylvester and Bertram seated in the director's room, with a portly, smooth-faced man, whose appearance was at once strange and vaguely familiar. "A detective, sir," explained Mr. Sylvester, rising with forced composure. "A man upon whose judgment I have been told we may rely. Mr. Gryce, Mr. Stuyvesant." The latter gentleman nodded, cast a glance around the room, during which his eye rested for a moment on Bertram's somewhat pale countenance, and nervously took a seat. "A mysterious piece of business, this," came from the detective's lips in an easy tone, calculated to relieve the tension of embarrassment into which the entrance of Mr. Stuyvesant seemed to have thrown all parties. "What were the numbers of the bonds found missing, if you please?" Mr. Stuyvesant told him. "You are positively assured these bonds were all in the box when you last locked it?" "I am." "When was that, sir? On what day, and at what hour of the day, if you please?" "Tuesday, at about 3 o'clock, I should say." "The box was locked by you? There is no doubt about that fact?" "None in the least." "Where were you standing at the time?" "In front of the vault door. I had taken out the box myself, as I am in the habit of doing, and had stepped there to put it back." "Was anyone near you then?" "Yes. The cashier was at his desk, and the teller had occasion to go to the safe while I stood there. I do not remember seeing anyone else in my immediate vicinity." "Do you remember ever going to the vaults and not finding someone near you at the time, or at least in full view of your movements?" "No." "I have informed Mr. Gryce," interposed Mr. Sylvester, with a ring in his deep voice that made Mr. Stuyvesant start, "that our chief desire at present is to have his judgment upon the all-important question as to whether this theft was committed by a stranger or one in the employ and consequently in the confidence of the bank." Mr. Stuyvesant bowed, every wrinkle in his face manifesting itself with startling distinctness as he slowly moved his eyes and fixed them on the inscrutable countenance of the detective. "You agree with these gentlemen," continued the latter, who had a way of seeming more interested in everything and everybody present than the person he was addressing, "that it would be difficult, if not impossible, for anyone unconnected with the bank to approach the vaults during business hours and abstract anything from them without detection." "And do these gentlemen both assert that?" queried Mr. Stuyvesant. with a sharp look from uncle to nephew. "I believe they do," replied the detective, as both the gentlemen bowed, Bertram with an uncontrollable quiver of his lip, and Mr. Sylvester with a deepening of the lines about his mouth, which may or may not have been noticed by this man who appeared to observe nothing. "I should be loath to conclude that the robbery was committed by anyone but a stranger," remarked Mr. Stuyvesant. "But if these gentlemen concur in the statement you have just made, I am bound to acknowledge that I do not myself see how the theft could have been perpetrated by an outsider. Had the box itself been missing, it would be different. I remember my old friend Mr. A, the president of the police department, telling me of a case where a box containing securities to the amount of $200,000 was abstracted in full daylight from the vaults of one of our largest banks, an act requiring such daring the directors for a long time refused to believe it possible, until a detective one day showed them another box of theirs, which he had succeeded in abstracting in the same way." Footnote: a fact. But the vaults in that instance were in a less conspicuous portion of the bank than ours. Besides, to approach an open vault, snatch a box from it, and escape, is a much simpler matter than to remain long enough to open a box and choose from its contents such papers as appeared most marketable. If a regular thief could do such a thing, it does not seem probable that he would. Nevertheless, the most acute judgment is often at fault in these matters, and I do not pretend to have formed an opinion." The detective, who had listened to these words with marked attention, bowed his concurrence, and asked if the bonds mentioned by Mr. Stuyvesant were all that had been found missing from the bank, if any of the other boxes had been opened, or if the contents of the safe itself had ever been tampered with. "The contents of the safe are all correct," came in deep tones from Mr. Sylvester. "Mr. Folger, my nephew, and myself went through them this morning. As for the boxes, I cannot say. Many of them belong to persons travelling. Some of them have been left here by trustees of estates, consequently often lie for weeks in the vaults untouched. If, however, any of them have been opened, we ought to be able to see it. Would you like an examination made of their condition?" The detective nodded. Mr. Sylvester at once turned to Mr. Stuyvesant. "May I ask you to mention what officer of the bank you would like to have go to the vaults?" That gentleman started, looked uneasily about, but meeting Bertram's eye, nervously dropped his own, and muttered the name of Folger. Mr. Sylvester suppressed a sigh, sent for the paying teller, and informed him of their wishes. He at once proceeded to the vaults. While he was gone, Mr. Gryce took the opportunity to make the following remark. "Gentlemen," said he, "let us understand ourselves. What you want of me is to tell you whether this robbery has been committed by a stranger or by someone in your employ. Now, to decide this question, it is necessary for me to ask first whether you have ever had reason to doubt the honesty of any person connected with the bank." "No," came from Mr. Sylvester, with sharp and shrill distinctness. "Since I have had the honour of conducting the affairs of this institution, I have made it my business to observe and note the bearing and character of each and every man employed under me, and I believe them all to be honest." The glance of the detective, while it did not perceptibly move from the large screen drawn across the room at the back of Mr. Sylvester, seemed to request the opinions of the other two gentlemen on this point. Bertram, observing it, subdued the rapid beatings of his heart, and spoke with like distinctness. "I have been in the bank the same length of time as my uncle," said he, "and most heartily endorse his good opinion of the various persons in our employ." "And Mr. Stuyvesant?" the immovable glance seemed to say. "Men are honest in my opinion till they are proved otherwise," came in short, stern accents from the director's lips. The detective drew back in his chair as if he considered that point decided, and yet Bertram's eye, which had clouded at Mr. Stuyvesant's too abrupt assertion, did not clear again, as might have been expected. "There is one more question I desire to settle," continued the detective, "and that is, whether this robbery could have been perpetrated after business hours by someone in collusion with the person who is here left in charge." "No," again came from Mr. Sylvester, with impartial justice. "The watchman, who, by the way, has been in the bank for 12 years, could not help a man to find entrance to the vaults. His simple duty is to watch over the bank and give alarm in case of fire or burglary. It would necessitate a knowledge of the combination by which the vault doors are opened to do what you suggest, and that is possessed by but 3 persons in the bank." "And those are?" "The cashier, the janitor, and myself." He endeavoured to speak calmly, and without any betrayal of the effort it caused him to utter those simple words. But a detective's ear is nice, and it is doubtful if he perfectly succeeded. Mr. Gryce, however, limited himself to a muttered "Hm," and a long and thoughtful look at a spot on the green baize of the table before which he sat. "The janitor lives in the building, I suppose?" "Yes, and is, as I am sure Mr. Stuyvesant will second me in asserting, honesty to the backbone." "Janitors always are," observed the detective. Then, shortly, "How long has he been with you?" 3 years. Another and an increased interest in the ink spot. "That is not long, considering the responsibility of his position." "He was on the police force before he came to us," remarked Mr. Sylvester. Mr. Gryce looked as if that was not much of a recommendation. "As for the short time he has been with us," resumed the other, "he came into the bank the same winter as my nephew and myself, and has found the time sufficient to earn the respect of all who know him." The detective bowed, seemingly awed by the dignity with which the last statement had been uttered, but anyone who knew him well would have perceived that the film of uncertainty, which had hitherto dimmed the brightness of his regard, was gone, as if in the other's impressive manner, if not in the suggestion his words had unconsciously offered, the detective had received an answer to some question which had been puzzling him, or laid his hand upon some clue which had till now eluded his grasp. The inquiries which he made haste to pursue betrayed, however, but little of the tendency of his thoughts. "The janitor, you say, knows the combination by which the vault doors are opened." "The vault doors," emphasized Mr. Sylvester. "The safe is another matter. That stands inside the vault and is locked by a triple combination, which, as a whole, is not known to any one man in this building, not even to myself." "But the boxes are not kept in the safe." "No, they are piled up with the books in the vaults at the side of the safe, as you can see for yourself if you choose to join Mr. Folger." "Not necessary. The janitor, then, is the only man besides yourselves who, under any circumstances or for any reason, could get at those boxes after business hours?" "He is." "One question more. Who is the man to attend to those boxes? I mean to ask, which of the men in your employ is expected to procure a box out of the vaults when it is called for, and put it back in its place when its owner is through with it?" "Hopgood usually does that business, the janitor of whom we have just been speaking. When he is upstairs or out of the way, anyone else whom it may be convenient to call. The janitor, then, has free access to the boxes at all times, night and day. In one sense, yes. In another, no. Should he unlock the vaults at night, the watchman would report upon his proceedings. But there must be time between the closing and opening of the bank, when the janitor is alone with the vaults. There is a space of 2 hours after 7 in the morning, when he is likely to be the sole one in charge. The watchman goes home, and Hopgood employs himself in sweeping out the bank and preparing it for the business of the day. Are the watchman and the janitor on good terms with one another? Very, I believe. The detective looked thoughtful. "I should like to see this Hopgood," said he. But just then the door opened, and Mr. Folger came in, looking somewhat pale and disturbed. "We are in a difficulty," cried he, stepping up to the table where they sat. "I have found 2 of the boxes unlocked, that belonging to Hicks, Salzer and Co., and another with the name of Harrington upon it. The former has been wrenched apart, the latter opened with some sort of instrument. Would you like to see them, sir?" This to Mr. Sylvester. With a start, that gentleman rose, and as suddenly reseated himself. "Yes," returned he, carefully avoiding his nephew's eye. "Bring them in." "Hicks, Salzer and Co. is a foreign house," remarked Mr. Stuyvesant to the detective, "and do not send for their box once a fortnight, as I have heard Mr. Sylvester declare. Mr. Harrington is on an exploring expedition, and is at present in South America." Then, in lower tones, whose sternness was not unmixed with gloom, "The thief seems to have known what boxes to go to." Bertram flushed, and made some passing rejoinder. Mr. Sylvester and the detective alone remained silent. The boxes being brought in, Mr. Gryce opened them without ceremony. Several papers met his eye in both, but as no one but the owners could know their rightful contents, it was of course impossible for him to determine whether anything had been stolen from them or not. "Send for the New York agent of Hicks, Salzer and Co." came from Mr. Sylvester, in short, businesslike command. Bertram at once rose. "I will see to it," said he. His agitation was too great for suppression. The expression of Mr. Stuyvesant's eye, that in its restlessness wandered in every direction but his own, troubled him beyond endurance. With a hasty move he left the room. The cold eye of the detective followed him. "Looks bad," came in laconic tones from the paying teller. "I had hoped the affair begun and ended with my individual loss," muttered Mr. Stuyvesant under his breath. The stately president and the inscrutable detective still maintained their silence. Suddenly the latter moved. Turning towards Mr. Sylvester, he requested him to step with him to the window. "I want to have a look at your several employees," whispered he, as they thus withdrew. "I want to see them without being seen by them. If you can manage to have them come in here one by one, upon some pretext or other, I can so arrange that screen under the mantelpiece that it shall not only hide me, but give me a very good view of their faces in the mirror overhead." "There will be no difficulty about summoning the men," said Mr. Sylvester. "And you consent to the scheme?" "Certainly, if you think anything is to be gained by it. I am sure that nothing will be lost. And, sir, let the cashier be present, if you please. And, sir," squeezing his watch chain with a complacent air as the other dropped his eyes, "talk to them about anything that you please, only let it be of a nature that will necessitate a sentence or more in reply. I judge a man as much by his voice as his expression." Mr. Sylvester bowed, and without losing his self-command, though the short allusion to Bertram had greatly startled him, turned back to the table, where Mr. Folger was still standing in conversation with the director. "I will not detain you longer," said he to the paying teller. "Your discretion will prevent you from speaking of this matter, I trust." Then, as the other bowed, added carelessly, "I have something to say to Jessup. Will you see that he steps here for a moment?" Mr. Folger again nodded and left the room. Instantly Mr. Gryce bustled forward, and pulling the screen into the position he thought best calculated to answer his requirements, slid rapidly behind it. Mr. Stuyvesant looked up in surprise. "I am going to interview the clerks for Mr. Gryce's benefit," exclaimed Mr. Sylvester. "Will you in the meantime look over the morning paper?" "Thank you," returned the other, edging nervously to one side. "My notebook will do just as well." And sitting down at the remote end of the table, he took out a book from his pocket, above which he bent with very well simulated preoccupation. Mr. Sylvester called in Bertram, and then seated himself with a hopeless and unexpectant look, which he for the moment forgot would be reflected in the mirror before him, and so carried to the eye of the watchful detective. In another instant Jessup entered. What was said in the short interview that followed is unimportant. Mr. Jessup, the third teller, was one of those clear-eyed, straightforward-appearing men whose countenance is its own guarantee. It was not necessary to detain him or make him speak. The next man to come in was Watson, and after he had gone, 2 or 3 of the clerks, and later the receiving teller and one of the runners. All stopped long enough to ensure Mr. Gryce a good view of their faces, and from each and all did Mr. Sylvester succeed in eliciting more or less conversation in response to the questions he chose to put. With the disappearance of the last mentioned individual, Mr. Gryce peeped from behind the screen. "A set of as honest-looking men as I wish to see," uttered he, with a frank cordiality that was scarcely reflected in the anxious countenances about him. "No sly boots among them. How about the janitor, Hopgood?" "He shall be summoned at once, if you desire it," said Mr. Sylvester. "I have only delayed calling him that I might have leisure to interrogate him with reference to his duties and this very theft. That is, if you judge it advisable in me to tamper with the subject unassisted." "Your nephew can help you, if necessary," replied the imperturbable detective. "I should like to hear what the man Hopgood has to say for himself." And he glided back into his old position. But Mr. Sylvester had scarcely reached out his hand to ring the bell by which he usually summoned the janitor, when the agent of Hicks, Saltzer and Co. came in. It was an interruption that demanded instant attention. Saluting the gentleman with his usual proud reserve, he drew his attention to the box lying upon the table. "This is yours, I believe, sir," said he. "It was found in our vaults this morning, in the condition in which you now behold it, and we are anxious to know if its contents are all correct." "They have been handled," returned the agent, after a careful survey of the various papers that filled the box, "but nothing appears to be missing." 3 persons at least in that room breathed more easily. "But the truth is," the gentleman continued, with a half-smile towards the silent president of the bank, "there was nothing in this box that would have been of much use to any other parties than ourselves. If there had been a bond or so here, I doubt if we should have come off so fortunately, eh? The lock has evidently been wrenched open, and that is certainly a pretty sure sign that something is not right hereabouts." "Something is decidedly wrong," came from Mr. Sylvester sternly, "but through whose fault we do not as yet know." And with a few words expressive of his relief at finding the other had sustained no material loss, he allowed the agent to depart. He had no sooner left the room than Mr. Stuyvesant rose. "Are you going to question Hopgood now?" queried he, nervously pocketing his notebook. "Yes, sir, if you have no objections." The director fidgeted with his chair and finally moved towards the door. "I think you will get along better with him alone," said he. "He is a man who very easily gets embarrassed, and has a way of acting as if he were afraid of me. I will just step outside while you talk to him." But Mr. Sylvester, with a sudden dark flush on his brow, hastily stopped him. "I beg you will not," said he, with a quick realization of what Hopgood might be led to say in the forthcoming interview, if he were not restrained by the presence of the director. "Hopgood is not so afraid of you that he will not answer every question that is put to him with straightforward frankness." And he pushed up a chair, with a smile that Mr. Stuyvesant evidently found himself unable to resist. The screen trembled slightly, but none of them noticed it. Mr. Sylvester at once rang for Hopgood. He came in panting with his hurried descent from the 5th story, his face flushed and his eyes rolling, but without any of the secret perturbation Bertram had observed in them on a former occasion. "He cannot help us," was the thought that darkened the young man's brow, as his eyes left the janitor, and, faltering towards his uncle, fell upon the table before him. Everything was reflected in the mirror. "Well, Hopgood, I have a few questions to put to you this morning," said Mr. Sylvester, in a restrained but not unkindly tone. The worthy man bowed, bestowed a salutary roll of his eyes on Mr. Stuyvesant, and stood deferentially waiting. "No, he cannot help us," was again Bertram's thought, and again his eyes faltered to his uncle's face, and again fell anxiously before him. "It has not been my habit to trouble you with enquiries about your management of matters under your charge," continued Mr. Sylvester, stopping till the janitor's wandering eyes settled upon his own. "Your conduct has always been exemplary, and your attention to duty satisfactory. But I would like to ask you today if you have observed anything amiss with the vaults of late, anything wrong about the boxes kept there, anything, in short, that excited your suspicion, or caused you to ask yourself if everything was as it should be." The janitor's ruddy face grew pale, and his eye fell with startled inquiry on Mr. Harrington's box that still occupied the centre of the table. "No, sir," he emphatically replied. "Has anything—" But Mr. Sylvester did not wait to be questioned. "You have attended to your duties as promptly and conscientiously as usual. You have allowed no one to go to the vaults day or night who had no business there. You have not relaxed your accustomed vigilance, or left the bank alone at any time during the hours it is under your charge." "No, sir, not for a minute, sir. That is—" He stopped, and his eye wandered towards Mr. Stuyvesant. "Never for a minute, sir," he went on, "without I knew someone was in the bank who was capable of looking after it." "The watchman has been at his post every night up to the usual hour?" "Yes, sir." "There has been no carelessness in closing the vault doors after the departure of the clerks?" "No, sir." "And no trouble," he continued, with a shade more of dignity, possibly because Hopgood's telltale face was beginning to show signs of anxious confusion, "and no trouble in opening them at the proper time each morning?" "No, sir." "One question more." But here Bertram was called out, and in the momentary stir occasioned by his departure, Hopgood allowed himself to glance at the box before him more intently than he had hitherto presumed to do. He saw it was unlocked, and his hands began to tremble. Mr. Sylvester's voice recalled him to himself. "You are a faithful man," said that gentleman, continuing his speech of a minute before, "and as such we are ready to acknowledge you. But the most conscientious amongst us are sometimes led into indiscretions. Now, have you ever, through carelessness, or by means of any inadvertence, revealed to anyone in or out of the bank the particular combination by which the lock of the vault door is at present opened? No, sir, indeed no. I am much too anxious, and feel my own responsibility entirely too much, not to preserve so important a secret with the utmost care and jealousy. Mr. Sylvester's voice, careful as he was to modulate it, showed a secret discouragement. The vaults, then, as far as you know, are safe when once they are closed for the night? Yes, sir. The janitor's face expressed a slight degree of wonder, but his voice was emphatic. Mr. Sylvester's eye travelled in the direction of the screen. Very well, said he, and paused to reflect. In the interim, the door opened for a second time. A gentleman to see Mr. Stuyvesant, said a voice. With an air of relief, the director hastily rose, and before Mr. Sylvester had realised his position, left the room and closed the door behind him. A knell seemed to ring its note in Mr. Sylvester's breast. The janitor, released as he supposed from all constraint, stepped hastily forward. "That box has been found unlocked," he cried with a wave of his hand towards the table. "Someone has been to the vaults, and oh, sir," he hurriedly exclaimed, disregarding in his agitation the stern and forbidding look which Mr. Sylvester, in his secret despair, had made haste to assume. "You did not want me to say anything about the time you came down so early in the morning, and I went out and left you alone in the bank, and you went to the vaults and opened Mr. Stuyvesant's box by mistake, with a toothpick, as you remember." The mirror that looked down upon that pair showed one very white face at that moment, but the screen that had trembled a moment before stood strangely still in the silence. "No," came at length from Mr. Sylvester, with a composure that astonished himself. "I was not questioning you about matters of a year agone, but you might have told that incident if you pleased. It was very easily explainable." "Yes, sir, I know, and I beg pardon for alluding to it, but I was so taken aback, sir, by your questions. I wanted to tell the exact truth, and I did not want to say anything that would hurt you with Mr. Stuyvesant, that is, if I could help it. I hope I did right, sir," he blundered on, conscious he was uttering words he might better have kept to himself, but too embarrassed to know how to emerge from the difficulty into which his mingled zeal and anxiety had betrayed him. "I was never a good hand at answering questions, and if anything really serious has happened, I shall wish you had taken me at my word and dismissed me immediately after that affair. Constantia Maria would have been a little worse off perhaps, but I should not be on hand to answer questions, and— Hopgood!" The man started, eyed Mr. Sylvester's white but powerfully controlled countenance, seemed struck with something he saw there, and was silent. "You make too much now, as you made too much then, of a matter that, having its sole ground in a mistake, is, as I say, easily explainable. This affair, which has come up now, is not so clear. 3 of the boxes have been opened, and from one certain valuables have been taken. Can you give me any information that will assist us in our search after the culprit?" "No, sir." The tone was quite humble. Hopgood drew back unconsciously towards the door. "As for the mistake of a year ago, to which you have seen proper to allude, I shall myself take pains to inform Mr. Stuyvesant of it, since it has made such an impression upon you that it trammels your honesty, and makes you consider it at all necessary to be anxious about it at this time." And Hopgood, unused to sarcasm from those lips, drew himself together, and with one more agitated look at the box on the table, sidled awkwardly from the room. Mr. Sylvester at once advanced to the screen, which he hastily pushed aside. "Well, sir," said he, meeting the detective's wavering eye, and forcing him to return his look, You have now seen the various employees of the bank and heard most of them converse. Is there anything more you would like to inquire into before giving us the opinion I requested?" "No, sir," said the detective, coming forward, but very slowly and somewhat hesitatingly for him. "I think I am ready to say—" Here the door opened, and Mr. Stuyvesant returned. The detective drew a breath of relief, and repeated his words with a businesslike assurance. "I think I am ready to say that from the nature of the theft and the mysterious manner in which it has been perpetrated, suspicion undoubtedly points to someone connected with the bank. That is all that you require of me today?" he added, with a bow of some formality in the direction of Mr. Sylvester. "Yes," was the short reply. But in an instant a change passed over the stately form of the speaker. Advancing to Mr. Gryce, he confronted him with a countenance almost majestic in its severity, and somewhat severely remarked, "This is a serious charge to bring against men whose countenances you yourself have denominated as honest. Are we to believe you have fully considered the question, and realize the importance of what you say?" "Mr. Sylvester," replied the detective, with great self-possession and some dignity, "a man who is brought every day of his life into positions where the least turning of a hair will sink a man or save him, learns to weigh his words before he speaks even in such informal inquiries as these." Mr. Sylvester bowed and turned towards Mr. Stuyvesant. "Is there any further action you would like to have taken in regard to this matter today?" he asked, without a tremble in his voice. With a glance at the half-open box of the absent Mr. Harrington, the agitated director slowly shook his head. "We must have time to think," said he. Mr. Gryce at once took up his hat. "If the charge implied in my opinion strikes you, gentlemen, as serious, you must at least acknowledge that your own judgment does not greatly differ from mine, or why such unnecessary agitation in regard to a loss so petty by a gentleman worth, as we are told, his millions." And with this passing shot, to which neither of his auditors responded, he made his final obeisance and calmly left the room. Mr. Sylvester and Mr. Stuyvesant slowly confronted one another. "The man speaks the truth," said the former. "You at least suspect someone in the bank, Mr. Stuyvesant." "I have no wish to," hastily returned the other. "But facts. Would facts of this nature have any weight with you against the unspotted character of a man never known by you to meditate, much less commit, a dishonest action?" "No. Yet facts are facts, and if it is proved that someone in our employ has perpetrated a theft, the mind will unconsciously ask who, and remain uneasy till it is satisfied." "And if it never is?" "It will always ask who, I suppose." Mr. Sylvester drew back. "The matter shall be pushed," said he. "You shall be satisfied. Surveillance over each man employed in this institution ought sooner or later to elicit the truth. The police shall take it in charge." Mr. Stuyvesant looked uneasy. "I suppose it is only justice," murmured he, "but it is a scandal I would have been glad to avoid." "And I, but circumstances admit of no other course. The innocent must not suffer for the guilty, even so far as an unfounded suspicion would lead." "No, no, of course not." And the director bustled about after his overcoat and hat. Mr. Sylvester watched him with growing sadness. "Mr. Stuyvesant," said he, as the latter stood before him, ready for the street, "we have always been on terms of friendship, and nothing but the most pleasant relations have ever existed between us. Will you pardon me if I ask you to give me your hand in good day?" The director paused, looked a trifle astonished, but held out his hand not only with cordiality, but very evident affection. "Good day," cried he, "good day." Mr. Sylvester pressed that hand, and then with a dignified bow allowed the director to depart. It was his last effort at composure. When the door closed, his head sank on his hands, and life, with all its hopes and honours, love and happiness, seemed to die within him. He was interrupted at length by Bertram. "Well, uncle?" asked the young man with unrestrained emotion. "The theft has been committed by someone in this bank. So the detective gives out, and so we are called upon to believe. Who the man is who has caused us all this misery, neither he, nor you, nor I, nor anyone is likely to very soon determine. Meantime—" "Well?" cried Bertram anxiously, after a moment of suspense. "Meantime, courage," his uncle resumed, with forced cheerfulness. But as he was leaving the bank, he came up to Bertram, and laying his hand on his shoulder, quietly said, "I want you to go immediately to my house upon leaving here. I may not be back till midnight, and Miss Fairchild may need the comfort of your presence. Will you do it, Bertram?" "Uncle, "Hush. You will comfort me best by doing what I ask. May I rely upon you?" "Always." "That is enough." And with just a final look, the two gentlemen parted, and the shadow which had rested all day upon the bank deepened over Bertram's head like a pall. It was not lifted by the sight of Hopgood stealing a few minutes later towards the door by which his uncle had departed, his face pale, and his eyes fixed in a stare that bespoke some deep and moving determination. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bluebeard's Chamber. Present fears are less than horrible imaginings. Macbeth. Clarence Ensign was not surprised at the refusal he received from Paula. He had realized from the first that the love of this beautiful woman would be difficult to obtain, even if no rival with more powerful inducements than his own should chance to cross his path. She was one who could be won to give friendship, consideration, and sympathy without stint. But from the very fact that she could so easily be induced to grant these, he foresaw the improbability, or at least the difficulty, of enticing her to yield more. A woman whose hand warms towards the other sex in ready friendship is the last to succumb to the entreaties of love. The circle of her sympathies is so large, the man must do well who, of all his sex, pierces to the sacred centre. The appearance of Mr. Sylvester on the scene settled his fate, or so he believed, but he was too much in earnest to yield his hopes without another effort. So, upon the afternoon of this eventful day, he called upon Paula. The first glimpse he obtained of her countenance convinced him that he was indeed too late. Not for him that anxious pallor, giving way to a rosy tinge at the least sound in the streets without. Not for him that wandering glance, burning with questions to which nothing seemed able to grant reply. The very smile with which she greeted him was a blow. It was so forgetful of the motive that had brought him there. "Miss Fairchild," he stammered, with a generous impulse to save her unnecessary pain. "You have rejected my offer and settled my doom, but let me believe that I have not lost your regard, or that hold upon your friendship which it has hitherto been my pleasure to enjoy." She woke at once to a realization of his position. "Oh, Mr. Ensign," she murmured, "can you doubt my regard, or the truth of my friendship. It is for me to doubt. I have caused you such pain, and, as you may think, so ruthlessly, and with such lack of consideration. I have been peculiarly placed, she blushingly proceeded. A woman does not always know her own heart, or if she does, sometimes hesitates to yield to its secret impulses. I have led you astray these last few weeks, but I first went astray myself. The real path in which I ought to tread was only last night revealed to me. I can say no more, Mr. Ensign. Nor is it necessary, replied he. You have chosen the better path, and the better man. May life abound in joys for you, Miss Fairchild. She drew herself up, and her hand went involuntarily to her heart. It is not joy I seek, said she, but what? He looked at her face, lit with that heavenly gleam that visited it in rare moments of deepest emotion, and wondered. Joy is in seeing the one you love happy, cried she. Earth holds none that is sweeter or higher. Then may that be yours, he murmured, manfully subduing the jealous pang natural under the circumstances, and taking the hand she held out to him, he kissed it with greater reverence and truer affection than when, in the first joyous hours of their intercourse, he carried it so gallantly to his lips. And she, oh, difference of time and feeling, did not remember as of yore the noble days of chivalry, though he was in this moment so much more than ever the true knight and the reproachless cavalier. For Paula's heart was heavy. Fears too unsubstantial to be met and vanquished had haunted her steps all day. The short note which Mr. Sylvester had written her lay like lead upon her bosom. She longed for the hours to fly, yet dreaded to hear the clock tick out the moments that possibly were destined to bring her untold suffering and disappointment. A revelation awaiting her in Mr. Sylvester's desk upstairs. That meant separation and farewell, for words of promise and devotion can be spoken, and the heart that hopes does not limit time to hours. With Bertram's entrance, her fears took absolute shape. Mr. Sylvester was not coming home to dinner. Thenceforward, till 7 o'clock, she sat with her hand on her heart, waiting. At the stroke of the clock, she rose, and procuring a candle from her room, went slowly upstairs. "Watch for me," she had said to Aunt Belinda, "for fear I shall need your care when I come down." What is there about a mystery, however trivial, that thrills the heart with vague expectancy at the least lift of the concealing curtain? As Paula paused before the door, which never to her knowledge had opened to the passage of any other form than that of Mr. Sylvester, she was conscious of an agitation wholly distinct from that which had hitherto afflicted her. All the past curiosity of owner concerning this room, together with her devices for satisfying that curiosity, recurred to Paula with startling distinctness. It was as if the white hand of that dead wife had thrust itself forth from the shadows to pull her back. The candle trembled in her grasp, and she unconsciously recoiled. But the next moment the thought of Mr. Sylvester struck warmth and determination through her being, and hastily thrusting the key into the lock, she pushed open the door and stepped across the threshold. Her first movement was that of surprise. In all her dreams of the possible appearance of this room, she had never imagined it to be like this. Plain, rude, and homely, its high walls unornamented, its floor uncovered, its furniture limited to a plain desk and 2 or 3 rather uncomfortable-looking chairs, it struck upon her fancy with the same sense of incongruity as might the sight of a low-eaved cottage in the midst of stately palaces and lordly pleasure grounds. Setting down her candle, She folded her hands to still their tremblings, and slowly looked around her. This was the spot, then, to which he was accustomed to flee when oppressed by any care or harassed by any difficulty. This cold, bare, uninviting apartment, with its forbidding aspect unsoftened by the tokens of a woman's care or presence. To this room, humbler than any in her aunt's home in Grotewell, he had brought all his griefs, from the day his baby lay dead in the rooms below, to that awful hour which saw the wife and mother brought into his doors, and laid a cold and pulseless form in the midst of his gorgeous parlours. Here he had met his own higher impulses face to face, and wrestled with them through the watches of the night. In this wilderness of seeming poverty, he had dreamed perhaps his first fond dream of her as a woman, and signed perhaps his final renunciation of her as the future companion of his life. What did it mean? Why a spot of so much desolation in the midst of so much that was lordly and luxurious? Her fears might give her a possible interpretation, but she would not listen to fears. Only his words should instruct her. Going to the desk, she opened it. A sealed envelope, addressed to herself, immediately met her eyes. Taking it out with a slow and reverent touch, she began to read the long and closely written letter which it contained. And the little candle burned on, shedding its rays over her bended head and upon the dismal walls about her, with a persistency that seemed to bring out, as in letters of fire, the hidden history of long ago, with its vanished days and its forgotten midnights. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From A to Z. A naked human heart. Young. My beloved child, so may I call you in this the final hour of our separation, but never again, dear one, never again. When I said to you just 24 hours ago that my sin was buried and my future was clear, I spake as men speak who forget the justice of God and dream only of his mercy. An hour's time convinced me that an evil deed, once perpetrated by a man, is never buried, so that its ghost will not rise. Do as we will, repent as we may, the shadowy phantom of a stained and unrighteous youth is never laid, nor is a man justified in believing it so, till death has closed his eyes, and fame written its epitaph upon his tomb. Paula, I am at this hour wandering in search of the being who holds the secret of my life, and who will tomorrow blazon it before all the world. It is with no hope I seek him. God has not brought me to this pass to release me at last from shame and disgrace. Suffering and the loss of all my sad heart cherished wait at my gates. Only one boon remains, and that is your sympathy and the consolation of your regard. These, though bestowed as friends bestow them, are very precious to me. I cannot see them go, and that they may not, I tell you the full story of my life. My youth was happy, my early youth I mean. Bertram's father was a dear brother to me, and my mother a watchful guardian and a tender friend. At 15 I entered a bank, the small bank in Grotewell, which you ought to remember. From the lowest position in it, I gradually worked my way up, till I occupied the cashier's place, and was just congratulating myself upon my prospects, when Ona Delafield returned from boarding school, a young lady. Paula, there is a fascination which some men who have known nothing deeper and higher call love. I, who in those days had cherished but few thoughts beyond the ordinary reach of a narrow and somewhat selfish business mind, imagined that the wellspring of all romance had bubbled up within me when my eyes first fell upon this regal blonde, with her sleepy, inscrutable eyes and bewildering smile. Ulysses, within sound of the siren's voice, was nothing to it. He had been warned of his danger, and had only his own curiosity to combat, while I was not even aware of my peril, and floated within reach of this woman's power, without making an effort to escape. She was so subtle in her influence, Paula, so careless in the very exercise of her sovereignty. She never seemed to command, yet men and women obeyed her. Peculiarities which mar the matron are often graces in a young unmarried girl, whose thoughts are a mystery, and whose emotions an untried field. I believed I had found the queen of all beauty, and when in an unguarded hour she betrayed her first appreciation of my devotion, I seemed to burst into a paradise of delights, where every step I took only the more intoxicated and bewildered me. My first realization of the sensuous and earthly character of my happiness came with the glimpse of your child face on that never-to-be-forgotten day when we met beside the river. Like a star seen above the glare of a conflagration, the pure spirit that informed your glance flashed on my burning soul, and for a moment I knew that in you budded the kind of woman nature which it befitted a man to seek, that in the hands of such a one as you would make, should he trust his honour and bequeath his happiness. But when did a lover ever break the bonds that imprisoned his fancy at the inspiration of a passing voice? I went back to Ona and forgot the child by the river. Paula, I have no time to utter regrets. This is a hard, plain tale which I have to relate, but if you love me still, if, as I have sometimes imagined, you have always loved me, think what my life had been if I had heeded the warning which God vouchsafed me on that day, and contrast it with what it is and what it must be. I went back to Ona then, and the hold which she had upon me from the first took form and shape. As well as she could love anyone, she loved me, and though she had offers from one or two more advantageous sources, she finally decided that she would risk the future and accept me, if her father consented to the alliance. You, who are the niece of the man of whom I must now speak, may or may not know what that meant. I doubt if you do. He left Grotewell while you were a child, and any gossip concerning him must ever fall short of the real truth. Enough, then, that it meant, if Jacob Delafield could see in my future any promises of success sufficient to warrant him in accepting me as his son-in-law, no woman living ought to hesitate to trust me with her hand. He was the squire of the town, and as such entitled to respect, but he was also something more, as you will presently discover. His answer to my plea was, "Well, how much money have you to show?" Now I had none. My salary as cashier of a small country bank was not large, and my brother's prolonged sickness and subsequent death, together with my own somewhat luxurious habits, had utterly exhausted it. I told him so, but added that I had, somewhere up among the hills, an old maiden aunt who had promised me $5,000 at her death, and that as she was very ill at that time, hopelessly so, her neighbours thought, in a few weeks I should doubtless be able to satisfy him with the sight of a sum sufficient to start us in housekeeping, if no more. He nodded at this, but gave me no distinct reply. "Let us wait," said he. But youth is not inclined to wait. I considered my cause as good as won, and began to make all my preparations accordingly. With a feverish impatience, which is no sign of true love, I watched the days go by, and waited for, if I did not anticipate, the death which I fondly imagined would make all clear. At last it came, and I went again into Mr. Delafield's presence. "My aunt has just died," I announced, and stood waiting for the short, concise, "Go ahead then, my boy," which I certainly expected. Instead of that, he gave me a queer, inexplicable smile, and merely said, "I want to see the greenbacks, my lad. No colour so good as green, not even the black upon white of 'I promise to pay.'" I went back to my desk in the bank, chagrined. Ona had told me a few days before that she was tired of waiting, that the young doctor from the next town was very assiduous in his attentions, and as there was no question as to his ability to support a wife, why? She did not finish her sentence, but the toss of her head and her careless tone at parting were enough to inflame the jealousy of a less easily aroused nature than mine. I felt that I was in hourly danger of losing her, and all because I could not satisfy her father with a sight of the few thousands which were so soon to be mine. The reading of my aunt's will, which confirmed my hopes, did not greatly improve matters. "I want to see the money," the old gentleman repeated, and I was forced to wait the action of the law and the settlement of the estate. It took longer than even he foresaw. Weeks went by, and my poor little 5,000 seemed as far from my control as on the day the will was read. There was some trouble, I was not told what, that made it seem improbable that I should reap the benefit of my legacy for some time. Meanwhile, Ona accepted the attentions of the young doctor, and my chances of winning her dwindled rapidly day by day. I became morbidly eager and insanely jealous. Instead of pursuing my advantage, for I undoubtedly possessed one in her own secret inclination towards me, I stood off, and let my rival work his way into her affections unhindered. I was too sore to interrupt his play, as I called it, and too afraid of myself to actually confront him in her presence. But the sight of them riding together one day was more than I could endure, even in my spirit of unresistance. "He shall not have her," I cried, and cast about in my mind how to bring my own matters into such shape as to satisfy her father, and so win her own consent to my suit. My first thought was to borrow the money, but that was impracticable in a town where each man's affairs are known to his neighbour. My next was to hurry up the settlement of the estate by appeal to my lawyer. The result of the latter course was a letter of many promises, in the midst of which a great temptation assailed me. Colonel Jaffa, of whose history you have heard more or less true accounts, was at that time living in the old mansion you took such pains to point out to me in that walk we took together in Grotewell. He had suffered a great anguish in the flight and degradation of his only daughter, and though the real facts connected with her departure were not known in the village, he was so overcome with shame and so shattered in health, he lived in the utmost seclusion, opening his doors to but few visitors, among whom I, for some unexplained reason, was one. He used to say he liked me, and saw in me the makings of a considerable man, and I, because he was Colonel Jaffa and a strong spirit, returned his appreciation, and spent many of my bitter and unhappy hours in his presence. It was upon one of these occasions the temptation came to which I have just alluded. I had been talking about his health and the advisability of his taking a journey, when he suddenly rose and said, "Come with me to my study." I, of course, went. The first thing I saw upon entering was a trunk, locked and strapped. "I am going to Europe tomorrow," said he, "to be gone 6 months." I was astonished, for in that town no one presumed to do anything of importance without consulting his neighbours, but I merely bowed my congratulations and waited for him to speak, for I saw he had something on his mind that he wished to say. At last it came out. He had a daughter, he said, a daughter who had disgraced him, and whom he had forbidden his house. She was not worthy of his consideration, yet he could not help but remember her, and while he never desired to see her enter his doors, it was not his wish that she should suffer want. He had a little money which he had laid by, and which he wished to put into my hands for her use, provided anything should happen to him during his absence. "She is a wanderer now," he cried, "but she may one day come back, and then, if I am dead and gone, you may give it to her." I was not to enter it in the bank under his name, but regard it as a personal trust, to be used only under such circumstances as he mentioned. The joy with which I listened to this proposal amounted almost to ecstasy when he went to his desk and brought out 5 $1,000 bills and laid them in my hand. "It is not much," said he, "but it will save her from worse degradation if she chooses to avail herself of it." Not much, oh no, not much, but just the sum that would raise me out of the pit of despondency into which I had fallen, and give me my bride, a chance in the world, and last but not least, revenge on the rival I had now learned to hate. I was obliged to give the Colonel a paper acknowledging the trust, but that was no hindrance. I did not mean to use the money, only to show it, and long before the Colonel could return, my own 5,000 would be in my hands, and so, and so, and so, as the devil reasons, and young infatuated ears listen. Colonel Jaffa thought I was an honest man, nor did I consider myself otherwise at that time. It was a chance for clever action, a bit of opportune luck, that it would be madness to discard. On the day the vessel sailed, which carried Colonel Jaffa out of the country, I went to Mr. Delafield and showed him the 5 crisp banknotes that represented, as it were by proxy, the fortune I so speedily expected to inherit. "You have wanted to see $5,000 in my hand," said I. "There they are." His look of amazement was peculiar, and ought to have given me warning, but I was blinded by my infatuation, and thought it no more than the natural surprise incident to the occasion. "I have been made to wait a long time for your consent to my suit," said I. "May I hope that you will now give me leave to press my claims upon your daughter?" He did not answer at once, but smiled, eyeing meanwhile the notes in my hand with a fascinated gaze, which instinctively warned me to return them to my pocket. But I no sooner made a move indicative of that resolve than he thrust out his cold, slim hand and prevented me. "Let me see them," cried he. There was no reason for me to refuse so simple a request to one in Mr. Delafield's position, and though I had rather he had not asked for the notes, I handed them over. He at once seemed to grow taller. "So this is your start-off in life," exclaimed he. I bowed, and he let his eyes roam for a moment to my face. "Many a man would be glad of worse," smiled he. Then suavely, "You shall have my daughter, sir." I must have turned white in my relief, for he threw his head back and laughed in a low, unmusical way that at any other time would have affected me unpleasantly. But my only thought then was to get the money back and rush with my new hopes into the room from which came the low, ceaseless hum of his daughter's voice. But at the first movement of my hand towards him, he assumed a mysterious air, and closing his fingers over the notes, said, "These are yours, to do what you wish with, I suppose?" I may have blushed, but if I did, he took no notice. "What I wish to do with them," returned I, "is to shut them up in the bank for the present, at least till Ona is my wife." "Oh, no, 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 you do not," came in easy, almost wheedling tones from the man before me. "You want to put them where they will double themselves in 2 months." And before I could realize to what he was tempting me, he had me down before his desk, showing me letters, documents, etc., of a certain scheme into which, if a man should put $1 today, it would come out 3 and no mistake before the year was out. "It is a chance in 1,000, said he. "If I had 500,000, I would invest it in this enterprise today. If you will listen to me and put your money in there, you will be a rich man before 10 years have passed over your head." I was dazzled. I knew enough of such matters to see that it was neither a hoax nor a chimera. He did have a good thing, and if the $5,000 had been my own... But I soon came to consider the question without that conditional. He was so specious in his manner of putting the affair before me, so masterful in the way he held on to the money, he gave me no time to think. "Say the word," cried he, "and in 2 months I bring you back 10,000 for your 5. "Only 2 months," he repeated, and then, slowly, "Ona was born for luxury." Paula, you cannot realize what that temptation was. To amass wealth had never been my ambition before, but now everything seemed to urge it upon me. Dreams of unimagined luxury came to my mind as these words were uttered. A vision of Ona, clad in garments worthy of her beauty, floated before my eyes. The humble home I had hitherto pictured for myself broadened and towered away into a palace. I beheld myself honoured and accepted as the nabob of the town. I caught a glimpse of a new paradise, and hesitated to shut down the gate upon it. "I will think of it," said I, and went into the other room to speak to Ona. Ah, if some angel had met me on the threshold, if my mother's spirit, or the thought of your dear face, could have risen before me then, and stopped me. Dizzy, intoxicated with love and ambition, I crossed the room to where she sat, reeling off a skein of blue silk, with hands that were whiter than alabaster. Kneeling down by her side, I caught those fair hands in mine. "Ona," I cried, "will you marry me? Your father has given his consent, and we shall be very happy." She bestowed upon me a little pout, and half mockingly, half earnestly, inquired, "What kind of a house are you going to put me in? I cannot live in a cottage." "I will put you in a palace," I whispered, "if you will only say that you will be mine." "A palace? Oh, I don't expect palaces. A house like the Jaffas would do. Not but what I should feel at home in a palace," she added, lifting her lordly head, and looking beautiful enough to grace a sceptre. Then, archly for her, "And Papa has given his consent?" "Yes," I ardently cried. "Then Dr. Burton might as well go," she answered. "I will trust my father's judgment, and take the palace when it comes." After that, it was impossible to disappoint her. Paula, in stating all this, I have purposely confined myself to relating bare facts. You must see us as we were. The glamour which an unreasoning passion casts over even a dishonest act, if performed for the sake of winning a beautiful woman, is no excuse in my own soul for the evil to which I succumbed that day, nor shall it seem so to you. Bare, hard, stern, the fact confronts me from the past, that at the first call of temptation I fell. And with this blot on my character, you will have to consider me, unhappy being that I am. I did not realize then, however, all that I had done. The operation entered into by Mr. Delafield prospered, and in 2 months I had, as he predicted, $10,000 instead of 5 in my possession. Besides, I had just married Ona, and for a while life was a dream of delight and luxury. But there came a day when I awoke to an insight of the peril I had escaped by a mere chance of the die. The money which I had expected from my aunt's will turned out to be amongst certain funds that had been risked in speculation by some agent during her sickness, and irrecoverably lost. The expression of her goodwill was all that ever came to me of the legacy upon which I had so confidently relied. I was sitting with my young wife in the pretty parlour of our new home, when the letter came from my lawyer announcing this fact, and I never can make you understand what effect it had upon me. The very walls seemed to shrivel up into the dimensions of a prison cell. The face that only an hour before had possessed every conceivable charm for me shone on my changed vision with the allurement, but also with the unreality, of a will-o'-the-wisp. All that might have happened if the luck, instead of being in my favour, had turned against me, crushed like a thunderbolt upon my head, and I rose up and left the presence of my young wife, with the knowledge at my heart that I was no more nor less than a thief in the eyes of God, if not in that of my fellow men, a base thief, who, if he did not meet his fit punishment, was only saved from it by fortuitous circumstances and the ignorance of those he had been so near despoiling. The bitterness of that hour never passed away. The streets in which I had been raised, the house which had been the scene of my temptation, Mr. Delafield's face, and my own home, all became unendurable to me. I felt as if each man I met must know what I had done, and secret as the transaction had been, it was long before I could enter the bank without a tremor of apprehension, lest I should hear from some quarter that my services there would no longer be required. The only comfort I received was in the thought that Ona did not know at what a cost her hand had been obtained. I was still under the glamour of her languid smiles and countless graces, and was fain to believe that notwithstanding a certain unresponsiveness and coldness in her nature, her love would yet prove a compensation for the remorse that I secretly suffered. My distaste for Grotewell culminated. It was too small for me. The money I had acquired through the use of my neighbour's funds burned in my pocket. I determined to move to New York, and with the few thousands I possessed, venture upon other speculations, but this time in all honesty. Yes, I swore it before God and my own soul that never again would I run a risk similar to that from which I had just escaped. I would profit by the money I had acquired, oh yes, but henceforth all my operations should be legitimate and honourable. My wife, who was fast developing a taste for ease and splendour, seconded my plans with something like fervour, while Mr. Delafield actually went so far as to urge my departure. "You are bound to make a rich man," said he, "and must go where great fortunes are to be secured." He never asked me what became of the $5,000 I returned to Colonel Jaffa upon his arrival from Europe. So I came to New York. Paula, the man who loses at the outset of a doubtful game is fortunate. I did not lose, I won. As if in that first dishonest deed of mine, I had summoned to my side the aid of evil influences. Each and every operation into which I entered prospered. It seemed as if I could not make a mistake. Money flowed towards me from all quarters. Power followed, and I found myself one of the most successful and one of the most unhappy men in New York. There are some things of which a man cannot write, even to the one dear heart he most cherishes and adores. You have lived in my home, and will acquit me from saying much about her who, with all her faults and her omissions, was ever kind to you. But some things I must repeat, in order to make intelligible to you the change which gradually took place within me as the years advanced. Beauty, while it wins the lover, can never of itself hold the heart of a husband who possesses aspirations beyond that which passion supplies. Reckless, worldly, and narrow-minded as I had been before the commission of that deed which embittered my life, I had become, by the very shock that followed the realization of my wrongdoing, a hungry-hearted, eager-minded, and melancholy-spirited man, asking but one boon in recompense for my secret remorse, and that was domestic happiness and the sympathetic affection of wife and children. Woman, according to my belief, was born to be chiefly and above all the consoler. What a man missed in the outside world, he was to find treasured at home. What a man lacked in his own nature, he was to discover in the delicate and sublimated one of his wife. Beautiful dream, which my life was not destined to see realized. The birth of my only child was my first great consolation. With the opening of her blue eyes upon my face, a wellspring deep as my unfathomable longing bubbled up within my breast. Alas, that very consolation brought a hideous grief. The mother did not love her child, and another strand of the regard with which I still endeavoured to surround the wife of my youth parted and floated away out of sight. To take my little one in my arms, to feel her delicate cheek press yearningly to mine, to behold her sweet infantile soul develop itself before my eyes, and yet to realize that that soul would never know the guidance or sympathy of a mother, was to me at once rapture and anguish. I sometimes forgot to follow up a fortunate speculation in my indulgence of these feelings. I was passionately the father, as I might have been passionately the husband and the friend. Geraldine died. How, and with what attendant circumstances of pain and regret, I will not, dare not state. The blow struck to the core of my being. I stood shaken before God. The past, with its one grim remembrance, a remembrance that in the tide of business successes and the engrossing affection which had of late absorbed me, had been well nigh swamped from sight, rose before me like an accusing spirit. I had sinned, and I had been punished. I had sown, and I had reaped. More than that, I was sinning still, My very enjoyment of the position I had so doubtfully acquired was unworthy of me. My very wealth was a disgrace. Had it not all been built upon another man's means? Could the very house I lived in be said to be my own, while a Jaffa existed in want? In the eyes of the world, perhaps yes. In my own eyes, no. I became morbid on the subject. I asked myself what I could do to escape the sense of obligation that overwhelmed me. The few sums with which I had been secretly enabled to provide Colonel Jaffa during the final days of his ruined and impoverished life were not sufficient. I desired to wipe out the past by some large and munificent return. Had the Colonel been living, I should have gone to him, told him my tale, and offered him the half of my fortune. But his death cut off all hopes of my righting myself in that way. Only his daughter remained, the poor, lost, reprobated being, whom he was willing to curse, but whom he could not bear to believe suffering. I determined that the debt due to my own peace of mind should be paid to her. But how? Where was I to find this wanderer? How was I to let her know that a comfortable living awaited her if she would only return to her friends and home? Consulting with a business associate, he advised me to advertise. I did so, but without success. I next resorted to the detectives, but all without avail. Jacqueline Jaffa was not to be found. But I did not relinquish my resolve. Deliberately investing $100,000 in government bonds, I put them aside for her. They were to be no longer mine. I gave them to her and to her heirs as completely and irrevocably, I believed, as if I had laid them in her hand and seen her depart with them. I even inserted them as a legacy to her in my will. It was a clear and definite arrangement between me and my own soul. And after I had made it, and given orders to my lawyer in Grotewell to acquaint me if he ever received the least news of Jacqueline Jaffa, I slept in peace. Of the years that followed, I have small need to speak. They were the years that preceded your coming, my Paula, and their story is best told by what I was when we met again, and you made me know the sweet things of life by entering into my home. Woman, as a thoughtful, tender, elevated being, had been so long unknown to me. The beauty of the feminine soul, with its faith fixed upon high ideals, was one before which I had ever been ready to bow. All that I had missed in my youth, all that had failed me in my maturing manhood, seemed to flow back upon me like a river. I bathed in the sunshine of your pure spirit, and imagined that the evil days were over, and peace come at last. A rude and bitter shock awoke me. Ona's father, who had followed us to New York, and of whose somewhat checkered career during the past few years I have purposely forborne to speak, had not been above appealing to us for assistance at such times as his frequently unfortunate investments left him in a state of necessity. These appeals were usually made to Ona, and in a quiet way, but one day he met me on the street. It was during the second winter you spent in my home, and dragging me into a restaurant downtown, began a long tale to the effect that he wanted a few thousands from me to put into a certain investment, which, if somewhat shady in its character, was very promising as to its results, and gave as a reason why he applied to me for the money that he knew I had not been above doing a wrongful act once in order to compass my ends, and therefore would not be liable to hesitate now. It was the thunderbolt of my life. My sin was not then buried. It had been known to this man from the start. With an insight for which I had never given him credit, he had read my countenance in the days of my early temptation, and guessed, if he did not know, where the $5,000 came from with which I began my career as speculator. Worse than that, he had led me on to the act by which he now sought to hold me. Having been the secret agent in losing my aunt's money, he knew at the time that I was cherishing empty hopes as regarded a legacy from her. Yet he let me dally with my expectations and ensnare myself with his daughter's fascinations, till, driven mad by disappointment and longing, I was ready to resort to any means to gain my purpose. It was a frightful revelation to come to me in days when, if I were not a thoroughly honest man, I had at least acquired a deep and ineradicable dread of dishonour. Answering him, I know not how, but in a way that, while it repudiated his proposition, unfortunately acknowledged the truth of the suppositions upon which it was founded, I left him and went home a crushed and disheartened man. Life, which had been so long in acquiring cheerful hues, was sunk again in darkness, and for days I could not bear the sight of your innocent face, or the sound of your pure voice, or the tokens of your tender and unsuspecting presence in my home. But soon the very natural thought came to comfort me, that the sin I so deplored was as much dead now as it was before I learned the fact of this man's knowledge of it, that having repented and put it away, I was as free to accept your gentle offices and the regard of all true men as ever I had been, and beguiled by this plausible consideration, I turned again to my one visible source of consolation, and in the diversion it offered, let the remembrance of this last bitter experience pass slowly from my mind. The fact that Mr. Delafield left town shortly after his interview with me, and, smitten by shame perhaps, forbore to acquaint us with his whereabouts, or afflict us with his letters, may have aided me in this strange forgetfulness. But other and sharper trials were in store, trials that were to test me as a man, and, as it proved, find me lacking just where I thought I was strongest. Paula, that saying of the Bible, "Let him that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall," might have been written over the door of my house on that day 10 months ago, when we two stood by the hearthstone and talked of the temptations that beset humanity, and the charity we should show to such as succumb to them. Before the day had waned, my own hour had come, and not all the experience of my life, not all the resolves, hopes, fears of my later years, not even the remembrance of your sweet trust and your natural recoil from evil, were sufficient to save me. The blow came so suddenly, the call for action was so peremptory. One moment I stood before the world, rich, powerful, honoured, and beloved. The next I saw myself threatened with a loss that undermined my whole position, and with it the very consideration that made me what I was. But I must explain. When I entered the Madison Bank as president, I gave up, in deference to the wishes of Mr. Stuyvesant, all open speculation in Wall Street. But a wife and home, such as I then had, are not to be supported on any petty income, and when, shortly after your entrance into my home, the opportunity presented itself of investing in a particularly promising silver mine out west, I could not resist the temptation. Regarding the affair as legitimate, and the hazard, if such it were, one that I was amply able to bear. But, like most enterprises of the kind, $1 drew another after it, and I soon found that to make available what I had already invested, I was obliged to add to it more and more of my available funds, until, to make myself as intelligible to you as I can, it had absorbed not only all that had remained to me after my somewhat liberal purchase of the Madison Bank stock, but all I could raise on a pledge of the stock itself. But there was nothing in this to alarm me. I had a man at the mine devoted to my interests, and as the present yield was excellent, and the future of more promise still, I went on my way with no special anxiety. But who can trust a silver mine? At the very point where we expected the greatest result, the vein suddenly gave out, and nothing prevented the stock from falling utterly flat on the market but the discretion of my agent, who kept the fact a secret, while he quietly went about getting another portion of the mine into working order. He was fast succeeding in this, and affairs were looking daily more promising, when suddenly an intimation received by me in a bit of conversation, casually overheard at that reception we attended together, convinced me that the secret was transpiring, and that if great care were not taken, we should be swamped before we could get things into working trim again. Filled with this anxiety, I was about to leave the building in order to telegraph to my agent, when, to my great surprise, the card of that very person was brought in to me, together with a request for an immediate interview. You remember it, Paula, and how I went out to see him, but what you did not know then, and what I find some difficulty in relating now, is that his message to me was one of total ruin, unless I could manage to give into his hand, for immediate use, the sum of $100,000. The facts making this demand necessary were not what you may have been led to expect. They had little or nothing to do with the new operations, which were progressing successfully and with every promise of an immediate return, but arose entirely out of a lawsuit then in the hands of a Colorado judge for decision, and which, though it involved well nigh the whole interest of the mine, had never till this hour given me the least uneasiness, my lawyers having always assured me of my ultimate success. But it seems that notwithstanding all this, the decision was to be rendered in favour of the other party. My agent, who was a man to be trusted in these matters, averred that 5 days before he had learned from most authentic sources what the decision was likely to be. That the judge's opinion had been seen, he did not tell me how, he dared not, nor did I presume to question, but I have since learned that not only had the copyist employed by the judge turned traitor, but that my own agent had been anything but scrupulous in the use he had made of a willing and corruptible instrument, and that if I wanted to save myself and the others connected with me from total and irremediable loss, I must compromise with the other parties at once, who, not being advised of the true state of affairs, and having but little faith in their own case, had long ago expressed their willingness to accept the sum of $100,000 as a final settlement of the controversy. My agent, if none too nice in his ideas of right and wrong, was, as I have intimated, not the man to make a mistake, and when to my question as to how long a time he would give me to look around among my friends and raise the required sum, he replied, 10 hours and no more. I realized my position, and the urgent necessity for immediate action. The remainder of the night is a dream to me. There was but one source from which I could hope, in the present condition of my affairs, to procure $100,000, and that was from the box where I had stowed away the bonds destined for the use of the Jaffa heirs. To borrow was impossible, even if I had been in possession of proper securities to give. I was considered as having relinquished speculation, and dared not risk the friendship of Mr. Stuyvesant by a public betrayal of my necessity. The Jaffa bonds, or my own fortune, must go, and it only remained with me to determine which. Paula, nothing but the ingrained principle of a lifetime, the habit of doing the honest thing without thought or hesitation, saves a man at an hour like that. Strong as I believed myself to be in the determination never again to floor my manhood by the least action unworthy of my position as the guardian of trusts, earnest as I was in my recoil from evil, and sincere as I may have been in my admiration of and desire for the good, I no sooner saw myself tottering between ruin and a compromise with conscience than I hesitated with you under my roof, and with the words we had been speaking still ringing in my ears. Ona's influence, for all the trials of our married life, was still too strong upon me. To think of her as deprived of the splendour which was her life daunted my very soul. I dared not contemplate a future in which she must stand denuded of everything which made existence dear to her. Yet how could I do the evil thing I contemplated, even to save her and preserve my own position? For, and you must understand this, I regarded any appropriation of these funds I had delegated to the use of the Jaffas as a fresh and veritable abuse of trust. They were not mine. I had given them away. Unknown to anyone but my own soul and God, I had deeded them to a special purpose, and to risk them, as I now proposed doing, was an act that carried me back to the days of my former delinquency, and made the repentance of the last few years the merest mockery. What if I might recover them hereafter, and restore them to their place? The chances in favour of their utter loss were also possible, and honesty deals not with chances. I suffered so, I had a momentary temptation towards suicide. But suddenly, in the midst of the struggle, came the thought that perhaps in my estimate of Ona I had committed a gross injustice, that while she loved splendour seemingly more than any woman I had ever known, she might be as far from wishing me to retain her in it at the price of my own self-respect as the most honest-hearted wife in the world. And, struck by the hope, I left my agent at a hotel and hurried home through the early morning to her side. She was asleep, of course, but I wakened her. It was dark, and she had a right to be fretful, but when I whispered in her ear, "Get up and listen to me, for our fortune is at stake," she at once rose, and having risen, was her clearest, coldest, most implacable self. "Paula," I told her my story, my whole story, as I have told it to you here. I dropped no thread, I smoothed over no offence. Torturing as it was to my pride, I laid bare my soul before her, and then, in a burst of appeal, such as I hope never to be obliged to make use of again, asked her, as she was a woman and a wife, to save me in this hour of my temptation. Paula, she refused. More than that, she expressed the bitterest scorn of my mawkish conscientiousness, as she called it. That I should consider myself as owing anything to the detestable wretch who was the only representative of the Jaffas was bad enough, but that I should go on treasuring the money that would save us was disgraceful, if not worse, and betrayed a weakness of mind for which she had never given me credit. "But, Ona," I cried, If it is a weakness of mind, it is also an equivalent to my consciousness of right living. Would you have me sacrifice that?" "I would have you sacrifice anything necessary to preserve us in our position," said she, and I stood aghast before an unscrupulousness greater than any I had hitherto been called upon to face. "Ona," repeated I, for her look was cold, "do you realize what I have been telling you? Most wives would shudder when informed that their husbands had perpetrated a dishonest act in order to win them." A thin, strange smile heralded her reply. "Most wives would," returned she, "but most wives are ignorant. Did you suppose I did not know what it cost you to marry me? Papa took care I should miss no knowledge that might be useful to me." "And you married me, knowing what I had done?" exclaimed I, with incredulous dismay. "I married you, knowing you were too clever, or believing you to be too clever, to run such a risk again." I can say no more concerning that hour. With a horror for this woman, such as I had never before experienced for a living creature, I rushed out of her presence, loathing the air she breathed, yet resolved to do her bidding. Can you understand a man hating a woman, yet obeying her, despising her, yet yielding? I cannot, now, but that day there seemed no alternative. Either I must kill myself, or follow her wishes. I chose to do the latter, forgetting that God can kill, and that, too, whom and when he pleases. Going down to the bank, I procured the bonds from my box in the safe. I felt like a thief, and the manner in which it was done was unwittingly suggestive of crime. But with that and the position in which I have since found myself placed by this very action, I need not cumber my present narrative. Handing the bonds to my agent, with orders to sell them to the best advantage, I took a short walk to quiet my nerves and realize what I had done, and then went home. Paula, had God in his righteous anger seen fit to strike me down that day, it would have been no more than my due, and aroused in me perhaps no more than a natural repentance. But when I saw her, for whose sake I had ostensibly committed this fresh abuse of trust, lying cold and dead before me, the sword of the Almighty pierced me to the soul, and I fell prostrate beneath a remorse to which any regret I had hitherto experienced was as the playing of a child with shadows. Had I, by the losing of my right arm, been able to recall my action, I would have done it. Indeed, I made an effort to recover myself. Had my agent followed up with an order to return me the bonds I had given him, but it was too late. The compromise had already been effected by telegraph, and the money was out of our hands. The deed was done, and I had made myself unworthy of your presence and your smile, at the very hour when both would have been inestimable to me. You remember those days, remember our farewell. Let me believe you do not blame me now for what must have seemed harsh and unnecessary to you then. There is but little more to write, but in that little is compressed the passion, longing, hope, and despair of a lifetime. When I told you, as I did a few hours ago, that my sin was dead and its consequences at an end, I repeat that I fully and truly believed it. The $100,000 I had sent west had been used to advantage, and only day before yesterday I was enabled to sell out my share in the mine for a large sum that leaves me free and unembarrassed to make the fortune of more than one Jaffa, should God ever see fit to send them across my pathway. More than that, Mr. Delafield, of whose discretion I had sometimes had my fears, was dead, having perished of a fever some months before in San Francisco, and of all men living there were none, as I believed, who knew anything to the discredit of my name. I was clear, or so I thought, in fortune and in fame, and being so, dreamed of taking to my empty and yearning arms the loveliest and the purest of mortal women. But God watched over you, and prevented an act whose consequences might have been so cruel. In an hour, Paula, in an hour, I had learned that the foul thing was not dead, that a witness had picked up the words I had allowed to fall in my interview with my father-in-law in the restaurant 2 years before, an unscrupulous witness who had been on my track ever since, and who now, in his eagerness for a victim, had by mistake laid his clutch upon our Bertram. Yes, owing to the similarity of our voices and the fact that we both make use of a certain telltale word, this patient and upright nephew of mine stands at this moment under the charge of having acknowledged in the hearing of this person to the committal of an act of dishonesty in the past. A foolish charge, you will say, and one easily refuted. Alas! A fresh act of dishonesty, lately perpetrated in the bank, complicates matters. A theft has been committed on some of Mr. Stuyvesant's effects, and that too under circumstances that involuntarily arouse suspicion against some one of the bank officials, and Bertram, if not sustained in his reputation, must suffer from the doubts which naturally have arisen in Mr. Stuyvesant's breast. The story which this man could tell must, of course, shake the faith of anyone in the reputation of him against whom it is directed, and the man intends to repeat his story, and that too in the very ears of him upon whose favour Bertram depends for his life's happiness and the winning of the woman he adores. I adore you, Paula, but I cannot clasp you to my heart across another sin. If the detectives whom we shall call in tomorrow cannot exonerate those connected with the bank from the theft lately committed there, and the fact that you have been allowed to read this letter prove they have not, I must do what I can to relieve Bertram from his painful position, by taking upon myself the onus of that past transgression, which of right belongs to my account. And this once done, let the result be for good or ill, any bond between you and me is cut loose for ever. I have not learned to love at this late hour, to wrong the precious thing I cherish. Death, as it is to me to say good-bye to the one last gleam of heavenly light that has shot across my darkened way, it must be done, dear heart, if only to hold myself worthy of the tender and generous love you have designed to bestow upon me. Bertram, who is all generosity, may guess, but does not know, what I am about to do. Go down to him, dear. Tell him that at this very moment, perhaps, I am clearing his name before the wretch who has so ruthlessly fastened his fang upon him, that his love and Cicely's shall prosper, as he has been loyal and she trusting all these years of effort and probation, that I give him my blessing, and that if we do not meet again, I delegate to him the trust of which I so poorly acquitted myself. But before you go, stop a moment, and in this room, which has always symbolized to my eyes the poverty which was my rightful due, kneel and pray for my soul. For if God grants me the wish of my heart, he will strike me with sudden death after I have taken upon myself the disgrace of my past offences. Life without love can be borne, but life without honour never. To come and go amongst my fellow men with a shadow on the fame they have always believed spotless, do not ask me to attempt it, Pray for my soul, but pray too that I may perish in some quick and sudden way before ever your dear eyes rest upon my face again. And now, as though this were to be the end, let me take my last farewell of you. I have loved you, Paula, loved you with my heart, my mind, and my soul. You have been my angel of inspiration and the source of all my comfort. I kneel before you in gratitude, and I stand above you in blessing. May every pang I suffer this hour redound to you in some sweet happiness hereafter. I do not quarrel with my fate. I only ask God to spare you from its shadow, and he will. Love will flow back upon your young life, and in regions where our eye now fails to pierce, you will taste every joy which your generous heart once thought to bestow on Edward Sylvester. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7:30. I would it were midnight, Hal, and all well. Henry IV. The library was dim. Bertram, who had felt the oppressive influence of the great empty room, had turned down the lights, and was now engaged in pacing the floor, with restless and uneven steps, asking himself 100 questions, and wishing with all the power of his soul that Mr. Sylvester would return, and by his appearance cut short a suspense that was fast becoming unendurable. He had just returned from his third visit to the front door, when the curtain between him and the hall was gently raised, and Paula glided in and stood before him. She was dressed for the street, and her face, where the light touched it, shone like marble upon which has fallen the glare of a lifted torch. "Paula!" burst from the young man's lips in surprise. "Hush!" said she, her voice quavering with an emotion that put to defiance all conventionalities. "I want you to take me to the place where Mr. Sylvester is gone. He is in danger. I know it. I feel it. I dare not leave him any longer alone. I might be able to save him if he meditates anything that—" She did not try to say what, but drew nearer to Bertram and repeated her request. "You will take me, won't you?" He eyed her with amazement, and a shudder seized his own strong frame. "No," cried he, "I cannot take you. You do not know what you ask. But I will go myself, if you apprehend anything serious. I remember where it is. I studied the address too closely to readily forget it." "You shall not go without me," returned Paula with steady decision. "If the danger is what I fear, no one else can save him. I must go," she added with passionate importunity, as she saw him still looking doubtful. "Darkness and peril are nothing to me in comparison with his safety." "He holds my life in his hand," she softly whispered. "And what will not one do for his life?" Then quickly, "If you go without me, I shall follow with Aunt Belinda. Nothing shall keep me in the house tonight." He felt the uselessness of further objection, yet he ventured to say, "The place where he has gone is one of the worst in the city, a spot which men hesitate to enter after dark. You don't know what you ask in begging me to take you there." "I do. I realize everything." With a sudden awe of the great love which he thus beheld embodied before him, Bertram bowed his head and moved towards the door. "I may consider it wise to obtain the guidance of a policeman through the quarter into which we are about to venture. Will you object to that?" "No," was her quick reply. "I object to nothing but delay." and with a last look about the room, as if some sensation of farewell were stirring in her breast, she laid her hand on Bertram's arm, and together they hurried away into the night. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Woman's Love. Chapter 41. The Work of an Hour. Base is the slave that pays. Henry V. Heaven has no rage like love to hatred turned, nor hell a fury like a woman scorned. Congreve. Mr. Sylvester, upon leaving the bank, had taken his usual route uptown, but after an aimless walk of a few blocks, he suddenly paused, and with a quiet look about him, drew from his pocket the small slip of paper which Bertram had laid on his table the night before, and hurriedly consulted its contents. Instantly an irrepressible exclamation escaped him, and he turned his face to the heavens with the look of one who recognizes the just providence of God. The name which he had just read was that of the old lover of Jacqueline Jaffa, Roger Holt, and the address given was 63 Baxter Street. Twilight comes with different aspects to the broad avenues of the rich and the narrow alleys of the poor. In the reeking slums of Baxter Street, poetry would have had to search long for the purple glamour that makes day's dying hour fair in open fields and perfumed chambers. Even the last dazzling gleam of the sun could awaken no sparkle from the bleared windows of the hideous tenement houses that reared their blank and disfigured walls toward the west. The chill of the night blast and the quick dread that follows in the steps of coming darkness were all that could enter these regions, unless it was the stealthy shades of vice and disease. Mr. Sylvester, standing before the darkest and most threatening of the many dark and threatening houses that cumbered the street, was a sight to draw more than one head from the neighbouring windows. Had it been earlier, he would have found himself surrounded by a dozen ragged and importunate children. Had it been later, he would have run the risk of being garrotted by some skulking assassin. As it was, he stood there unmolested, eyeing the structure that held within its gloomy recesses the once handsome and captivating lover of Jacqueline Jaffa. He was not the only man who would have hesitated before entering there. Low and insignificant as the building appeared, and its 2 stories certainly looked dwarfish enough in comparison with the 2 lofty tenement houses that pressed it upon either side, there was something in its quiet, almost uninhabited aspect that awakened a vague apprehension of lurking danger. A face at a window would have been a relief. Even the sight of a customer in the noisome groggery that occupied the ground floor. From the dwellings about came the hum of voices, and now and then the sound of a shrill laugh or a smothered cry, but from this house came nothing, unless it was the slow ooze of a stream of half-melted snow that found its way from under the broken-down doorway to the gutter beyond. Stepping bravely forward, Mr. Sylvester entered the open door. A flight of bare and rickety steps met his eye. Ascending them, he found himself in a hall which must have been poorly lighted at any time, but which at this late hour was almost dark. It was not very encouraging, but pressing on, he stopped at a door and was about to knock, when his eyes becoming accustomed to the darkness, he detected, standing at the foot of the stairs leading to the story above, the tall and silent figure of a woman. It was no common apparition. Like a sentinel at his post, or a spy on the outskirts of the enemy's camp, she stood drawn up against the wall, her whole wasted form quivering with eagerness or some other secret passion, darkness on her brow and uncertainty on her lip. She was listening, or waiting, or both, and that with an entire absorption that prevented her from heeding the approach of a stranger's step. Struck by so sinister a presence, in a place so dark and desolate, Mr. Sylvester unconsciously drew back. As he did so, the woman thrilled and looked up, but not at him. A lame child's hesitating and uneven step was heard crossing the floor above, and it was towards it she turned, and for it she composed her whole form into a strange but evil calmness. "Ah, he let you come then," Mr. Sylvester heard her exclaim in a low, smothered tone, whose attempted lightness did not hide the malevolent nature of her interest. "Yes," came back in the clear and confiding tones of childhood. "I told him you loved me and gave me candy balls, and he let me come." A laugh, quick and soon smothered, disturbed the surrounding gloom. "You told him I loved you. Well, that is good. I do love you as I do my own eyes, that I could crush, for ever having lingered on the face of my betrayer." The last phrase was muttered, and did not seem to convey any impression to the child. "Hold out your arms and catch me," cried he. "I am going to jump." She appeared to comply, for he gave a little ringing laugh that was startlingly clear and fresh. "He asked me what your name was," babbled he, as he nestled in her arms. "He is always asking what your name is. Dad forgets, Dad does, or else it's because he's never seen you." "And what did you tell him?" she asked, ignoring the last remark with an echo of her sarcastic laugh. "Mrs. Smith, of course." She threw back her head, and her whole form acquired an aspect that made Mr. Sylvester shudder. "That's good," she cried. "Mrs. Smith, by all means." Then, with a sudden lowering of her face to his, "Mrs. Smith is good to you, isn't she? Lets you sit by her fire when she has any, and gives you peanuts to eat, and sometimes spares you a penny." "Yes, yes," the boy cried. "Come then," she said. "Let's go home." She put him down on the floor, and gave him his little crutch. Her manner was not unkind, and yet Mr. Sylvester trembled as he saw the child about to follow her. "Didn't you ever have any little boys?" the child suddenly asked. The woman shrank, as if a burning steel had been plunged against her breast. Looking down on the frightened child, she hissed out from between her teeth, "Did he tell you to ask me that? Did he dare?" She stopped and pressed her arms against her swelling heart, as if she would smother its very beats. "Oh, no, of course he didn't tell you. What does he know or care about Mrs. Smith?" Then, with a quick gasp and a wild look into the space before her, "My child dead, and her child alive and beloved. What wonder that I hate earth and defy heaven." She caught the boy by the hand and drew him quickly away. "You will be good to me," he cried, frightened by her manner, yet evidently fascinated too, perhaps on account of the faint sparks of kindness that alternated with gusts of passion he did not understand. "You won't hurt me? You'll let me sit by the fire and get warm?" "Yes, yes." "And eat a bit of bread with butter on it?" "Yes, yes." "Then I'll go." She drew him down the hall. "Why do you like to have me come to your house?" he prattled away. She turned on him with a look which unfortunately Mr. Sylvester could not see. "Because your eyes are so blue, and your skin is so white. They make me remember her." "And who is her?" She laughed, and seemed to hug herself in her rage and bitterness. "Your mother," she cried, and in speaking it, she came upon Mr. Sylvester. He at once put out his hand. "I don't know who you are," said he, but I do not think you had better take the child out tonight. From what you say, his father is evidently upstairs. If you will give the boy to me, I will take him back and leave him where he belongs." "You will?" The slow intensity of her tone was indescribable. "Know that I don't bear interference from strangers." And catching up the child, she rushed by him like a flash. "You are probably one of those missionaries who go stealing about unasked into respectable persons' rooms," she called back. "If by any chance you wander into his, tell him his child is in good hands. Do you hear? In good hands." And with a final burst of her hideous laugh, she dashed down the stairs and was gone. Mr. Sylvester stood shocked and undecided. His fatherly heart urged him to search at once for the parent of this lame boy, and warn him of the possible results of entrusting his child to a woman with so little command over herself. But upon taking out his watch, and finding it later by a good half-hour than he expected, he was so struck with the necessity of completing his errand that he forgot everything else in his anxiety to confront Holt. Knocking at the first door he came to, he waited. A quick snarl and a surprised "Come in" announced that he had scared up some sort of a living being, but whether man or woman he found it impossible to tell, even after the door opened, and the creature, whoever it was, rose upon him from a pile of rags scattered in one corner. "I want Mr. Holt. Can you tell me where to find him?" "Upstairs," was the only reply he received, as the creature settled down again upon its heap of tattered clothing. Fain to be content with this, he went up another flight and opened another door. He was more successful this time. One glance of his eye assured him that the man he was in search of sat before him. He had never seen Mr. Holt, but the regular, if vitiated features of the person upon whom he now intruded, his lank but not ungraceful form, and free if not airy manners, were not so common among the denizens of this unwholesome quarter that there could be any doubt as to his being the accomplished but degenerate individual whose once attractive air had stolen the heart of Colonel Jaffa's daughter. He was sitting in front of a small pine table, and when Mr. Sylvester's eyes first fell upon him, was engaged in watching with a somewhat sinister smile the final twirl of a solitary nickel which he had set spinning on the board before him. But at the sound of a step at the door, a lightning change passed over his countenance, and rising with a quick anticipatory "Ah!" he turned with hasty action to meet the intruder. A second exclamation, and a still more hasty recoil were the result. This was not the face or the form of him whom he had expected. "Mr. Holt, I believe?" inquired Mr. Sylvester, advancing with his most dignified mien. The other bowed, but in a doubtful way that for a moment robbed him of his usual air of impudent self-assertion. "Then I have business with you," continued Mr. Sylvester, laying the man's own card down on the table before him. "My name is Sylvester," he proceeded, with a calmness that surprised himself, "and I am the uncle of the young man upon whom you are at present presuming to levy blackmail." The assurance, which for a moment had deserted the countenance of the other, returned with a flash. "His uncle?" re-echoed he, with a low, anomalous bow. "Then it is from you I may expect the not unreasonable sum which I demand as the price of my attentions to your nephew's interest. Very good. I am not particular from what quarter it comes, so that it does come, and that before the clock has struck the hour which I have set as the limit of my forbearance." "Which is 7 o'clock, I believe?" "Which is 7 o'clock." Mr. Sylvester folded his arms, and sternly eyed the man before him. "You still adhere to your intention, then, of forwarding to Mr. Stuyvesant at that hour the sealed communication now in the hands of your lawyer?" The smile with which the other responded was like the glint of a partly sheathed dagger. "My lawyer has already received his instructions. Nothing but an immediate countermand on my part will prevent the communication of which you speak from going to Mr. Stuyvesant at 7 o'clock. The sigh which rose in Mr. Sylvester's breast did not disturb the severe immobility of his lip. "Have you ever considered the possibility," said he, "of the man whom you overheard talking in the restaurant in Day Street 2 years ago, not being Mr. Bertram Sylvester of the Madison Bank?" "No," returned the other, with a short, sharp, and wholly undisturbed laugh. "I do not think I ever have. Will you give me credit, then, for speaking with reason, when I declare to you that the man you overheard talking in the manner you profess to describe in your communication was not Mr. Bertram Sylvester?" A shrug of the shoulders, highly foreign and suggestive, was the other's answer. "It was Mr. Sylvester, or it was the devil," proclaimed he. "With all deference to your reason, my good sir. Or why are you here?" he keenly added. Mr. Sylvester did not reply. With a sarcastic twitch of his lips, the man took up the nickel with which he had been amusing himself when the former came in, and set it spinning again upon the table. "It is 6:30, remarked he. "It will take me a good half-hour to go to my lawyer." Mr. Sylvester made a final effort. "If you could be convinced," said he, "that you have got your grasp upon the wrong man, would you still persist in the course upon which you seem determined?" With a dexterous sleight-of-hand movement, the man picked up the whirling nickel and laid it flat on the table before him. "A fellow whose whole fortune is represented by a coin like that," tapping the piece significantly, "is not as easily convinced as a man of your means, perhaps. But if I should be brought to own that I had made a mistake in my man, I should still feel myself justified in proceeding against him, since my very accusation of him seems to be enough to arouse such interest on the part of his friends." "Wretch!" leaped to Mr. Sylvester's lips, but he did not speak it. "His friends," declared he, "have most certainly a great interest in his reputation and his happiness, but they never will pay anything upon coercion to preserve the one or to ensure the other. They won't," and for the first time Roger Holt slightly quavered. "A man's honour and happiness are much, and he will struggle long before he will consent to part from them. But a citizen of a great town like this owes something to his fellows, and submitting to blackmail is but a poor precedent to set. You will have to proceed as you will, Mr. Holt. Neither my nephew nor myself have any money to give you." The glare in the man's eyes was like that of an aroused tiger. "Do you mean to say," cried he, "that you will not give from your abundance a paltry $1,000 to save one of your blood from a suspicion that will never leave him to the end of his miserable days?" "I mean to say that not 1 cent will pass from me to you in payment of a silence which, as a gentleman, you ought to feel it incumbent upon you to preserve unasked, if only to prove to your fellow men that you have not entirely lost all the instincts of the caste to which you once belonged. Not that I look for anything so disinterested from you," he went on. "A man who could enter the home of a respectable gentleman, and under cover of a brotherly regard, lure into degradation and despair the woman who was at once its ornament and pride, cannot be expected to practice the virtues of ordinary manhood, much less those of a gentleman and a Christian. He is a wretch, who, whatever his breeding or antecedents, is open to nothing but execration and contempt." With an oath and a quick backward spring, Roger Holt cried out, "Who are you, and by what right do you come here to reproach me with a matter dead and buried by heaven a dozen years ago?" the right of one who, though a stranger, knows well what you are and what you have done. Colonel Jaffa himself is dead, but the avenger of his honour yet lives. Roger Holt, where is Jacqueline Jaffa?" The force with which this was uttered seemed to confound the man. For a moment he stood silent, his eye upon his guest. Then a subtle change took place in his expression. He smiled with a slow, devilish meaning, and tossing his head with an airy gesture, lightly remarked, "You must ask some more constant lover than I. A woman who was charming 10 years ago? Bah! What would I be likely to know about her now?" "Everything, when that woman is Jacqueline Jaffa," cried Mr. Sylvester, advancing upon him with a look that would have shaken most men, but which only made the eye of this one burn more eagerly. "Though you might easily wish to give her the slip, she is not one to forget you. If she is alive, you know where she is. Speak then, and let the worth of one good action make what amends it can for a long list of evil ones." "You really want to see the woman, then? Enough to pay for it, I mean?" "The reward which has been offered for news of the fate or whereabouts of Jacqueline Jaffa still stands good," was Mr. Sylvester's reply. The excited stare with which the man received this announcement slowly subsided into his former subtle look. "Well, well," said he, "we will see." The truth was that he knew no more than the other where this woman was to be found. "If I happen to come across her in any of my wanderings, I shall know where to apply for means to make her welcome. But that is not what at present concerns us. Your nephew is losing ground with every passing minute. In a half-hour more his future will be decided, unless you bid me order my lawyer to delay the forwarding of that communication to Mr. Stuyvesant. In that case—" "I believe I have already made it plain to you that I have no intentions of interfering with your action in this matter," quoth Mr. Sylvester, turning slowly toward the door. "If you are determined to send your statement, it must go. Only," and here he turned upon the bitterly disappointed man with an aspect whose nobility the other was but little calculated to appreciate, "only when you do so, be particular to state that the person whose story you thus forward to a director of the Madison Bank is not Bertram Sylvester, the cashier, but Edward Sylvester, his uncle, and the bank's president." And the stately head bowed, and the tall form was about to withdraw, when Holt, with an excited tremble that affected even his words, advanced and seized Mr. Sylvester by the arm. "His uncle!" cried he. "Why, that is what you— Great heaven!" he exclaimed, falling back with an expression not unmixed with awe. "You are the man, and you have denounced yourself!" Then quickly, "Speak again, let me hear your voice." And Mr. Sylvester, with a sad smile, repeated in a slow and meaning tone, "It is but one little fuss more." Then, as the other cringed, added a dignified, "Good evening, Mr. Holt," and passed swiftly across the room towards the door. What was it that stopped him halfway, and made him look back with such a startled glance at the man he had left behind him? A smell of smoke in the air, the faint yet unmistakable odour of burning wood, as though the house were on fire, or— Ha! The man himself has discerned it, is on his feet, is at the window. Has seen what? His cry of mingled terror and dismay does not reveal. Mr. Sylvester hastens to his side. The sight which met his eyes did not for the moment seem sufficient to account for the degree of emotion expressed by the other. To be sure, the lofty tenement house which towered above them from the other side of the narrow yard upon which the window looked was oozing with smoke, but there were no flames visible, and as yet no special manifestations of alarm on the part of its occupants. But in an instant, even while they stood there, arose the sudden and awful cry of "Fire!" And at the same moment they beheld the roof and casements before them swarm with pallid faces, as men, women, and children rushed to the first outlet that offered escape, only to shrink back in renewed terror from the deadly gulf that yawned beneath them. It was horrible, all the more that the fire seemed to be somewhere in the basement story, possibly at the foot of the stairs, for none of the poor shrieking wretches before them seemed to make any effort to escape downwards, but rather surged up towards the top of the building, waving their arms as they fled, and filling the dusk with cries that drowned the sound of the coming engines. The scene appeared to madden Holt. "My boy! My boy! My boy!" rose from his lips in an agonized shriek. Then, as Mr. Sylvester gave a sudden start, cried out with indescribable anguish, "He is there! My boy! My own little chap! A woman in that house has bewitched him, and when he is not with me, he is always at her side. Oh God, curses on my head for ever letting him out of my sight! Do you see him, sir? Look for him, I beseech you. He is lame and small. His head would barely reach to the top of the window-sill." "And that was your boy!" cried Mr. Sylvester, and struck by an appeal which, in spite of his abhorrence of the man at his side, woke every instinct of fatherhood within him, he searched with his glance the long row of windows before them. But before his eye had travelled half-way across the building, he felt the man at his side quiver with sudden agony, and following the direction of his glance, saw a wan little countenance looking down upon them from a window almost opposite to where they stood. "It is my boy!" shrieked the man, and in his madness would have leaped from the casement, if Mr. Sylvester had not prevented him. "You will not help him so," cried the latter. "See, he is only a few feet above a bridge that appears to communicate with the roof of the next house. If he could be let down—" But the man had already precipitated himself towards the door of the room in which they were. "Tell him not to jump," he called back. "I am going next door, and will reach him in a moment. Tell him to hold on till I come." Mr. Sylvester at once raised his voice. "Don't jump, little boy Holt. If there is no one there to drop you down, wait for your father. He is going on the bridge and will catch you." The little fellow seemed to hear, for he immediately held out his arms, but if he spoke, his voice was drowned in the frightful hubbub. Meanwhile the smoke thickened around him, and a dull, ominous glare broke out from the midst of the building, against which his weazen little face looked pallid as death. "His father will be too late," groaned Mr. Sylvester, feeling himself somehow to blame for the child's horrible situation. Then, observing that the other occupants of the building had all disappeared towards the front, realized that whatever fire escapes may have been provided were doubtless in that direction, and raising his voice once more, called out across the yard, "Don't wait any longer, little fellow. Follow the rest to the front. You will be burned if you stay there." But the child did not move, only held out his arms in a way to unman the strongest heart, and presently, while Mr. Sylvester was asking himself what could be done, he heard his shrill, piping tones rising above the hiss of the flames, and listening, caught the words, "I cannot get away. She is holding me, Dad. Help your little fella. Help me. I'm so afraid of being burnt." And looking closer, Mr. Sylvester discerned the outlines of a woman's head and shoulders above the small white face. A distinct and positive fear at once seized him. Leaning out, the better to display his own face and figure, he called to that unknown woman to quit her hold and let the child go, but a discordant laugh, rising above the roar of the approaching flames, was his only reply. Sickened with apprehension, he drew back, and himself made for the stairs, in the wild idea of finding the father. But just then the mad figure of Holt appeared at the door, with frenzy in all his looks. "I cannot push through the crowd," cried he. "I have fought and struggled and shrieked, but it is all of no use. My boy is burning alive, and I cannot reach him." A lurid flame shot at that moment from the building before them, as if in emphasis to his words. "He is prisoned there by a woman," cried Mr. Sylvester, pointing to the figure whose distorted outlines was every moment becoming more and more visible in the increasing glare. "See, she has him tight in her arms, and is pressing him against the window-sill." The man, with a terrible recoil, looked in the direction of his child, saw the little white face with its wild expression of conscious terror, saw the face of her who towered implacably behind it, and shrieked, appalled. "Jacqueline!" he cried, and put his hands up before his face, as if his eyes had fallen upon an avenging spirit. "Is that Jacqueline Jaffa?" asked Mr. Sylvester, dragging down the other's hands, and pointing relentlessly towards the ominous figure in the window before him. "Yes, or her ghost," cried the other, shuddering under a horror that left him little control of his reason. "Then your boy is lost," murmured Mr. Sylvester, with a vivid remembrance of the words he had overheard. "She will never save her rival's child, never." The man looked at him with dazed eyes. "She shall save him," he cried, and stretching far out of the window by which he stood, he pointed to the bridge and called out, "Drop him, Jacqueline, don't let him burn. He can still reach the next house if he runs. Save my darling, save him." But the woman, as if waiting for his voice, only threw back her head, and while a bursting flame flashed up behind her, shrieked mockingly back. "Oh, I have frightened you up at last, have I? You can see me now, can you? You can call on Jacqueline now? The brat can make you speak, can he? Well, well, call away. I love to hear your voice. It is music to me, even in the face of death." My boy, was all he could gasp. "Save the child, Jacqueline, only save the child." But the harsh, scornful laugh she returned spoke little of saving. "He is so dear," she hissed. "I love the offspring of my rival so much. The child that has taken the place of my own darling, dead before ever I had seen its innocent eyes. Oh, yes, yes, I will save it as my own was saved. When I saw the puny infant in your arms the day you passed me with her, I swore to be its friend, don't you remember? And I am so much of a one that I stick by him to the death, don't you see?" And raising him up in her arms till his whole stunted body was visible, she turned away her brow and seemed to laugh in the face of the flames. The father writhed below in his agony. "Forgive," he cried, "forgive the past and give me back my child. It's all I have to love. It's all I've ever loved. Be merciful, Jacqueline, be merciful." Her face flashed back upon him, still and white. "And what mercy have you ever shown to me? Fool, idiot, don't you see I have lived for this hour, to make you feel for once, to make you suffer for once as I have suffered? You love the boy? Roger Holt, I once loved you." And heedless of the rolling volume of smoke that now began to pour towards her, heedless even of the long tongues of hungry flame that were stretched out as if feeling for her from the distance behind, she stood immovable, gazing down upon the casement where he knelt, with an indescribable and awful smile upon her lips. The sight was unbearable. With an instinct of despair, both men drew back, when suddenly they saw the woman start, unloose her clasp, and drop the child out of her arms upon the bridge. A hissing stream of water had fallen upon the flames, and the shock had taken her by surprise. In a moment the father was himself again. "Get up, little fella, get up," he cried, "or if you cannot walk, crawl along the bridge to the next house. I see a fireman there, he will lift you in." But at that moment the flames, till now held under some control, burst from an adjoining window and caught at the woodwork of the bridge. The father yelled in dismay. "Hurry, little fella, hurry," he cried. "Get over towards the next house before it is too late." But a paralysis seemed to have seized the child. He arose, then stopped, and looking wildly about, shook his head. "I cannot," he cried, "I cannot." And the woman laughed, and with a hug of her empty arms, seemed to throw her taunts into the space before her. "Are you a demon?" burst from Mr. Sylvester's lips in uncontrollable horror. "Don't you see you can save him if you will? Jump down then and carry him across, or your father's curse will follow you to the world beyond." "Yes, climb down," cried the fireman. "You are lighter than I. Don't waste a minute, a second." "It is your own child, Jacqueline, your own child," came from Holt's white lips in final desperation. "I have deceived you. Your baby did not die. I wanted to get rid of you, and I wanted to save him. So I lied to you. The baby did not die. He lived, and that is he, you see, lying helpless on the bridge beneath you." Not the clutch of an advancing flame could have made her shrink more fearfully. "It is false," she cried. "You are lying now. You want me to save her child, and dare to say it is mine." "As God lives," he swore, lifting his hand and turning his face to the sky. Her whole attitude seemed to cry, "No, no," to his assertion. But slowly, as she stood there, the conviction of its truth seemed to strike her, and her hair rose on her forehead, and she swayed to and fro, as if the earth were rolling under her feet. Suddenly she gave a yell and bounded from the window. Catching the child in her arms, she attempted to regain the refuge beyond, but the flames had not dallied at their work while she hesitated. The bridge was on fire, and her retreat was cut off. She did not attempt to escape. Stopping in the centre of the rocking mass, she looked down, as only a mother in her last agony can do, on the child she held folded in her arms. Then, as the flames caught at her floating garments, stooped her head and printed one wild and passionate kiss upon his brow. Another instant, and they saw her head rise to the accusing heavens. Then all was rush and horror, and the swaying structure fell before their eyes, sweeping its living freight into the courtyard beneath their feet. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paula relates a story she has heard. None are so desolate, but something dear, dearer than self, possesses or possessed. Byron. In the centre of a long, low room, not far from the scene of the late disaster, a solitary lamp was burning. It had been lit in haste, and cast but a feeble flame, but its light was sufficient to illuminate the sad and silent group that gathered under its rays. On a bench by the wall crouched the bowed and stricken form of Roger Holt, his face buried in his hands, his whole attitude expressive of the utmost grief. At his side stood Mr. Sylvester, his tall figure looming sombrely in the dim light, and on the floor at their feet lay the dead form of the little lame boy. But it was not upon their faces, sad and striking as they were, that the eyes of the few men and women scattered in the open doorway rested most intently. It was upon her, the bruised, bleeding, half-dead mother, who, kneeling above the little corpse, gazed down upon it with the immobility of despair, moaning in utter heedlessness of her own condition, "My baby, my baby, my own baby." The fixedness with which she eyed the child, though the blood was streaming from her forehead, and bathing with a still deeper red her burned and blistered arms, made Mr. Sylvester's sympathetic heart beat. Turning to the silent figure of Holt, he touched him on the arm, and said with a gesture in her direction, "You have not deceived the woman. That is really her own child that lies there." The man beside him started, looked up with slowly comprehending eyes, and mechanically bowed his head. "Yes," assented he, and relapsed into his former heavy silence. Mr. Sylvester touched him again. "If it is hers, how came she not to know it? How could you manage to deceive such a woman as that?" Holt started again, and muttered, "She was sick and insensible. She never saw the baby. I sent it away, and when she came to herself, told her it was dead. We had become tired of each other long before, and only needed the breaking of this bond to separate us. When she saw me again, it was with another woman at my side and an infant in my arms. The child was weakly and looked younger than he was. She thought it her rivals, and I did not undeceive her." And the heavy head again fell forward, and nothing disturbed the sombre silence of the room but the low, unvarying moan of the wretched mother. "My baby, my baby, my own baby." Mr. Sylvester moved over to her side. "Jacqueline," said he, "the child is dead, and you yourself are very much hurt. Won't you let these good women lay you on a bed, and do what they can to bind up your poor blistered arms?" But she heard him no more than the wind's blowing. "My baby," she moaned, "my own baby." He drew back with a troubled air. Grief like this he could understand, but knew not how to alleviate. He was just on the point of beckoning forward one of the many women clustered in the doorway, when there came a sound from without that made him start, and in another moment a young man had stepped hastily into the room, followed by a girl, who no sooner saw Mr. Sylvester than she bounded forward with a sudden cry of joy and relief. "Bertram! Paula! What does this mean? What are you doing here?" A burst of sobs from the agitated girl was her sole reply. "Such a night! Such a place!" he exclaimed, throwing his arm about Paula with a look that made her tremble through her tears. "Were you so anxious about me, little one?" he whispered. "Would not your fears let you rest?" "No, no, and we have had such a dreadful time since we got here. The house where we expected to find you is on fire, and we thought of nothing else but that you had perished within it. But finally someone told us to come here, and—" She paused, horror-stricken. Her eyes had just fallen upon the little dead child and the moaning mother. "That is Jacqueline Jaffer," whispered Mr. Sylvester. "We have found her, only to close her eyes, I fear." "Jacqueline Jaffer!" Paula's hands unclosed from his arm. "She was in the large tenement house that burned first. That is her child, whose loss she is mourning." "Jacqueline Jaffer!" again fell with an indescribable tone from Paula's lips. "And who is that?" she asked, turning and indicating the silent figure by the wall. "That is Roger Holt, the man who should have been her husband." "Oh, I remember him!" she cried. "And her! I remember her! And the little child, too! But," she suddenly exclaimed, "she told me then that she was not his mother." And she did not know that she was. The man had deceived her. With a quick thrill, Paula bounded forward. "Jacqueline Jaffer!" she cried. falling with outstretched hands beside the poor creature. "Thank God you are found at last!" But the woman was as insensible to this cry as she had been to all others. "My baby!" she wailed. "My baby, my own baby!" Paula recoiled in dismay, and for a moment stood looking down with fear and doubt upon the fearful being before her. But in another instant a heavenly instinct seized her, and ignoring the mother, she stooped over the child and tenderly kissed it. The woman at once woke from her stupor. "My baby!" she cried, snatching the child up in her arms with a gleam of wild jealousy. "Nobody shall touch it but me. I killed it, and it is all mine now." But in a moment she had dropped the child back into its place, and was going on with the same set refrain that had stirred her lips from the first. Paula was not to be discouraged. Laying her hand on the child's brow, she gently smoothed back his hair, and when she saw the old gleam returning to the woman's countenance, said quietly, "Are you going to carry it to Grotewell to be buried? Marjorie Hamlin is waiting for you, you know." The start which shook the woman's haggard frame encouraged her to proceed. "Yes, you know she has been keeping watch and waiting for you so long. She is quite worn out and disheartened. 15 years is a long time to hope against hope, Jacqueline." The stare of the wretched creature deepened into a fierce and maddened glare. "You don't know what you are talking about," cried she, and bent herself again over the child. Paula went on as if she had not spoken. "Anyone that is loved as much as you are, Jacqueline, ought not to give way to despair. Even if your child is dead, there is still someone left whom you can make supremely happy." "Him," the woman's look seemed to say, as she turned and pointed with frightful sarcasm to the man at their back. Paula shrank and hastily shook her head. "No, no, not him, but let me tell you a story," she whispered eagerly. "In a certain country town not far from here, there is a great empty house. It is dark and cold and musty. No one ever goes there but one old lady, who every night at 6 crosses its tangled garden, unlocks its great side door, enters within its deserted precincts, and for an hour remains there, praying for one whose return she has never ceased to hope and provide for. She is kneeling there tonight, at this very hour, Jacqueline, and the love she thus manifests is greater than that of man to woman or woman to man. It is like that of heaven or the Christ." The woman before her rose to her feet. She did not speak, but she looked like a creature before whose eyes a sudden torch had been waved. 15 years has she done this, Paula solemnly continues. She promised, you know, and she never has forgotten her promise. With a cry, the woman put out her hands. "Stop!" she cried. "Stop! I don't believe it. No one loves like that. Else there is a God, and I—" She paused, quivered, gave one wild look about her, and then with a quick cry, something between a moan and a prayer, succumbed to the pain of her injuries, and sank down insensible by the side of her dead child. With a reverent look, Paula bent over her, and kissed her seared and bleeding forehead. "For Mrs. Hamlin's sake," she whispered, and quietly smoothed down the tattered clothing about the poor creature's wasted frame. Mr. Sylvester turned quietly upon the man who had been the cause of all this misery. "I charge myself with the care of that woman," said he, "and with the burial of your child. It shall be placed in decent ground, with all proper religious ceremonial." "What? You will do this?" cried Holt, a flush of real feeling for a moment disturbing the chalk-white pallor of his cheek. "Oh, sir, this is Christian charity, and I beg your pardon for all that I may have meditated against you. It was done for the child," he went on wildly, "to get him the bread and butter he often lacked. I didn't care so much for myself. I hated to see him hungry and cold and ailing. I might have worked, but I detest work, but no matter about all that. Enough that I am done with endeavouring to extort money from you. Whatever may have happened in the past, you are free from my persecutions in the future. Henceforth, you and yours can rest in peace." "That is well," cried a voice over his shoulder, and Bertram, with an air of relief, stepped hastily forward. "You must be very tired," remarked he, turning to his uncle. "If you will take charge of Paula, I will do what I can to see that this injured woman and the dead child are properly cared for. I am so relieved, sir, at this result," he whispered, with a furtive wring of his uncle's hand, "that I must express my joy in some way." Mr. Sylvester smiled, but in a manner that reflected but little of the other's satisfaction. "Thank you," said he. "I am tired, and will gladly delegate my duties to you. I trust you to do the most you can for both the living and the dead. That woman, for all her seeming poverty, is the possessor of a large fortune," he whispered. "Let her be treated as such." And with a final word to Holt, who had sunk back against the wall in his old attitude of silent despair, Mr. Sylvester took Paula upon his arm and quietly led her out of this humble but not unkind refuge. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Determination. But alas, to make me a fixed figure for the time of scorn to point his slow, unmoving finger at. Othello. Let me but bear your love, I'll bear your cares. Henry V. Paula! They had reached home and were standing in the library. "Yes," said she, lowering her head before his gaze with a sweet and conscious blush. "Did you read the letter I left for you in my desk upstairs?" She put her hand to her bosom and drew forth the closely written sheet. "Every word," she responded, and smilingly returned it to its place. He started, and his chest heaved passionately. "You have read it," he cried, "and yet could follow me into that den of unknown dangers at an hour like this, and with no other guide than Bertram?" "Yes," she answered. He drew a deep breath, and his brow lost its deepest shadow. "You do not despise me, then?" he exclaimed. "My sin has not utterly blotted me out of your regard." The glance with which she replied seemed to fill the whole room with its radiance. "I am only beginning to realize the worth of the man who has hitherto been a mystery to me," she declared. Then, as he shook his head, added with a serious air, "The question with all true hearts must ever be, not what a man has been, but what he is. He who, for the sake of shielding the innocent from shame and sorrow, would have taken upon himself the onus of a past disgrace, is not unworthy a woman's devotion." Mr. Sylvester smiled mournfully, and stroked her hand, which he had taken in his. "Poor little one," he murmured. "I know not whether to feel proud or sorry for your trust and tender devotion. It would have been a great and unspeakable grief to me to have lost your regard, but it might have been better if I had. It might have been much better for you if I had." "What? Why do you say that?" she asked, with a startled gleam in her eye. "Do you think I am so eager for ease and enjoyment that it will be a burden for me to bear the pain of those I love? A past pain, too, she added, that will grow less and less as the days go by and happiness increases. He put her back with a quick hand. "Do not make it any harder for me than necessary," he entreated. "Do you not see that however gentle may be your judgment of my deserts, we can never marry, Paula?" The eyes which were fixed on his deepened passionately. "No," she whispered, "no. Not if your remorse for the past is all that separates us. The man who has conquered himself has won the right to conquer the heart of a woman. I can say no more." She timidly held out her hand. He grasped it with a man's impetuosity and pressed it to his heart, but he did not retain it. "Blessings upon you, dear and noble heart," he cried. "God will hear my prayers and make you happy, but not with me. Paula," he passionately continued, taking her in his arms and holding her to his breast, "it cannot be. I love you. I will not, dare not say how much, but love is no excuse for wronging you. My remorse is not all that separates us. Possible disgrace lies before me, public exposure at all events. I would indeed be lacking in honour were I to subject you to these." "But," she stammered, drawing back to look into his face, "I thought that was all over, that the man had promised silence, that you were henceforth to be relieved from his persecutions. I am sure he said so." "He did, but he forgot that my fate no longer rested upon his forbearance. The letter which records my admission of sin was in his lawyer's hands, Paula, and has already been dispatched to Mr. Stuyvesant. Say what we will, rebel against it as we will, Cicely's father knows by this time that the name of Sylvester is not spotless." The cry which she uttered in her sudden pain and loss made him stoop over her with despairing fondness. "Hush, my darling, hush!" cried he. "The trial is so heavy, I need all my strength to meet it. It breaks my heart to see you grieve. I cannot bear it. I deserve my fate, but you, oh you, what have you done that you should be overwhelmed in my fall?" Putting her gently away from his breast, he drew himself up and with forced calmness said, "I have yet to inform Mr. Stuyvesant upon which of the Sylvesters should rest the shadow of his distrust. Tonight he believes in Bertram's lack of principle, but tomorrow," her trembling lips echoed the word, "he shall know that the man who confessed to having done a wrong deed in the past is myself, Paula." The head which had fallen on her breast rose as at the call of a clarion. "And is it at the noblest moment of your life that you would shut me away from your side? No, no! Heaven does not send us a great and mighty love for trivial purposes. The simple country maid, whom you have sometimes declared was as the bringer of good news to you, shall not fail you now." Then slowly, and with solemn assurance, "If you go to Mr. Stuyvesant's tomorrow, and you will, for that is your duty, you shall not go alone. Paula Fairchild accompanies you." End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Mr. Stuyvesant's parlours. Was I deceived, or did a sable cloud turn forth her silver lining on the night? Comus. Unworthy? Yes. Cicely stared at her father with wide-open and incredulous eyes. "I cannot believe it," she murmured. "No, I cannot believe it." Her father drew up a chair to her side. "My daughter," said he, with unusual tenderness, "I have hesitated to tell you this, fearing to wound you, but my discretion will allow me to keep silence no longer. Bertram Sylvester is not an honest man, and the sooner you make up your mind to forget him, the better." "Not honest?" You would scarcely have recognized Cicely's voice. Her father's hand trembled as he drew her back to his side. "It is a hard revelation for me to make to you, after testifying my approval of the young man. I sympathize with you, my child, but nonetheless I expect you to meet this disappointment bravely. A theft has been committed in our bank." "You do not accuse him of theft? Oh, father, father!" "No," he stammered, "I do not accuse him, but facts look very strongly against someone in our trust, and—" "But that is not sufficient," she cried, rising in spite of his detaining hand, till she stood erect before him. "You surely would not allow any mere circumstantial evidence to stand against a character as unblemished as his, even if he were not the man whom your daughter—" He would not let her continue. "I admit that I should be careful how I breathed suspicion against a man whose record was unimpeached," he assented. "But Bertram Sylvester does not enjoy that position. Indeed, I have just received a communication which goes to show that he once actually acknowledged to having perpetrated an act of questionable integrity. Now, a man as young as he, who—" "But I cannot believe it," she moaned. "It is impossible, clearly impossible. How could he look me in the face with such a sin on his conscience? He could not, simply could not. Why, father, his brow is as open as the day, his glance clear and unwavering as the sunlight. It is some dreadful mistake. It is not Bertram of whom you are speaking." Her father sighed. "Of whom else should it be? Come, my child, do you want to read the communication which I received last night? Do you want to be convinced?" "No, no," she cried, but quickly contradicted herself with a hurried, "Yes, yes, let me be made acquainted with what there is against him, if only that I may prove to you it is all a mistake." "There is no mistake," he muttered, handing her a folded paper. "This statement was written 2 years ago. I witnessed it myself, though I little knew against whose honour it was directed. Read it, Cicely, and then remember that I have lost bonds out of my box at the bank that could only have been taken by someone connected with the institution." She took the paper in her hand and eagerly read it through. Suddenly she started and looked up. "And you say that this was Bertram, this gentleman who allowed another man to accuse him of a past dishonesty?" "So the person declares who forwarded me this statement, and though he is a poor wretch, and evidently not above making mischief, I do not know as we have any special reason to doubt his word." Cicely's eyes fell, and she stood before her father with an air of indecision. "I do not think it was Bertram," she faltered, but said no more. "I would to God for your sake it was not," he exclaimed. "But this communication, together with the loss we have sustained at the bank, has shaken my faith, Cicely. Young men are so easily led astray nowadays, especially when playing for high stakes. A man who could leave his profession for the sake of winning a great heiress—" "Father! I know he has made you think it was for love, but when the woman whom a young man fancies is rich, love and ambition run too closely together to be easily disentangled. And now, my dear, I have said my say, and leave you to act according to the dictates of your judgment, sure that it will be in a direction worthy of your name and breeding." And stooping for a hasty kiss, he gave her a last fond look, and quietly left the room. And Cicely? For a moment she stood as if frozen in her place. Then a great tremble seized her, and sinking down upon a sofa, she buried her face from sight, in a chaos of feeling that left her scarcely mistress of herself. But suddenly she started up, her face flushed, her eyes gleaming, her whole delicate form quivering with an emotion more akin to hope than despair. "I cannot doubt him," she whispered. "It were as easy to doubt my own soul. He is worthy if I am worthy, true if I am true, and I will not try to unlove him." But soon the reaction came again, and she was about to give full sway to her grief and shame when the parlour door opened. She herself was sitting in the extension room, and she saw Mr. Sylvester and Paula come in. She at once rose to her feet, but she did not advance. 1,000 hopes and fears held her enchained where she was. Besides, there was something in the aspect of her friends which made her feel as though a welcome, even from her, would at that moment be an intrusion. "They have come to see father," she thought, and... Ah, what, Cicely? Paula, who was too absorbed in her own feelings to glance into the extension room beyond, approached Mr. Sylvester and laid her hand upon his arm. "Whatever comes," said she, "truth, honour, and love remain." And he bowed his head and seemed to kiss her hand, and Cicely, observing the action, grew pale and dropped her eyes, realizing as by a lightning's flash both the nature of the feeling that prompted this unusual manifestation on his part, and the possible sorrows that lay before her dearest friend, if not before herself, should the secret suspicions she cherished in regard to Mr. Sylvester prove true. When she had summoned up courage to glance again in their direction, Mr. Stuyvesant had entered the parlour, and was nervously welcoming his guests. Mr. Sylvester waited for no preamble. "I have come," said he, in his most even and determined tones, "to speak to you in regard to a communication from a man by the name of Holt, which I was told was to be sent to you last evening. Did you receive such a one?" Mr. Stuyvesant flushed, grew still more nervous in his manner, and uttered a short "I did," in a tone severer than he perhaps intended. "It will not be too much for me, then, to conclude that in your present estimation my nephew stands committed to a past dishonesty." "It has been one of my chief sources of regret, one of them, I say," repeated Mr. Stuyvesant, "that any loss of esteem on the part of your nephew must necessarily reflect upon the peace, if not the honour, of a man I hold in such high regard as yourself. I assure you I feel it quite as a brother might, quite as a brother." Mr. Sylvester at once rose. "Mr. Stuyvesant," declared he, "my nephew is as honest a man as walks this city's streets. If you will accord me a few minutes' private conversation, I think I can convince you so." "I should be very glad," replied Mr. Stuyvesant, glancing towards the extension room where he had left his daughter. "I have always liked the young man." Then, with a quick look at the other's face, "You are not well, Mr. Sylvester?" "Thank you, I am not ill. Let us say what we have to at once, if you please." And with just a glance at Paula, he followed the now somewhat agitated director from the room. Cicely, who had started forward at their departure, glanced down the long parlour before her, and hastily faltered back. Paula was praying. But in a few moments her feelings overcame her timidity, and hurrying into her friend's presence, she threw her arms about her neck and pressed her cheek to hers. "Let us pray together," she whispered. Paula drew back and looked her friend in the face. "You know what all this means?" she asked. "I guess," was the low reply. Paula checked a sob and clasped Cicely to her bosom. "He loves me," she faltered, "and he is doing at this moment what he believes will separate us. He is a noble man, Cicely, noble as Bertram, though he once did—" She paused. "It is for him to say what, not I," she softly concluded. "Then Bertram is noble," Cicely timidly put in. "Have you ever doubted it?" "No." And hiding their blushes on each other's shoulders, the two girls sat breathlessly waiting, while the clock ticked away in the music room, and the moments came and went that determined their fate. Suddenly they both rose. Mr. Stuyvesant and Mr. Sylvester were descending the stairs. Mr. Sylvester came in first. Walking straight up to Paula, he took her in his arms and kissed her on the forehead. "My betrothed wife," he whispered. With a start of incredulous joy, Paula looked up. His glance was clear, but strangely solemn and peaceful. "He has heard all I had to say," added he. "He is a just man, but he is also a merciful one. Like you, he declares that not what a man was, but what he is, determines the judgment of true men concerning him." And taking her on his arm, he stood waiting for Mr. Stuyvesant, who now came in. "Where is my daughter?" were that gentleman's words, as he closed the door behind him. "Here, papa." He held out his hand, and she sprang towards him. "Cicely," said he, not without some tokens of emotion in his voice, "it is only right that I should inform you that we were all labouring under a mistake in charging Mr. Bertram Sylvester with the words that were uttered in the Day Street coffee house 2 years ago. Mr. Sylvester has amply convinced me that his nephew neither was nor could have been present there at that time. It must have been some other man of similar personality." "Oh, thank you, thank you," Cicely's look seemed to say to Mr. Sylvester. "And he is quite freed from reproach?" she asked, with a smiling glance into her father's face. A hesitancy in Mr. Stuyvesant's manner struck with a chill upon more than one heart in that room. "Yes," he admitted at last, "the mere fact that a mysterious robbery has been committed upon certain effects in the bank of which he is cashier is not sufficient to awaken distrust as to his integrity, but—" At that moment the doorbell rung. "Your father would say," cried Mr. Sylvester, taking advantage of the momentary break to come to the relief of his host, "that my nephew is too much of a gentleman to desire to press any claim he may imagine himself as possessing over you, while even the possibility of a shadow rests upon his name." "The man who stole the bonds will be found," said Cicely. And as if in echo to her words, the parlour door opened, and a messenger from the bank stepped briskly up to Mr. Stuyvesant. "A note from Mr. Folger," said he, with a quick glance at Mr. Sylvester. Mr. Stuyvesant took the paper handed him, read it hastily through, and looked up with an air of some bewilderment. "I can hardly believe it possible," cried he, "but Hopgood has absconded." "Hopgood absconded?" "Yes, is not that the talk at the bank?" inquired Mr. Stuyvesant, turning to the messenger. "Yes, sir." He has not been seen since yesterday afternoon, when he left before the bank was closed for the night. His wife says she thinks he meant to run away, for before going, he came into the room where she was, kissed her, and then kissed the child. Besides, it seems that he took with him some of his clothes." "Ha! And I had as much confidence in that man as I have now," came from Mr. Sylvester as the door closed upon the messenger. "If Hopgood has run away, it was from some generous but mistaken idea of sacrificing himself to the safety of another, whom he may possibly believe guilty." "No," rejoined Mr. Stuyvesant, "for here is a note from him that refutes that supposition. It is addressed to me, and runs thus: 'Dear Sir, I beg your pardon, and that of Mr. Sylvester, for leaving my duties in this abrupt manner, but I have betrayed my trust, and am no longer worthy of confidence. I am a wretched man, and find it impossible to face those who have believed in my honesty and discretion. If I can bring the money back, you shall see me again, but if not, be kind to my wife and little one, for the sake of the 3 years when I served the bank faithfully. John Hopgood.'" "I don't understand it," cried Mr. Sylvester. "That looks as if he knew where the money was." "I begin to hope," breathed Cicely. Her father turned and surveyed her. "This puts a new aspect on matters," said he. She glanced up, beaming. "Oh, do you say that you think the shadow of this crime has at last found the spot upon which it can rightfully rest?" "It would not be common sense in me to deny that it has most certainly shifted its position." With a radiant look at Cicely, Paula crossed to Mr. Stuyvesant's side, and laying her hand on his sleeve, whispered a word or two in his ear. He immediately glanced out of the window at the carriage standing before the door, then looked back at her and nodded with something like a smile. In another moment he stood at the front door. "Be prepared," cried Paula to Cicely. It was well she spoke, for when, in an instant later, Mr. Stuyvesant re-entered the parlour, with Bertram at his side, the rapidly changing cheek of the gentle girl showed that the surprise, even though thus tempered, was almost too much for her self-possession. Mr. Stuyvesant did not wait for the inevitable embarrassment of the moment to betray itself in words. "Mr. Sylvester," said he to the young cashier, "we have just received a piece of news from the bank that throws unexpected light upon the robbery we were discussing yesterday. Hopgood has absconded, and acknowledges here in writing that he had something to do with the theft." "Hopgood? The janitor?" The exclamation was directed not to Mr. Stuyvesant, but to Mr. Sylvester, towards whom Bertram turned with looks of amazement. "Yes, it is the greatest surprise I ever received," returned that gentleman. "And Mr. Sylvester," continued Mr. Stuyvesant, with nervous rapidity and a generous attempt to speak lightly, "there is a little lady here who is so shaken by the news that nothing short of a word of reassurance on your part will comfort her." Bertram's eye followed that of Mr. Stuyvesant, and fell upon the blushing cheek of Cicely. With a flushing of his own brow, he stepped hastily forward. "Miss Stuyvesant!" he cried, and looking down in her face, forgot everything else in his infinite joy and satisfaction. "Yes," announced the father with abrupt decision. "She is yours. You have fairly earned her." Bertram bowed his head with irrepressible emotion, and for a moment the silence of perfect peace, if not of awe, reigned over the apartment. But suddenly a low, determined "No" was heard, and Bertram, turning towards Mr. Stuyvesant, exclaimed, "You are very good, and the joy of this moment atones for many an hour of grief and impatience, but I have not earned her yet. The fact that Hopgood admits to having had something to do with the robbery does not sufficiently exonerate the officers of the bank from all connection with the affair to make it safe or honourable in me to unqualifiedly accept the inestimable boon of your daughter's regard. Till the real culprit is in custody, and the mystery entirely cleared away, my impatience must continue to curb itself. I love your daughter too dearly to bring her anything but the purest of reputations. Am I not right, Miss Stuyvesant?" She cast a glance at her father, and bowed her head. "You are right," she repeated, and Mr. Stuyvesant, with a visible lightening of his whole aspect, took the young man by the hand, and with as much geniality as his nature would allow, informed him that he was at last convinced that his daughter had made no mistake when she expressed her trust in Bertram Sylvester, and in other eyes than Cicely's shone the light of satisfied love and unswerving faith. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Sword of Damocles by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The hour of 6 is sacred. Mightier far than strength of nerve or sinew, or the sway of magic potent over sun and star, is love, though oft to agony distressed, and though its favourite seat be feeble woman's breast. Wordsworth. It was at the close of a winter afternoon. Paula, who had returned to Grotewell for the few weeks preceding her marriage, sat musing in the window of her aunt's quaint little parlour. Her eyes were on the fields before her, all rosy with the departing rays of the sun. But her thoughts were far away. They were with him she best loved, with Cicely, waiting in patience for the solution of the mystery of the stolen bonds, with Bertram, eagerly, but as yet vainly, engaged in searching for the vanished janitor, and last but not least, with that poor wretched specimen of humanity, moaning away her life in a New York hospital. For the sight of the Jaffa House, in a walk that day, had reawakened her most vivid remembrances of Jacqueline. All that had ever been done and suffered by this forsaken creature lay on her heart like a weight, and the question which had disturbed her since her return to Grotewell, viz. Whether or not she ought to acquaint Mrs. Hamlin with the fact that she had seen and spoken to the object of her love and prayers, pressed upon her mind with an insistence that required an answer. There was so much to be said for and against it. Mrs. Hamlin was not well, and though still able to continue her vigil, showed signs of weakening day by day. It might be a comfort to her to know that another's eyes had rested on the haggard form for whose approach she daily watched, that another's kiss had touched the scarred and pallid forehead she longed to fold against her breast, that the woman she loved, and of whose fate she had no intimation, was living and well cared for, though her shelter was that of a hospital, and her prospects those of the grave. On the other hand, the awful nature of the circumstances which had brought her to her present condition were such as to make any generous heart pause before shocking the love and trust of such a woman as Mrs. Hamlin by a relation of the criminal act by which Jacqueline had slain her child and endangered her own existence. Better let the poor old lady go on hoping against hope till she sinks into her grave, than destroy life and hope at once by a revelation of her darling's reckless depravity. And yet, if the poor creature in the hospital might be moved to repentance by some word from Mrs. Hamlin, would it not be a kindness to the latter to allow her, though even at the risk of her life, to accomplish the end for which she indeed professed to live. The mind of Paula was as yet undecided, when a child from the village passed the window, and seeing her sitting there, handed her a small package with the simple message that Mrs. Hamlin was very ill. It contained, as she anticipated, the great key to the Jaffa mansion, and understanding without further words what was demanded of her, Paula prepared to keep the promise she had long ago made to this devoted woman. For though she knew the uselessness of the vigil proposed to her, she nonetheless determined to complete it. Easier to sit an hour in that dark old house than to explain herself to Mrs. Hamlin. Besides, the time was good for prayer, and God knows the wretched object of all this care and anxiety stood in need of all the petitions that might be raised for her. Telling her aunts that she had a call to make in the village, she glided hurriedly away, and ere she realized all to which she was committed, found herself standing in the now darkened streets before the grim door of that dread and mysterious mansion. Never had it looked more forbidding. Never had the two gruesome poplars cast a deeper shadow, or rustled with a more woeful sound in the chill evening air. The very windows seemed to repel her with their darkened panes, behind which she could easily imagine the spirits of the dead moving and peering. A chill, not unlike that of terror, assailed her limbs, and it was with a really heroic action that she finally opened the gate and glided up the path made by the daily steps of her aged friend. To thrust the big key into the lock required another effort, but that once accomplished, she stilled every tumultuous beating of her heart by crying under her breath, "She has done this for one whom she has not seen for 15 years. Shall I then hesitate, who know the real necessity of her for whom this hour is made sacred?" The slow swinging open of the door was like an ushering into the abode of ghosts, but she struck a light at once, and soon had the satisfaction of beholding the dismal room with its weird shadows resolve into its old and well-remembered aspect. The ancient cabinet and stiff haircloth sofa, Colonel Jaffa's chair by the table, together with all the other objects that had attracted her attention in her former visit, confronted her again with the same appearance of standing ready and waiting which had previously so thrilled her. Only she was alone this time, and terror mingled with her awe. She scarcely dared to glance at the doors that led to other portions of the house. In her present mood, it would seem so natural for them to swing open and let upon her horrified gaze the stately phantom of the proud old colonel, or the gentler shade of Jacqueline's mother. The moan of the wind in the chimney was dreadful to her, and the faint rumbling sounds of mice scampering in the walls made her start as though a voice had spoken. But presently the noise of a sleigh careering by the house recalled her to herself, and remembering it was but early nightfall, she sat down in a chair by the door, and prepared to keep her vigil with suitable patience and equanimity. Suddenly she recollected the clock on the mantelpiece, and how she had seen Mrs. Hamlin wind it, and rising up, she followed her example, sighing unconsciously to find how many of the 60 minutes had yet to tick themselves away. "Can I endure it?" she thought, and shuddered as she pictured to herself the dim old staircase behind those doors, and the empty rooms above, and the little Bible lying thicker than ever with dust on the yellowed pillows of Jacqueline's bed. Suddenly she stood still. The noise she had just heard was not made by the pattering of mice along the rafters, or even the creaking of the withered vines that clung against the walls. It was a human sound, a clicking as of the gate without, a crunching as of feet dragging slowly over the snow. Was Mrs. Hamlin coming after all? Or, she could not formulate her fear. A real and palpable danger from the outside world had never crossed her fancy till now. What if some stranger should enter, some tramp, some... A step on the porch without made her hair rise on her forehead. She clasped her hands and stood trembling, when a sudden moan startled her ears, followed by the sound of a heavy fall on the threshold, and throwing aside all hesitation, she flung herself forward, and tearing open the door, saw... O angels that rejoice in heaven over one sinner that repenteth, let your voices go up in praise this night, for Jacqueline Jaffa has returned to the home of her fathers. She had fainted, and lay quite still on the threshold. But Paula, who was all energy now, soon had her in the centre of the sitting-room, and was applying to her such restoratives as had been provided against this very emergency. She was holding the poor weary head on her knee when the wan eyes opened, and, looking up, grew wild with a disappointment which Paula was quick to appreciate. "You are looking for Marjorie," said she. "Marjorie will come by and by. She is not well tonight, and I am taking her place. But when she hears you have returned, it will take more than sickness to keep her to her bed. I am Paula, and I love you too, and welcome you. Oh, welcome you so gladly." The yearning look which had crept into the woman's bleared and faded eyes deepened and softened strangely. "You are the one who told me about Marjorie," said she, "and bade me bring my baby here to be buried. I remember, though I seemed to pay no heed then. Night and day through all my pain I have remembered, and as soon as I could walk, stole away from the hospital. It has killed me, but I shall at least die in my father's house." Paula stooped and kissed her. "I am going to get your bed ready," said she, and without any hesitation now, she opened the door that led into those dim inner regions that but a few minutes before had inspired her with such dread. She went straight to Jacqueline's room. "It must all be according to Mrs. Hamlin's wishes," she cried, and lit the fire on the hearth, and pulled back the curtains yet farther from the bed, and gave the benefit of her womanly touch to the various objects about her, till cheerfulness seemed to reign in a spot once so peopled with hideous memories. Going back to Jacqueline, she helped her to rise, and throwing her arm about her waist, led her into the hall. But here memory, ghastly accusing memory, stepped in, and catching the wretched woman in its grasp, shook her body and soul, till her shrieks reverberated through that desolate house. But Paula, with gentle persistence, urged her on, and smiling upon her like an angel of peace and mercy, led her up step after step of that dreadful staircase, till at last she saw her safely in the room of her early girlhood. The sight of it seemed at first to horrify, but afterwards to soothe the forlorn being thus brought face to face with her own past. She moved over to the fire, and held out her two cramped hands to the blaze, as if she saw an altar of mercy in its welcoming glow. From these she passed, tottering and weak, to the embroidery frame, which she looked at for a moment with something almost like a smile, but she hurried by the mirror, and scarcely glanced at a portrait of herself which hung on the wall over her head. To sink on the bed seemed to be her object, and thither Paula accompanied her. But when she came to where it stood, and saw the clothes turned down, and the pillows heaped at the head, and the little Bible lying open for her in the midst, she gave a great and mighty sob, and flinging herself down upon her knees, wept with a breaking up of her whole nature, in which her sins, red though they were as crimson, seemed to feel the touch of the divine love, and vanish away in the oblivion he prepares for all his penitent ones. When everything was prepared, and Jacqueline was laid quiet in bed, Paula stole out and down the stairs, and wended her way to Mrs. Hamlin's cottage. She found her sitting up, but far from well, and very feeble. At the first sight of Paula's face, she started erect, and seemed to forget her weakness in a moment. "What is it?" she asked. "You look as though you had been gazing on the faces of angels. Has my hope come true at last? Has Jacqueline returned? Oh, has my poor, lost, erring child come back?" Paula drew near and gently steadied Mrs. Hamlin's swaying form. "Yes," she smiled, and with the calmness of one who has entered the gates of peace, whispered in low and reverent tones, "She lies in the bed that you spread for her, with the Bible held close to her breast." There are moments when the world about us seems to pause, when the hopes, fears, and experiences of all humanity appear to sway away and leave us standing alone in the presence of our own great hope or scarcely comprehended fear. Such a moment was that which saw Paula re-enter Jacqueline's presence with Mrs. Hamlin at her side. Leaving the latter near the door, she went towards the bed. Why did she recoil and glance back at Mrs. Hamlin with that startled and apprehensive look? The face of Jacqueline was changed as only one presence could change it, though the eyes were clearer than when she left her a few minutes before, and the lips were not without the shadow of a smile. "She is dying," whispered Paula, coming back to Mrs. Hamlin. "Dying, and you have waited so long." But the look that met hers from that aged face was not one of grief, and, startled, she knew not why, Paula drew aside, while Mrs. Hamlin crossed the room and quietly knelt down by her darling's side. "Marjorie! Jacqueline!" The two cries rang through the room, then all was quiet again. "You have come back," were the next words Paula heard. "How could I ever have doubted that you would?" "I have been driven back by awful suffering," was the answer, and another silence fell. Suddenly Jacqueline's voice was heard. "Love slew me, and now love has saved me," exclaimed she. And there came no answer to that cry, and Paula felt the shadow of a great awe settle down upon her, and moving nearer to where the aged woman knelt by her darling's bedside, she looked in her bended face, and then in the one upturned on the pillow, and knew that of all the hearts that but an instant before had beat with earth's deepest emotion in that quiet room, one alone throbbed on to thank God and take courage. And the fire which had been kindled to welcome the prodigal back burned on, and from the hollow depths of the great room below came the sound of a clock as it struck the hour. 7. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Man Cummins. O day and night, but this is wondrous strange. Henry V. Shut up in measureless content. Othello. The lights were yet shining in Mr. Stuyvesant's parlours, though the guests were gone, who but a short time before had assembled there to witness the marriage of Cicely's dear friend Paula. At one end of the room stood Mr. Sylvester and Bertram, the former gazing with the eyes of a bridegroom at the delicate white-clad figure of Paula, just leaving the apartment with Cicely. "I have but one cause for regret," said Mr. Sylvester, as the door closed. "I could have wished that you and Cicely had participated in our joy, and received the minister's benediction at the same moment as ourselves." "Yes," said Bertram, with a short sigh, "but it will come in time. It cannot be but that our efforts must finally succeed. I have just had a new idea, that of putting the watchman on the hunt for Hopgood. They are old friends, and he ought to know all the others' haunts and possible hiding places. If Fanning could have helped us, he would have told us long ago. He knows that Hopgood is missing, and that we are ready to pay well for any information concerning him. But they are old cronies, and possibly Fanning is keeping quiet out of consideration for his friend. No, I have had a talk with Fanning, and there was no mistaking his look of surprise when told the other had run away, under suspicion of being connected with a robbery on the bank's effects. He knows no more of Hopgood than we do, or his wife does, or the police even. It is a strange mystery, and one to which I fear we shall never obtain the key. But don't let me discourage you. After a suitable time, Mr. Stuyvesant will—" He paused, for that gentleman was approaching him. "There is a man outside who insists upon seeing me. Says he knows there has just been a wedding here, but that the matter he has to communicate is very important, and won't bear putting off. The name on his card is Cummins. I am afraid I shall have to admit him, that is, if you have no objection." Mr. Sylvester and Bertram at once drew back with ready acquiescence. They had scarcely taken their stand at the other end of the apartment when the man came in. He was of robust build, round, precise, and businesslike. He had taken off his hat, but still wore his overcoat. His face, in spite of a profusion of red whiskers and a decided pair of goggles, was earnest and straightforward. He walked at once up to Mr. Stuyvesant. "Your pardon," said he, in a quick tone, "but I hear you have been somewhat exercised of late over the disappearance of certain bonds from one of the boxes in the Madison Bank. I am a detective, and in the course of my duty have come upon a few facts that may help to explain matters." Mr. Sylvester and Bertram at once started forward. This was a topic that demanded their attention, as well as that of the master of the house. The man cast them a quick look from behind his goggles, and seeming to recognize them, included them in his next question. "What do you think of the watchman, Fanning?" "Think? We don't think," uttered Mr. Stuyvesant sharply. "He has been in the employ of the bank for 12 years, and we know him to be honest." "Yet he is the man who stole your bonds." "Impossible!" "The very man." Mr. Sylvester stepped up to him. "Who are you, and how do you know this?" "I have said my name is Cummins, and I know this because I have wormed myself into the man's confidence, and have got the bonds, together with his confession, here in my pocket." And he drew out the long-lost bonds, which he handed to their owner, with a bit of paper on which was inscribed in the handwriting of the watchman an acknowledgment to the effect that he, alone and unassisted, had perpetrated the robbery which had raised such scandal in the bank and led to the disappearance of Hopgood. "And the man himself?" cried Bertram, when they had all read this. "Where is he?" "Oh, I allowed him to escape." Mr. Sylvester frowned. "There is something about this I don't understand," said he. "How came you to take such an interest in this matter, and why did you let the man escape after acknowledging his crime?" With a quick, not undignified action, Cummins stepped back. "Gentlemen," said he, "it is allowable in a detective, in the course of his duty, to resort to means for eliciting the truth that in any other cause and for any other purpose would be denominated as unmanly, if not mean and contemptible. When I heard of this robbery, as I did the day after its perpetration, My mind flew immediately to the watchman as the possible culprit. I did not know that he had done the deed, and I did not see how he could have possessed the means of doing it. But I had been acquainted with him for some time, and certain expressions which I had overheard him use, expressions that had passed over me lightly at the time, now recurred to my mind with startling distinctness. If a man knew the combination of the vault door, how easily he could make himself rich from the contents of those boxes, was one, I remember, and another. I have worked in the bank for 12 years, and have not so much money laid up against a rainy day as would furnish Mr. Sylvester in cigars for a month. The fact that he had no opportunity to learn the combination was the only stumbling block in the way of my conclusions, but that obstacle was soon removed. In a talk with the janitor's wife, a good woman, sirs, but a trifle conceited, I learned that he had once had the very opportunity of which I speak, provided he was smart enough to recognise the fact. The way it came about was this. Hopgood, who always meant to do about the right thing, as I know, was one morning very sick, so sick that when the time came for him to go down and open the vaults for the day, he couldn't stir from his bed, or at least thought he couldn't. Twice had the watchman rung for him, and twice had he tried to get up, only to fall back again on his pillow. At last the call became imperative. The clerks would soon be in, and the books were not even in readiness for them. Calling his wife to him, he asked if she thought she could open the vault door, provided she knew the combination. She returned a quite eager yes, being a naturally vain woman, and moreover a little sore over the fact that her husband never entrusted her with any of his secrets. Then said he, "Listen to those 3 numbers that I give you, and turn the knob accordingly," explaining the matter in a way best calculated to enlighten her as to what she had to do. She professed herself as understanding perfectly, and went off in quite a nutter of satisfaction to accomplish her task. But though he did not know it at the time, it seems that her heart failed her when she got into the hall, and, struck with fear lest she should forget the numbers before she got to the foot of the stairs, she came back and carefully wrote them down on a piece of paper, armed with which she started for the second time to fulfil her task. The watchman was in the bank when she entered, and to his expressions of surprise, she answered that her husband was ill and that she was going to open the vaults. He offered to help her, but she stared at him with astonishment, and waiting till he had walked to the other end of the bank, proceeded to the vault door, and after carefully consulting the paper in her hand, was about to turn the knob as directed, when Hopgood himself came into the room. He was too anxious, he said, to keep in bed, and though he trembled at every step, came forward and accomplished the task himself. He did not see the paper in his wife's hand, nor notice her when she tore it up and threw the pieces in the waste-basket near by. But the watchman may have observed her, and, as it afterwards proved, did, and thus became acquainted with the combination that unlocked the outer vault doors. "Ha!" broke in Mr. Sylvester. "If this is true, why didn't Hopgood inform me of the matter when I questioned him so closely?" "Because he had forgotten the circumstance. He was in a fever at the time, and having eventually unlocked the vault himself, lost sight of the fact that he had previously sent his wife to do it. He went back to his bed after the clerks came in, and did not get up again till night. He may have thought the whole occurrence part of the delirium which more than once assailed him that day." "I remember his being sick," said Bertram. "It was 2 or 3 days before the robbery." "The very day before," corrected the man. "But let me tell my story in my own way. Having learned from Mrs. Hopgood of this opportunity which had been given to Fanning, I made up my mind to sift the matter. Being, as I have said, a friend of his, I didn't want to peach on him unless he was guilty. To blast an honest man's reputation is, I think, one of the meanest tricks of which a fellow can be guilty. But the truth I had to know, and in order to learn it, a deep and delicate game was necessary. Gentlemen, when the police have strong suspicions against a person whose reputation is above reproach, and whose conduct affords no opportunity for impeachment, they set a spring for him. One of their number disguises himself, and making the acquaintance of this person, insinuates himself by slow degrees, often at the cost of months of effort, into his friendship, and, if possible, into his confidence. 'Tis a detestable piece of business, but it is all that will serve in some cases, and has at least the merit of being as dangerous as it is detestable. This plan I undertook with Fanning. Changing my appearance to suit the necessities of the case, I took board in the small house in Brooklyn where he puts up, and being well acquainted with his tastes, knew how to adapt myself to his liking. He was a busy man, and being obliged by his duties to turn night into day, had not much time to bestow upon me or anyone else. But heedful of this, I managed to make the most of the spare moments that saw us together, and ere long we were very good comrades, and further on, very good friends. The day when I first ventured to suggest that honesty was all very well as long as it paid, was a memorable one to me. In that cast of the die, I was either to win or lose the game I had undertaken. I won. After a feint or two, to see if I were in earnest, he fell into the net, and though he did not commit himself then, it was not long before he came to me, and deliberately requested my assistance in disposing of some bonds which he was smart enough to acquire, but not daring enough to attempt to sell. Of course the whole story came out, and I was sympathetic enough till I got the bonds into my hands. Then, but I leave you to imagine what followed. Enough that I wrung this confession from him, and that in consideration of the doubtful game I had played upon him, let him go where he is by this time, beyond the chance of pursuit. But your duty to your superior, your oath as a member of the force. My superior is here, said the man, pointing to Mr. Sylvester. An unconscious one, I own, but still my superior. And as for my being a member of the force, that was true 5 years ago, but not today. And brushing off his whiskers with one hand, and taking off his goggles with the other, Hopgood the janitor stood before them. It was a radiant figure that met Cicely when she came downstairs with Paula, and a joyous group that soon surrounded the now blushing and embarrassed janitor with questions and remarks concerning this great and unexpected development of affairs. But the fervour with which Mr. Stuyvesant clasped Bertram's hand, and the look with which Cicely turned from her young lover to bestow a final kiss upon the departing bride, was worth all the pains and self-denial of the last few weeks, or so the janitor thought, who, with a quicker comprehension than usual, had divined the situation and rejoiced in the result. But the most curious thing of all was to observe how, with the taking off of his goggles, Hopgood had relapsed into his old, shrinking, easily embarrassed self. The man who but a few minutes before had related in their hearing a clear and succinct narrative, now shrank if a question was put him, and stammered in quite his ancient fashion when he answered Mr. Sylvester's shake of the hand by a hurried, "I am going to see my wife now, sir. She's a good woman, if a little flighty, and will be the last one in the future to beg me to put more confidence in her. Will you tell me where she is, sir?" Mr. Stuyvesant informed him, then added, "But look here, Hopgood, answer me one thing before you go. Why is it that with such talents as you possess, you didn't stay in the police force? You are a regular genius in your way, and ought not to drone away your existence as a janitor." "Ah, sir," replied the other, shaking his head, "a man who is only capable of assuming one disguise isn't good for much as a professional detective. Goggles and red whiskers will deceive one rogue, but not 50. My eyes were my bane, sir, and ultimately cost me my place. While I could cover them up, I was all right. It not only made a man of me, leaving me free to talk and freer to think, but disguised me so my best friends couldn't recognize me. But after a while, my goggles were too well known for me to be considered of much further use to the department, and I was obliged to send in my resignation. It is too bad, but I have no versatility, sir. I'm either the clumsy, stammering creature you have always known, or else I am the man Cummins you saw here a few minutes ago." "In either case, an honest fellow," answered Mr. Sylvester, and allowed the janitor to depart. One more scene, and this in the house which Paula is henceforth to make a home for herself and its once melancholy owner. They have come back from their wedding journey, and are standing in their old fashion, he at the foot, and she halfway up the stairs. Suddenly she turns, and descends to his side. "No, I will not wait," said she. "Here on this spot we both love so well, and in this the first hour of our return, I will unburden my mind of what I have to say. Edward, is there nothing of all the past that still rests upon you like a shadow? Not one little regret you could wish taken away?" "No," said he, enfolding her in his arms with a solemn smile. "The great gift which I hold is the fruit of that past, perhaps. I cannot wish it changed. But the sense of obligation never fulfilled, would you not be happier if that were removed?" "Perhaps," he said, "but it cannot be now. I shall have to live without being perfectly happy." She lifted her face, and her smile shone like a star. "Oh, God is good," she cried. "You shall not lack being perfectly happy." And taking a little paper out of her pocket, she put it in his hand. "We found that hidden in Jacqueline Jaffa's breast when we went to lay her out for burial." It was only a line, but it made Mr. Sylvester's brow flush and his voice tremble. "Whatever I own, and I have been told that I am far from penniless, I desire to have given to the dear and disinterested girl that first told me of Marjorie Hamlin's vigil." "Paula, Paula, Paula, thou art indeed my good gift. May God make me worthy of your love, and of this his last and most unexpected mercy." And the look which crossed her face was that sweet and unearthly radiance which speaks of perfect peace. End of chapter 46. Recording by Mary Bard, Derby, England. End of The Sword of Damocles by Katharine Green.